They went forth to welcome the arrival of the armored car. "You guys have worked hard." Within the car, an item contained in a transparent glass case was taken out. This item shone with a faint gold glimmer, was very small and seemed like a broken part of a much larger item. "Has it been recorded?" Be more careful. Understood. They put the item on a floating piece of equipment, trying to maintain its balance so the item would not fall. Unknown energy, unknown type, unable to analyze. With our present technology level, it is not recommended to study this thing. I propose we seal it away. The newcomer passed on the report. The person in a white uniform nodded. Understood. He turned on the screen and scanned the data to input it into the storage before carefully pushing the floating piece of equipment behind him. The floating piece of equipment gently floated on. Carrying that item, it left unhurriedly, floating toward a distant town. Along the way, all the staffers looked around as that floating piece of equipment safely entered the depths of the town. There, countless similar items were stored. Item number 2014, the ice-cold voice of the system resounded. Registration complete, input complete. They heaved a sigh of relief. Done. Finally. Yet another item had been safely sealed away. Not long ago, the appearance of that pink thing had horrified them greatly. Through that, they had gained a clear understanding of how scary the sealed items here could be, even if they were mere fragments and none of them were in their complete form. Their job involved delivering these items here to be sealed away, awaiting the day when humans reached a high enough level to study these things to come and revisit them. However, unknown to them, that fragment they had just delivered into the town did not stop after reaching the depths of the town. Rather, it continued on, seemingly being attracted by some power. The floating piece of equipment that should have stopped moving continued on in a certain direction. Distantly, a faint radiance glimmered, shining upon the mysterious town. In the depths of the town, something seemed to be trembling. Shwa. The floating piece of equipment stopped gradually as it reached where the light was shining. There, an even larger item was flickering with light. It could be seen that on a certain corner of this item, a small chip had been broken off, causing it to appear rather incomplete. This missing part seemed completely in harmony with the newly entered fragment. Slowly, the two items approached each other. With a crisp sound, the two faint golden items combined together, not leaving even a crack behind, as if they had always been a single entity. The item shone with gold. As the two combined, an astonishing aura erupted. Bang, bang. The terrifying gold engulfed the entire town. Countless people there were alarmed. What's up? With a gaze of disbelief, they looked toward the town that had been silent for so many years, not knowing what was happening inside. What's happening? Bang. Instantly, a primordial power erupted. The mighty power engulfed and shook the entire town. With the appearance of this aura, the numerous astonishing powers that had been slumbering within the town all appeared together at the same time. These powers were all primordial powers. Bang. 1. Bang. 2. Bang. The heavens and earth seemed to be changing colors at the appearance of these primordial powers. In a short instant, the lights of Mysterious Town flooded the sky, erupting with numerous colors, shining upon the entire world. Something had happened at Mysterious Town. At this time, the Genetic Union, the research agency, everyone that had sensed this set off immediately. Alas, when they arrived, it was already too late. Mysterious Town could no longer be seen. Where Mysterious Town used to be, only a boundless radiance could be seen. Radiances of a multitude of colors filled their entire vision. Someone tried entering. However, before he could even approach, his body trembled and he collapsed to the ground. Bombard it. The research agency deployed their bombers. Alas, it was ineffective as well. The dense multicolored radiance seemed capable of resisting all attacks, causing everyone that wanted to attack or enter the town to be helpless. This place had completely fallen to the unknown enemy. Helpless, the Genetic Union could only surround this place, unable to do anything else. Damn it. What happened? No idea. I think it is related to the fragment we sent in today. Did we not confirm that the fragment posed no threat and was the broken part of some item? How could it cause this? The staffer smiled bitterly. It was indeed a broken part. However, from the final recorded data of the now destroyed recorder, we saw that the fragment combined with a certain item within the town. You mean? That's right. The item we just sent inside was the broken part of a certain item that we discovered a long time ago. After combining together, the primordial item seemed to awaken. Hiss. As they heard this, they inhaled deeply in shock. Primordial item. Awaken. Suddenly, they recalled the pink power incident. Would the Land of Legacy incident replay itself here? Retreat. Leave this place immediately. Lock down everything 50 kilometers around this place. Do not allow anyone to enter. Understood. Sure. The research agency acted quickly. With the Ancients' Land of Legacy serving as an example, the staffers here made the smart choice and withdrew their forces immediately, then observed from a distance. When Chen Feng arrived, this was what he saw. Everyone has already withdrawn. Within a distance of 50 kilometers, there is only this single town. Nobody else had been affected. In Mysterious Town, there is only a single complete primordial item. All other items are purely fragments. After the withdrawal of the main group, we tried numerous methods yet were unable to enter, the staffer reported with fear still lingering in his heart. Chen Feng gazed at the town. Is that so? Around the town, a faint radiance shimmered. Everyone that tried to enter was repelled. Sure. Chen Feng waved his hand. An illusory shadow flashed forth and swirled around before easily entering Mysterious Town. Huh? The staffers were somewhat dumbstruck as they saw this. Just like that? It seems like the repelling force of the town is ineffective against awakened ones. Chen Feng realized. As such, this would be much easier to deal with. He had long wanted to enter this town and have a look at the primordial items within. The pink power had only become so powerful because its growth had gone unchecked for too long. As for this primordial item, it had only recently awoken. Perhaps this would be a good chance for him. Sure. Chen Feng's figure flashed forth as he entered Mysterious Town. Within the town, numerous colors swirled around. Each of the colors seemed to contain a primordial item blossoming with a charm unique to itself. Each color occupied its respective region. Although all these primordial items had awoken, it seemed like they repelled each other as well, causing this mysterious town to be split into numerous portions. Chen Feng had arrived at the region that used to be the town's entrance, a region of blue. The first primordial item at the entrance. Chen Feng braced himself for what was to come. However, when he entered, his expression changed greatly as the blue radiance suddenly shone intensely, then erupted with a dreadful force. Bang! The intense blue radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly submerging Chen Feng. At the Land of Legacy, Juma gazed in the direction of Mysterious Town. Chen Feng already went over. Ginhai nodded. The sudden change at Mysterious Town was incredibly suspicious. At a glance, it appeared like some coincidence where a random fragment delivered that turned out to be a broken piece of a certain primordial item discovered countless years ago. As it had been discovered before the era of computers, that item hadn't been recorded and nobody had realized this, resulting in this accidental reunion. However, if one gave it some serious thought, was that truly the case? A primordial fragment. Why were these things called fragments? That was because they were already broken. That war had been too long ago. So long ago that it had practically vanished from history. All the broken primordial items had transformed into countless fragments and disappeared amid the long annals of history. Even the small amount of tiny fragments that had been discovered thus far had all merely been flukes. A single primordial item could very well be comprised of hundreds or even thousands of fragments. These were what were normally discovered nowadays. Yet for this particular primordial item, only 2 parts had been required for the item to become whole again. No, that was not supposed to be possible. It would be reasonable for a primordial item to require several hundreds of fragments before it could be whole again. Yet discovering such an amount of fragments alone was an impossibility, as most of these fragments had vanished in the truest sense. That was the case for most primordial items contained in Mysterious Town. Yet now, a mere 2 fragments had made a primordial item whole. Even more coincidental was the fact that this involved a primordial item that had been discovered before the era of computers, before data had been recorded in computerized databases. What a coincidence! In any case, Juma refused to believe that such coincidence existed. That was why this incident had to be investigated. Perhaps there was a culprit behind this. For example, the fellow who had lured a twin horns race over. This fact alone made it a must for them to investigate this thoroughly. Juma shook his head. He's too rash. There were no problems with Chen Feng's investigations. The real problem was the fact that the location of this incident was that mysterious town. Juma had previous experience handling primordial items. As such, he was clear on how terrifying these items were. Regardless of whether there was a third awakened one lurking around, so long as it was something happening at that town, things would never be simple. Chen Feng alone won't do. You guys go give him help, Juma said. Only awakened ones can enter that place, Qin Hai said with a bitter smile. Unawakened ones couldn't even approach that place. Juma frowned. Is that so? Let me think of something. At this time, in Mysterious Town, Chen Feng, who had just entered, felt only an intense brightness before him. Blue, endless blue. Chen Feng was astonished. Where is this place? Bang! The illusory blue started solidifying. The world before him slowly became distinct. This was actually a beach that was incredibly beautiful. Countless turtles were playing about, having the time of their lives. What is this place? Chen Feng felt doubtful. He tried walking forth but noticed that he couldn't walk around. He couldn't control his body and could only watch on with his eyes wide open. Shwa! A turtle passed through his body, not obstructed by his presence at all. Chen Feng contemplated. I have transformed into a projection? Or perhaps this world was the actual projection. He did not belong to this world. As such, he couldn't see any other things. Chen Feng looked over. On this beautiful beach, apart from the turtles, there was a hut as well. Surprisingly, there on the hut, two people stood. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Humans? Shwa! Light swirled around. Instantly, he appeared up there as well. There, by the table, an old man and a young woman were seated. Similarly, these two seemed completely unaware of Chen Feng's presence. These children. The old man looked at the little turtles with a kindly expression. I wonder when will they be able to grasp the technique for transforming into a humanoid shape. The young woman by his side spoke gently. Don't worry, we can take our time. Humanoid transformation also signifies that they have reached adulthood, officially entering this world. I truly don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. We didn't enjoy childhood back then. Hopefully, these children can enjoy a good childhood and live fulfilling lives. The old man shook his head. How could things be so easy? These 2 days, abnormalities have appeared without stop. I feel like great chaos will descend soon. I wonder if our scarab race can survive this. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Scarab. Could this be? In the annals of history, there have been numerous chaotic times. Which of those did our race fail to survive? The woman said with a smile. No, this is different. The old man muttered. It's different this time. Next, he shook his head. Even if he told her, she wouldn't understand. The old man changed the topic. Is Chen not back yet? The woman's expression dimmed. It has been 3 years since he last came back. 3 years. Well, he is, after all, the chief of our scarab race. It is inevitable that he has to work hard. The old man sighed as he looked at her belly. This child, it has been 3 months. Right? A content smile appeared on her face as the woman rubbed her belly. Although her husband, Yuxian Chen, was not here most of the time, she was lucky enough to be pregnant, to have this child accompanying her. Chen Feng. 3 years. 3 months. Chen Feng felt like the math did not seem right here. But then, after thinking about it, he realized that he had indeed been thinking too much. After all, this was the scarab race. From his memories, fertilization would indeed take years for some turtle species. Since the scarab race was essentially a race of turtles as well, perhaps they might require 100 years of fertilization. That must be the case. Chen Feng rearranged his thoughts and continued watching on. Let me take a look. The old man placed his hand before the woman. A faint radiance flashed. Suddenly, the old man's eyes gleamed as a shocked expression appeared on his face. He retracted his hand and looked at the woman. This is... The woman blanked. What's up? The old man's expression dimmed. The child. What happened to my child? The woman asked anxiously. What happened? The child is fine. The old man trembled and sighed. However, the child's entire body is enveloped in gold and shines with unusual radiance. There is a faint resonance with the aura of the saintly ancestor. The woman's eyes widened abruptly. This characteristic. Could it be? The old man sighed. That's right. This child is the future Duma. The future leader of our scarab race. Bang! The woman's heart jolted. Duma had appeared once again. However, her husband was clearly the present Duma. Why? Plop. She collapsed weakly to the ground. In the scarab race, at any given time, only a single Duma could exist. Only when the present Duma died would that unique and powerful aura return to their race to be reincarnated once again. In short, Yuxian Chen had. The lady knelt on the ground, weeping bitter tears. The old man sighed. Something had indeed happened, including the scarabs. The leaders of several races had encountered misfortune. This was a bad omen. It seemed like a dreadful calamity was on the verge of erupting. The old man sighed. Something still happened in the end. As he was about to comfort the woman, suddenly, his expression changed. He seemed to have seen something terrifying, as he left immediately, leaving only a single sentence behind. Take good care of the children. On the beach, the group of adorable little turtles was still playing around without any worries. The breeze brushed past, and the blue sky above the beach seemed even deeper now. Mysterious town. Within the town of numerous radiances, each color occupied a certain region. Suddenly, a cold radiance streaked toward a certain area filled with killing intent. The formidable power pierced directly into the primordial item. Ka-ka. A crisp shattering sound echoed. A huge primordial item was about to burst apart. However, despite the numerous attacks against it, the primordial item still maintained its original appearance. It flickered with a faint blue, even when its entire body was filled with cracks. Hum. A faint radiance flashed past. As the old man left, Chen Feng felt like the world before him was turning more lifelike. The gentle breeze brushed past his face, and the fishy smell of the ocean lingered in his nose. Everything appeared clearer. Chen Feng felt doubtful. Who are you? The woman who had been weeping earlier was looking at Chen Feng in alarm. Chen Feng was astonished. You can see me? Yes, I can. Who are you? The woman was afraid. She could sense that this person didn't have the aura of the scarab race about him. How had this person arrived here? One ought to know that this was the scarab race's forbidden ground. Could it be that something bad had indeed happened to the scarab race? She recalled the scene earlier where the old man abruptly left. Her heart chilled as she wondered if their enemies had indeed entered even their forbidden ground. You can even understand what I'm saying? Chen Feng was even more astonished. Based on what Duma had said, the language of the scarab race was absolutely different from the language of the genetic era. However, what Chen Feng saw and heard was all in a single language. This was truly quite wondrous. He wondered if this was an illusion. He had seen and experienced countless illusions. None of them had ever been so lifelike. This lifelikeness didn't refer to the people in the illusion. Rather, it referred to how harmonious the illusory world seemed. This was a rather odd feeling. Chen Feng became suspicious. Perhaps this is an illusion released by an awakened Shwa. A cold gleam flashed past. He tried to lock his senses onto this woman, yet right at this instant, he felt his mind tremble and the memories in his brain start to sway about. All the memories regarding Duma were about to vanish. All his memories about the genetic era started becoming blurry as well. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk abruptly. He retracted his killing intent, which had been directed to that woman earlier. Only then did his memories stabilize. He took in a deep breath. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. This was no illusion. Rather, this was the real world. The present young woman was indeed the mother of the future Duma. Earlier, Chen Feng had intended to kill her. If so, Duma would have disappeared. As such, the memories of Duma had started becoming blurry. Without Duma, there would have been no one dealing with the awakened primordial powers in secret. Without that, the world would not have been so peaceful, thus resulting in the change of his memories regarding the genetic era. Chen Feng was startled. In short, everything before him was real. The scarab race and this woman, they were all real. Chen Feng was shaken. I have actually returned to the primordial era. That mysterious town contained numerous abilities within. Each primordial item was incredibly powerful. As such, Chen Feng had been extremely cautious when he'd entered. Unexpectedly, just as he'd entered, he had already fallen victim to one of the powers. He hadn't been able to resist it at all. After being enveloped by that blue radiance, He had been directly sent back in time. Spirit? Chen Feng tried asking. No reply came. His question to Spirit was akin to throwing stones to the sea. Chen Feng frowned. Spirit didn't return with me? That shouldn't be possible. Since Spirit was a consciousness birthed by him, she should follow him at all times. How had she gone missing suddenly? Chen Feng wasn't used to the lack of Spirit's assistance. However, with astonishment, he found that his luck aura could once again be used, and 9,999 luck value was waiting for him. This was a terrifying amount. Has it returned to its state prior to the upgrade due to time travel? No. This doesn't seem to be the case. How many years ago have I returned to? Chen Feng felt his thought process become sluggish. The sudden disappearance of Spirit, the sudden appearance of luck aura, everything seemed related to this mysterious primordial era. However, he couldn't figure out the truth. Is this the power of a primordial item? Chen Feng felt a lingering fear. He found that he had still ultimately underestimated the strength of primordial items. Regardless of whether it was his luck aura or his time travel, both were pointing at how terrifying primordial powers could be. No. Don't kill me. The woman trembled and looked at Chen Feng. My child will be born very soon. I can't let him die here. Chen Feng looked at her and smiled bitterly. Can't die here? That's certain. If something were to happen to her. Bang! A loud boom resounded in the distance. A terrifying power erupted, engulfing the entire world. Distantly, the entirety of the huge mountain belonging to the scarab race started collapsing. Something has indeed happened. Chen Feng's heart thumped. He recalled the history Duma had told him, and understanding dawned upon him. Perhaps this was the moment when the scarab race encountered that disaster. As for the woman here, Duma's mother, she had escaped at this instant and eventually gave birth to Duma, making him the only descendant of the scarab race. So that was the case. Finally, Chen Feng gained some sort of understanding amid all the confusion. How had this woman escaped? Chen Feng looked toward the surging aura before looking at this weak woman that seemed incapable of escaping. He could not imagine that this woman would actually be able to escape. Suddenly, he laughed helplessly. In short, the one protecting Duma's mother while she escaped had actually been Chen Feng. Chen Feng was shocked. What happened? Exactly? He was sure that the one who was supposed to protect this woman in her retreat wasn't supposed to be him. Analyzing what he knew so far, that person should have been the old man earlier. At the crucial moment, the old man had left. Moreover, right after his departure, something had happened. This was way too odd. As for Chen Feng, he had actually appeared here coincidentally. Something must have happened. Chen Feng was sure. However, no matter what, he knew that he couldn't allow any mishaps to happen to this woman, regardless of whether it was for the sake of Duma or the stability of the future human world. Truthfully, Chen Feng had always maintained a certain level of doubt with regard to Duma's task of protecting world peace and defending the world in the dark. He had merely spared Duma's life since he had seen that Duma had lost his combat power and wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. However, from the way his memories acted here, he was certain that what Duma had told him was true. As such, no matter what, he had to preserve Duma's life. At present, the woman was thoroughly dumbstruck. The sudden appearance of an enemy and then the collapse of the mountain symbolizing the scarab race told her that a calamity had descended upon the scarab race. The woman slumped weakly to the ground. It's over. Chen Feng looked at her and asked, "Do you want to survive?" The woman raised her head abruptly, her eyes shining. "Do you want your child to survive?" Chen Feng asked seriously. "If your answer is yes, follow me." A tinge of color reappeared in the woman's dim expression. Bang! The distant booming sound echoed without stop as Chen Feng led the woman and left in a certain direction. The collapsing mountain had blocked all escape routes. As such, going this way was their only hope. These children. She looked at the little turtles that were panicking on the beach. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. "We can't take them along. Even if it's you alone, I do not have confidence in getting you out alive." The woman sunk into silence. She was not the Holy Mother. As such, during such a crucial moment, she knew what her priority should be. Her child, the future Duma, was the single most important person. Bang! Bang! The distant booming sound approached them. Chen Feng and the woman arrived before the collapsing mountain. "It's a dead end here," the woman said. "I know." Chen Feng inhaled deeply. "As such, the enemy will never expect to find us here." Shwa. He raised his hand slightly. Myriad illusions. Luck aura, activate, open. Before Chen Feng's eyes, a cave appeared. With the woman, Chen Feng entered the cave. Next, the entrance closed behind them without a sound. The earth opened up a path before them. Chen Feng and the woman advanced, blending together with the earth. This was the power of myriad illusions, the ability capable of everything. When used by Chen Feng with his awakened strength, this ability was even more terrifying. It had been a very long time since I last used this ability. Chen Feng was filled with melancholy. Ever since his luck aura had gone dormant, he hadn't used myriad illusions. This ability contained countless abilities. Apart from the brain-dead method of allowing it to erupt as it wished, only luck aura could help myriad illusions reach its potential. Otherwise, the user would forever be unable to guess the next ability that myriad illusions would release. Splendid. Chen Feng clenched his fists. Let's go. He looked at the woman. If the enemies are truly planning to eliminate the scarab race, they will not allow anyone to escape. They will notice you sooner or later. Therefore, we must leave as soon as possible. The woman nodded. Shwa. Myriad illusions. Activate. Bringing her along, Chen Feng streaked forth underground, quickly leaving this place. As for the hut they had been at earlier, unsurprisingly, the enemies had destroyed everything there. With their powerful strength, they had killed all the turtles there. On the beach, numerous turtles were sprawled everywhere with their bellies facing upward as a dense smell of blood pervaded the air. A beast with an odd appearance appeared. Have all of them been killed? He had the face of a ferocious tiger and the body of a human. His gaze swept past the beach, and he frowned. Why am I still sensing someone alive? He sniffed at the empty air. Sniff. This gnawing aura. His eyes gleamed coldly. Indeed, there are still survivors. Confirm it for me immediately. Understood. The eyes of one of his underlings flashed, as if a myriad of worlds had just flashed before his eyes. He said, Lord, based on my preliminary investigation, one particular corpse seems to be missing from the scarab race. Who is it? The wife of their present Duma, someone called Xiao Wu. After marrying into this place, the scarab race members only dare to call her madam. As for her real full name, even our spies weren't able to find out. No real full name. Forget it, then. We can only chase after her, the tiger-faced man said coldly. I believe everyone here has already experienced how terrifying the scarab race is. Since we have already destroyed their race, we must not allow any survivors. Understood, the rest answered, wearing solemn expressions. For all the other races, the scarab race was akin to a dreadful nightmare. Even with only a single survivor, perhaps that single survivor might still be able to return and take revenge against all of them. Chase. Some of them with powerful detection abilities set off and started tracking the survivor. When they noticed that the survivor had already crossed over the mountain, they destroyed the entire mountain directly. Bang! A formidable power boomed. A tunnel was forcefully blasted through the mountain. Let's go. Following the lingering aura in the air, they directly chased after their target, not stopping at all. Not a single thing seemed capable of stopping their advance. Bang! Bang! They advanced, leaving numerous booms in their path. At this time, Chen Feng and that woman had yet to get far away. As they heard the sounds, they were horrified. This was way too fast. If this continued, they would not be able to escape. Shit! Chen Feng felt his scalp going numb. The experts of the primordial era were truly somewhat excessive. Even though they were similarly awakened ones, Chen Feng felt like he would be insta-killed by these people. That feeling. Is that the power of resonance? This won't do. Chen Feng tried creating some diversions with his myriad illusions, yet those people weren't even slowed. They were seemingly unaffected at all. Shwa, shwa, shwa. All the diversions he set were instantly destroyed. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. This is getting troublesome. He had never felt like he could be these people's opponent. This was especially true for the current him, since he was lugging a burden around. 2 burdens, to be precise. What to do? Chen Feng looked at the despairing woman and pondered as the enemies neared them. Let's split up, Chen Feng said after taking in a deep breath. The woman's eyes widened. Was she being abandoned? Who? Chen Feng heaved out a long breath and ignored her. He cast his senses on the path she had walked and remembered the unique scarab aura she had left behind. This feeling, shwa, shwa. Chen Feng activated myriad illusions with his hand. Next, several drops of energy dripped down before dissipating in the air. The newly dissipated aura was actually exactly the same as this woman's aura. Shock appeared on that woman's face. Huh? With this, the aura will be correct. Chen Feng pondered before saying, next is the body. Shwa. From myriad illusions, one particular ability was selected. Chen Feng decided that this ability was usable. Next, his body started transforming, assuming the appearance of a woman. He looked at the woman and started talking. When he talked, even his voice was no longer the same. With this, there won't be any problems. The woman was shocked. Are you? Chen Feng sighed and said, let me lure them away. Leave quickly. At the very least, you must survive until the birth of this child, right? The future of the scarab race now lies on your shoulders. Many thanks, she said, gratitude filling her eyes. She was aware of the implication of what he had just done. Leave. Chen Feng sighed. Without hesitation, he strolled around the area, leaving a chaotic trail before fleeing in a different direction, carrying the aura of the scarab race on his body. Shortly after, the pursuers arrived. They blanked shortly after sensing the chaotic aura here. However, soon after, they found a familiar aura amid the chaos. They all reached the same conclusion. This way, Shwa. Once again, the pursuers set forth. The woods. Underground, above the trees. They felt like their target was fleeing everywhere like a monkey, bringing them great inconvenience as they chased after this target. Fortunately, they could feel that they were nearing their target. That woman would not be able to escape them. Soon, after half a day, they finally laid their eyes on that person at the precipice of a certain waterfall. Found you, the tiger-faced man said with a smile. Worthy of being Duma's wife indeed. Her strength was not low. If this had been a normal scarab race member, they would have caught up long ago. Unfortunately, in the end, she would still have to die here. Shwa. The group surrounded her cautiously. Previously, there had been several times when they'd almost caught her, yet she had still been able to escape in an absurd manner. This time, they blocked all the escape routes in advance so as to prevent any mishaps from happening. Madam, you won't be able to escape this time, the tiger-faced man said. I know, a soft voice replied as the woman turned around. The tiger-faced man and his group were momentarily shocked when they saw the woman's face. They had never expected that the scarab race would look so very stunning after assuming a humanoid form. It is rumored that the scarab race is incredibly spiritual. By breathing in the spiritual essence of nature, they can assume a humanoid form. As such, they are all top-notch appearance-wise. I originally did not believe this, but now that I lay my eyes upon this madam, I find this rumor believable, the tiger-faced man lamented. The others around him agreed as well. Chen Feng sneered. So it seemed like these primordial fellows were weak to women as well. It was truly unfortunate that Xi's Ongtong wasn't here. Otherwise, she alone would be sufficient to be the end of all these fellows. If madam is willing to accompany me, I might allow madam to live 2 extra years. A fellow with an odd appearance said as he stood out. Another fellow walked out. Yeah, if madam can serve us well, perhaps we can allow you to keep living. What are you guys doing? The tiger-faced man rebuked. They glanced at him. What are you pretending for? Are you not clear yourself on the appearance of the females of your tiger race? Among the 10,000 primordial races, the one race with the greatest resemblance to those existences, the one race with the greatest spiritual nature, is the scarab race. Moreover, this woman is Duma's wife. Even ignoring her appearance and figure, the spiritual aura about her body alone is. There's also the aura of luck lingering about her. Can you guys truly bear to give up on all this? That person said with a perverted expression. Spiritual nature. The tiger-faced man looked at the woman, his heart tempted. If he was able to interweave his fate with this woman's fate, perhaps he would truly be able to gain a fraction of her luck and spiritual nature. With that, his future would perhaps be much better. As they thought of this, all of them were tempted. They fixed their eyes full of greed on this woman. Some of them even started undressing. A snake-like person took off his pants and walked toward the woman with a perverted expression on his face. Here I come. Chen Feng sneered inwardly at what he saw. The length of the primordial fellows did not seem that special after all. He had the urge to pull his body out of the skirt he was wearing to show these guys what it meant to be blessed by the heavens. Naturally, this was merely a monologue. Chen Feng did not pull his body out. If he truly did that, this would probably be the end of him. Regardless of how ridiculous these fellows seemed to be, they were still ultimately experts of the primordial era. Any random one of them could easily kill Chen Feng. This time, it wouldn't be that easy for Chen Feng to survive this. At a certain location, a certain woman was fleeing hastily, cutting a sorry figure as she sped forth. Her face was pale as she ran with a huge belly. The elegance of the finest beauty of the scarab race was nowhere to be seen. Chen Feng had lured the enemies away for her. At present, she could only flee without stop, heading toward a location far away based on her memory. Alas, just as she was about to leave this area. "Madam, where are you going?" a sinister voice resounded. Madam's expression changed greatly as she raised her head abruptly. On the tree trunk before her, a monkey-like fellow could be seen. He had an ugly appearance and presently had his eyes locked on her. Madam's expression changed. Not good. She tried fleeing in a different direction, yet in a split second, that monkey reappeared in front of her again with the same sinister smile on his face. "Madam, you won't be able to escape." The sinister voice caused Madam's entire body to chill. Madam paled. "How is it possible for you to?" She recalled that the person from earlier had obviously lured everyone away. The monkey sneered. "Hee, are you referring to those idiots?" "Indeed, I also saw those traces and also saw all of them chasing after that aura. However, none of them noticed that under the chaotic aura, an aura so feeble one couldn't miss it was hidden as well." Granted, that aura seemed like a diversion in and of itself. However, at that time, I asked myself, why are there so many chaotic auras here? If the purpose was to confuse us, why is there such a clear aura trail after the chaos? That aura is way too clear, so clear that all the diversions seem pointless. That did not seem too logical. Thus, what was the point of the diversion? I thought about it for a long time. Perhaps those auras had all been left for the sake of hiding the real aura? Therefore, I discovered the weakest aura. A proud smile appeared on the monkey's face. If I followed after those bastards, even if we managed to locate Madam, there wouldn't have been anything left for me in any case. I figured I might as well follow this single trail by myself. The probability of my guess being correct was low. However, so long as I found you, Madam, I would profit greatly. Madam's heart chilled. "So that's the case." "I have been wondering why Madam fled." "So that is the reason?" the monkey said as he looked at the woman's belly, and he started laughing maniacally. I reckon those bastards never imagined that the Madam of the scarab race actually got pregnant." True, Duma hasn't returned for 3 years, as he was killed when he was outside. Logically, you shouldn't be pregnant. As such, they never thought of this. However, the scarab race. Rumors have it that yours is a race capable of pregnancy even 3 or 5 years after sex. If my guess is correct, the child inside you is the future Duma, since you are the sole surviving scarab race member. "Duma," the monkey said in a trance-like manner. "That is the soul of the scarab race. Now that it has entered the body of this child, if I can cook and eat this child." The monkey laughed maniacally. "The luck of the entirety of the scarab race shall belong to me." Madam's body chilled. Greed appeared on the monkey's face. "Don't worry, I will take you away. I will care for you properly until the birth of this child." Despair appeared on Madam's face. At this time, at a certain faraway location, Chen Feng was also facing a life-or-death predicament, as he was surrounded by the tiger-faced man and others. Chen Feng frowned. "What should I do? God Punisher?" This was the strongest single target attack Chen Feng had at the moment. However, after thinking about it, Chen Feng realized with great grief that regardless of how strong God Punisher was, even if he could insta-kill his target, it was still a single target attack. He could only kill one of them with it. That would not do. Yet his other's abilities would be even more useless against these people. He wasn't their opponent. If so, the only thing Chen Feng could rely on was his luck aura. He glanced at his luck value. At present, only half was left. The amount of 9,999 had seemed very terrifying, yet to ensure their escape earlier, he had been using it up without stop. Ultimately, myriad illusions hadn't been powerful enough to conceal himself from these people that were far stronger than him. A huge amount of luck value had been required. 10 luck value exhausted. 10 luck value exhausted. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. This won't do. Although he had absolute superiority in terms of length, his strength was still lacking. Moreover, this absolute superiority was only against their humanoid forms. If the opponents were to transform back into their true forms, perhaps Chen Feng would be able to witness a big bird the size of several dozen meters. They approached him without stop. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, Why are you fellows staying in this form? He felt like he could try dragging this out by asking them some questions. Aren't your true forms even more powerful? It is a surprise that Madam's taste is so heavy, the tiger-faced man said in astonishment. The beast form is, after all, still a primal form, regardless of race. Only the humanoid transformation is an indication of them being an expert. Madam. The rest of them were rather shocked as well. Why was this madam asking such an idiotic question? Chen Feng's heart thumped. Humanoid. This was not the first time he heard this term. The primordial era should not have any humans. Why did the term humanoid exist? Then, all these races prided themselves on being able to assume a humanoid form and regarded only those capable of assuming a humanoid form as true experts. How had such an idea appeared? Chen Feng could vaguely feel that he had perhaps stumbled upon something amazing. But then, it was destined that these people would not be able to answer his questions. The tiger-faced man narrowed his eyes. Looks like Madam is trying to drag this out. Madam's voice is so charming. I reckon that Madam will perform very well in foreplay. However, too lengthy a foreplay isn't too nice, am I right? The snake-shaped man said as he approached. Chen Feng looked at the precipice behind him. From his memories, in all the movies he had watched, the main characters could survive by leaping down the precipice. Since he had the assistance of Lakora, it shouldn't be a problem for him to jump down as well. Instinctively, he glanced downward. Next, he noticed a rather powerful-looking beast falling down due to carelessness. Instantly, the beast transformed into dry bones. At the sight of this, Chen Feng's heart chilled. Shit. This wasn't how plots progress in the movies. The tiger-faced man saw Chen Feng's action and thought that she was contemplating suicide. Since they were planning to capture Madam alive, they could never allow suicide. Go. Bang. A terrifying energy erupted. The tiger-faced man's eyes gleamed coldly. God convergence. His calm eyes turned gold. From the gold pupils, terrifying energy shot out and locked onto Chen Feng's body. Shwa. Instantly, Chen Feng's body stiffened. He was no longer able to move. Chen Feng was horrified. What damnable ability is this? Luck aura. Activate. Shwa. His luck value dropped crazily. Instantly, several thousand luck value disappeared. Finally, Chen Feng's body was no longer stiff. However, the madam appearance he had been assuming started flickering, nearly disappearing. Shit. When Chen Feng saw a perverted hand reaching out, trying to grope him, he turned around and directly leapt down. Shwa. With a leap, he entered the endless abyss of sure death. Not good. The tiger-faced man grabbed forth hastily, yet he failed to reach Chen Feng in time. With his eyes wide open, he stared blankly as Madam's body started flickering in an odd fashion before entering the abyss. Bang! With a loud boom, Madam's body vanished. They all sank into silence. The water down in the abyss was such that, regardless of how powerful a person was, death was assured by a single touch of the water. Not a single person was an exception to this. They had expected that Madam would attempt suicide. However, they had never imagined that they would fail to stop her. The snake-shaped man angrily glared at the tiger-faced man. Didn't you say that you could stop her suicide? The tiger-faced man was speechless. He had never imagined that the god convergence he was so proud of would actually fail. One ought to know that this ability had a 99.99% success rate against awakened ones at the same level as him. The last time this ability had failed him was when he had used it on his second uncle. Damn it. He cursed inwardly. However, despite his regret, they weren't terribly troubled, since their mission was to only ensure the death of the sole survivor of the Scarab race. Well then, let's announce the completion of this mission. At Mysterious Town, a figure streaked past. With astonishment, Chen Feng found that he had returned to the genetic era. What's going on? He was bewildered. In his memories, as he had been falling from the precipice, just as he had been about to land on the surface of the water, a blue radiance had flashed before his eyes, and next, he had returned. What had happened? Could it be that the Duma rescuing mission had been successful? Chen Feng was bewildered. He raised his head and saw a broken turtle shell before him. This turtle shell appeared rather peculiar. It had clearly been broken apart, yet all the pieces were still sticking together. Shining with a blue radiance, suddenly, a scene appeared in the empty air. Shwa. Light swirled around. Once again, a primordial aura descended. Chen Feng could see clearly the fleeing madam being chased after on the screen. She was discovered. Chen Feng's heart thumped. Could it be that his mission of rescuing Duma had failed instead? Shwa. She raised her head. In the scene, Madam had already been forced to desperation. "Madam, just surrender," the monkey said with a smile. Surprising him, Madam, who had been despairing and struggling bitterly all along, suddenly calmed down. "In short, you are the only one who followed this trail?" Madam asked with a calm gaze. The monkey had an ominous feeling. "So what if that's the case? Have you heard of a legend?" Madam asked calmly. The monkey was on high alert now. "What?" "Never. Ever," Madam said, one word at a time. "Face a Scarab race member solo." Monkey's expression changed greatly. "Damn it, Shwa." His body retreated rapidly. Alas! It was already over for the monkey. Madam pointed at the empty air. "Condense." A terrifying radiance swirled around and locked onto monkey directly. The flow of time in an area 100 meters around them vanished. The monkey had obviously reached the edge of this 100-meter area, yet he was forcefully reversed back to where he had stood previously. Madam's eyes gleamed coldly. "Even if my present strength has declined, I am still an expert of the Scarab race." She would have been helpless against a huge number of people. However, if it was only a single opponent. A faint undulation surrounded the area. A formidable chronal power severed this area from the outside world. Chen Feng's eyes widened. He recognized this ability. This was the trump card of the Scarab race, an ability Duma had once used on him, and also the Scarab race's most terrifying ability, an ability where the turtles trapped their opponents and outlived them. And thus, in the scene, for the first time, Chen Feng witnessed the prowess of this ability. He saw the birth of Duma. He saw the deranged monkey tried to make a move against Duma. He saw Madam end this ability before sending Duma away. And next, he saw Madam cough blood before once again using this ability to trap the monkey, who wasn't able to escape in time. "Are you sick? I already told you, I will not kill you. Why are you still trapping me?" the monkey said, furious. Madam's voice was instead exceptionally calm. "Since you already know the truth, you cannot be allowed to survive." And thus, time passed. From Chen Feng's point of view as an observer, he could see that in a short few seconds, within the trap, a very long time passed. The two of them grew old and died from old age. The madam and the monkey perished together. There, outside the trap, was only the newborn Duma. Breaking out of the eggshell, a gold turtle head popped out, and a dense radiance was swirling around the turtle. Slowly, a pair of inquisitive eyes opened. At the instant the eyes opened, gold radiance surged. The exact same time I leapt down the precipice. Finally, Chen Feng understood. So that was the case. Finally, Chen Feng understood the reason for his successful return to the future. The blue radiance before him intensified. The turtle shell seemed no longer capable of persevering, and a gentle voice drifted over from the horizon. "Thank you." Chen Feng's heart thumped. This was Madam's voice. The shell shattered. Instantly, the blue zone vanished, leaving behind only a pile of broken shell pieces. "Are you the one who guided me back in time?" Chen Feng understood. This was a broken shell left behind by Madam back then. For some reason, it had been delivered to this mysterious town, subsequently guiding him back in time to rescue Duma. However, why? History had originally flowed correctly. Why had he been required to correct history now? What exactly had happened to the primordial era? Chen Feng had no idea. What exactly had happened here? Since his memories hadn't changed, perhaps he had at least done the right thing this time. "Spirit?" Chen Feng called out. Spirit replied promptly as usual. "Here, replay everything you saw earlier," Chen Feng said. "All right." Spirit replayed the scene of what had happened earlier. Chen Feng had stepped into the blue region, shut his eyes for only 5 seconds, and then once again reopened his eyes. In short, the time he'd spent at the primordial era had been skipped. That made things interesting. He had a solemn expression on his face as he wondered about what had happened here. What was up with that ability capable of twisting history? If history was truly altered, perhaps the entire genetic era would be affected as well. Perhaps Chen Feng wouldn't even transmigrate over from Earth this time. Everything was unknown. "I don't suggest you continue advancing." Spirit's tone became solemn. "This place is giving me an extremely ominous feeling." Chen Feng stared ahead. "I know." This mysterious town seemed even more terrifying now. However, Chen Feng had no way out. The Scarab race incident had planted an utmost fear in his heart. The act of changing history was truly way too scary. Even Duma might have been erased from his roots. How can a human be safe, Then, he had to stop the opponent, even if he still had no idea who the opponent was. After all, I am the soul awakened of the human race, he said calmly. Lights swirled before his eyes. He picked the turtle shells up. Perhaps these things might still prove helpful. Bang! He walked out of the region purged of blue. Step by step, he moved deeper. With the blue fading, the distant green appeared exceptionally distinct. That was the next region. The outline of Mysterious Town was becoming clearer. In the midst of green, one could vaguely see a primordial item flickering unceasingly, maintaining this green region. Evidently, this was the next primordial fragment Chen Feng had to face. Hopefully, you won't disappoint. Chen Feng inhaled deeply before stepping into the green. Lights whirled. Instinctively, Chen Feng tried grabbing at the primordial fragment. However, the instant his foot entered the green, bang! All the green was instantly cleared. A terrifying force swept down from the horizon. All the green was destroyed, and a brand new dazzling red radiance suddenly shone, seemingly enveloping the entire world. The green primordial fragment had actually been instantly destroyed? Destroyed? Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Bang! The radiance before him intensified. The terrifying red shone dazzlingly. When the brightness faded, Chen Feng had once again descended into a brand new world. With a single glance at this world before him, his entire body chilled. Somewhere within Sea City, Xuf, who was in the midst of an intense battle with his opponent, was looking at a pop-up in excitement. The time has come for this lord to earn merit again, Brother Xu, his opponent called out sweetly. We will continue after I return. He spanked her butt before turning around and leaving in a carefree manner. At the same time, Kong Bei, who was on the way to the hospital for plastic surgery, was also looking at his screen with doubt as he muttered, "How did that old man Duma find out about me?" Mysterious Town. There, the resplendent red was shining upon an entire region. The green had already been entirely destroyed, the primordial fragment included. However, within the boundless red, a spark of green could be seen shining. The faint green shone before sweeping toward Chen Feng and enveloping him. Bang! The red intensified. The furious red flashed and destroyed the green. Alas, it was already too late. The final dot of green had been able to tear open a hole with the wondrous method. Lights whirled. When Chen Feng opened his eyes, he saw a brand new world. A gloomy sky above him, a light drizzle pattering down, a huge crowd, and a world tinged in ancient-looking colors. This was a scene he had never seen before. Distantly, numerous tall buildings and tall mansions stood. Oddly, these buildings gave off an extremely ancient feeling, lacking the feel of modern buildings. The architecture did not seem like any of the cities Chen Feng was familiar with. Weird. Where is this place? Chen Feng was sure that he had never seen such a scene. However, for an unknown reason, what he saw gave him an unprecedentedly familiar feeling, as of something imprinted in the depths of his soul, causing his very soul to tremble. He tried stretching his hand out, yet he found that he was unable to move. Just like the previous time he traveled back to the primordial era, Chen Feng frowned. I can't move right now. This should be something similar to what happened before. In short, I have returned back to a certain unique era. From the looks of it, this should be a civilization preceding the genetic era. He looked at the vehicles that were moving without stop and watched on as the world became clearer and clearer, yet he still could not move. After pondering his previous experience, he gained some understanding. It seems like that terrifying existence is capable of changing history. Or perhaps one could say that this is a terrifying ability one stands to gain by owning a whole primordial item. Time and space can be easily reversed. History can be tempered with to achieve his goal. With his ability, he tried to change everything. As for these radiances of differing colors in Mysterious Town, the truth seemed to be appearing before Chen Feng. The radiances of numerous colors were not the helpers of that fellow. On the contrary, these radiances were all resisting that fellow. In short, Chen Feng drew a conclusion. That complete primordial item was trying to tamper with history, to erase the origin of all existences to reach a certain goal. As for these fragments here, due to their spiritual nature, they refused to permit this happening. This was the reason the large-scale undulation had erupted. That was the origin of the multicolored radiances surging straight to the sky. That was the origin of all that had happened in Mysterious Town. So that's the case. Chen Feng finally understood. Each of the different regions occupied by different colors was a node to change history. He had coincidentally entered the blue region first, entering Duma's world. Chen Feng thought about it. If I wasn't there at that time, if he hadn't been there, the Scarab race's history might have truly changed, and Duma might have truly disappeared for real. This was in accordance with his conclusion. In short, what he needed to do was spoil this fellow's numerous attempts at changing history. As he thought of this, he had an ominous feeling, as this time, he had reached a modern society rather than the primordial era. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Something seems wrong. This was supposed to be yet another primordial fragment. Since that fellow was trying to tamper with the history that this particular primordial fragment was imprinted with, he should have traveled to the primordial era. Why had he arrived at a modern society, then? Green, primordial, modern. Chen Feng contemplated. When he had entered this world, the situation had seemed somewhat different from his previous time travel, as this time, the green radiance had been destroyed prior to his time travel. That unknown existence had forcefully destroyed the green. In short, this unknown existence had initially unleashed an O, triggering the resistance of all the other fragments. Now, on top of the O, this unknown existence had unleashed a single target attack as well. With that, the green fragment had been directly destroyed? No, this reasoning did not seem right. If the opponent was truly this powerful, the turtle shell could have been destroyed previously as well. If this opponent had decided to unleash the own single target attack at the same time, none of the other fragments would have been able to resist the attack. However, this opponent had obviously not done that previously. As such, this reasoning wasn't right. Chen Feng thought of another possibility. Perhaps, when I arrived, the green had already been defeated by the O in the first place. Chen Feng guessed. Could it be that just as he'd arrived, the history imprinted here had already finished being tampered with? A certain part of the primordial era's history had been erased? This was the only conclusion he could reach. This was also the only possible explanation for what had happened. Shwa. Light swirled before his eyes. This modern world still operated before his eyes. Amid a light drizzle, a middle-aged couple appeared with an umbrella. They seemed to be holding on to a child, hugging the child tightly for fear of the child suffering from the cold. The family of three seemed to be in a rush, and this entire world seemed to become clearer along with their appearance. These two are the main characters this time. Similar to the woman from the Scarab race earlier, when the main character appeared, the entire world became clear. However, Chen Feng found that he still couldn't move. He was still playing the role of an observer. Chen Feng frowned. What's going on? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Previously, he had only been able to move thanks to the help of the primordial fragment, that turtle shell. Now, the green fragment had already been destroyed. As such, he could no longer participate in what was happening in this part of the history. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. So I can only watch on? Fine, he would play this role, even though he was clueless as to whose history this was. Bang, bang, in the sky, two muffled peals of thunder sounded, and the rain became heavier. By the road, the masses moved hurriedly. Most of the people without umbrellas were taking cover within the shops. Chen Feng's gaze was focused on the middle-aged couple. The point where the course of history is altered. Chen Feng watched on silently. Do-do, the cell phone sounded. Hello, MHM, I know. Don't worry, after settling down the child, I will go over with my wife immediately. Ha ha, don't worry. I will succeed for real this time. The middle-aged man ended the call and left quickly with his wife and child. Just as the family of three turned a corner, suddenly, a truck that had gone out of control rushed at them. Bang! The out-of-control truck charged forth like a ferocious beast and crashed through several cars in a row. Even the street lamps were being knocked over everywhere, yet the truck was still heading directly toward the couple. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Here it comes. This damnable primordial item was indeed altering history. Careful. The middle-aged man pulled his wife and child and retreated to the side hastily. Alas, the out-of-control truck was still heading toward them. They retreated hastily, dropping the umbrella in their panic. For the first time, the appearance of the child that was being hugged tightly by the woman was revealed to Chen Feng. With a single look, Chen Feng was alarmed. No, this should be a mere resemblance. However, when his gaze trailed downward, when he saw the stone hanging around the child's neck, He finally understood. This was his world. This child was him. This damnable primordial item was trying to erase his existence as well. Bang! The out-of-control truck charged over. Damn it! Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. Yet he was unable to participate in what was happening. The only thing he could do was watch on as the family of three retreated to the corner of the street until there was no longer any way to retreat. He could only watch on as that truck charged over, violently destroying everything in its path and reaching the family of three. At this instant, the world before his eyes seemed to be cracking. This was the traces of his memory being erased. The moment this family of three was killed, Chen Feng would also cease to exist. Right at this instant, he felt a faint green radiance flash around him, and a powerful primordial aura appeared once again. This aura only appeared for a split second before it was completely erased. However, Chen Feng still smiled, as at this moment, the world around him seemed even more alive. He could even feel the rain pattering on his face. He had finally fully descended to this world. He raised his head, looking at the despairing expression on the couple's faces. He looked at the truck that was about to crash into the child. Lightly, he stepped forth. Shwa. Just like that, he appeared before the truck. A loud boom resounded. Bang! The truck crashed onto his body as Chen Feng seemed to sink into the truck, causing the truck to be incapable of moving forth any farther. All around Chen Feng, the world lapsed into silence. Go, Chen Feng said. Before others could even react to this, he left with the family of three, leaving behind only the destroyed truck. After a long time, several black-clothed men appeared there. The target escaped. Seems like some outsiders have appeared. We felt some unusual power earlier. Lock onto that person's coordinates. Regardless of who the outsider is, I want them to die. Yes. Not far away, within a hidden room, Chen Feng was looking at the dumbstruck family of three before him. Evidently, the supernatural strength Chen Feng had demonstrated earlier had shocked them. Supernatural powers exist for real? The middle-aged man was so agitated that he couldn't speak coherently. Chen Feng. If his guess was correct, this was his father, Chen Jiang'o. From the name itself, one could see how amazing he was. As for the woman hugging the child, that should be his mother. As for her name, Chen Feng did not seem to remember it. Back then, the actual incident had been quite simple. In some archaeology assignment, Chen Jiang'o and his wife had both died. Next, Chen Feng had been sent to an orphanage. That was all that had happened. Was it the accident earlier? Chen Feng frowned and denied this thought. The accident earlier had obviously been trying to kill even him. History was being disturbed. A faint green radiance flashed past. Some information was hidden within. After transmitting this intermittent message, the green vanished again. Kindness, thank, revise, history. By no means to disturb. Chen Feng heard the message and could only smile bitterly. Was this fellow feeling thankful for Chen Feng's appearance, which had shifted the attention of that complete primordial item to himself and away from the fragments, thus it appearing here to repay Chen Feng? This truly caused him to be speechless. But then, if that was truly the case, the only reason he had appeared here was to repair history, to put everything back on the right track. He could absolutely not allow his parents to suffer from some mishaps at an earlier date. He also had to ensure that they both did not survive the accident that was supposed to kill them, leaving him an orphan. That was because the moment they survived, Chen Feng's timeline would be thoroughly altered. Nobody knew what would be the result of that. If that caused Chen Feng to not transmigrate, to not become strong, perhaps every incident related to Chen Feng might change as well. The genetic union might face danger, and everyone he knew would probably die. The descent of this unique primordial item was also something nobody could stop. Gin Hai, Wang Yao, Duma. Everyone might suffer if either the pink power from before or the present mysterious primordial power gained control of this world. Great chaos might arise. Even Chen Feng's present world might fall into danger. Since the opponent could discover this world through his aura alone, the opponent had to have already discovered the existence of this world. If he died, even if, theoretically, his death would result in his disappearance from history, causing the opponent to lose track of him, as the culprit, this opponent might be able to preserve part of the memory that was supposed to be erased. If so, this world might not be able to escape the grasp of this opponent. Chen Feng pondered and understood soon enough. Chen Jiang'o rubbed his hand and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, may I ask, who are you?" Chen Feng looked at them with a complicated expression. "Your savior." In truth, he did not have strong feelings about his parents. After all, he had grown up in an orphanage. Moreover, his dad had also caused his childhood to be one filled with immensely bad luck. It was truly miraculous that Chen Feng had been able to survive long enough to activate the Fate Stone. As such, he did not have any intention of allowing the genetic world to be destroyed just so his parents could survive. As he thought about it, in the original timeline, it wouldn't be long before his parents died. He recalled the conversation his father had had on the phone earlier. It seemed like he had received another assignment and would settle Chen Feng down before heading out for the assignment. From the looks of it, this was the assignment that his parents would never return from. As such, Chen Feng only needed to escort them to the assignment and ensure that the child was protected. Chen Jiango smiled bitterly. Thanks. However, you have yet to answer my question. Chen Feng shook his head. You don't need to know that. Due to some unique reasons, someone is trying to kill you all. My mission is to protect you all. That's all. Chen Jiango seemed to understand. So that's the case. He exchanged glances with his wife. It seemed like their assignment had attracted some attention after all. Was this youth the one dispatched to protect them? Chen Feng looked at them and said, where is the location of your assignment? I will send you to the before leaving King Mountain. Chen Jiango said. There, a group of ancient tombs has been discovered. We must arrive there tomorrow. King Mountain. Tomorrow. Chen Feng nodded. Got it. He had some impression of this King Mountain. It seemed to be a mountain range near his ancestral home with rather dangerous topography. With the rain from the past 2 days, the ground was filled with mud, further increasing the danger there. If it was the group of ancient tombs there, King Mountain. Suddenly, Chen Feng was startled. He had once seen a relevant piece of news. He had once tried investigating the trails of his parents and had also studied a bit about this place. For example, this King Mountain had encountered an extremely rare torrential rain, causing a flash flood and a large landslide. From the looks of it, his parents had encountered some large-scale natural disaster while on their assignment. So that was the case. So this was how his parents had died. The things that he had been confused about had finally been cleared up. He recalled that the landslide would happen tomorrow night. In other words, after sending his parents over tomorrow, they would die on that very night. Late at night, Chen Feng was gazing up at the starry sky in silence. He had finally returned back to this planet after so long. Naturally, he couldn't fall asleep. He was merely gazing at the hazy sky with his head raised. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded beside him. What are you looking at? Chen Feng turned around and noted that Mrs. Chen had actually left the room. Chen Feng frowned. Why are you still awake? In truth, Chen Feng was somewhat at a loss as to how he should mingle with these two. As such, he was merely wishing that everything could proceed smoothly and nothing else. I can't sleep. Mrs. Chen shook her head and self-mockingly said, how could I still sleep after that near-death experience earlier? Chen Feng. True, he was already used to living on the edge of life and death and had almost forgotten that here this planet hosted a peaceful modern society. Suddenly, Mrs. Chen smiled and asked, do you feel that we are very troublesome? Chen Feng was somewhat stunned. Ah, I can see from your eyes that you are extremely fearful of trouble, Mrs. Chen said. You only wish to complete your mission formally, to finish this mission as soon as possible so you can go on a vacation. This attitude resembles that programmer in our unit greatly. Chen Feng. That is also why I trusted your words, Mrs. Chen said with a smile. I believe that you are here to protect us instead of kill us. Oddly, from your body, I can feel an indescribable sense of intimacy. Chen Feng. He raised his head to look at Mrs. Chen. Although he called this woman Mrs. Chen, in this era, this mother of his was only 30 years old. At the age when her beauty was at its peak. It was rather astonishing that when young, his mother was actually this pretty. Chen Feng thought that it was natural that his mother was good-looking. Since he himself was so very handsome, it was most certainly due to the good gene pool he had inherited. Do not misunderstand. I am not hitting on you. Rather, I truly feel an odd sense of intimacy, Mrs. Chen gently said. Chen Feng waved his hand. I know. Return to your room and get some rest. You know? Mrs. Chen was stunned. This young man was actually acting as if this sense of intimacy was as it should be. Chen Feng frowned. Return. Mrs. Chen did not intend to leave. What is your name? Kong Bei. Chen Feng paused and thought that such an ugly name was most undeserving of being used by him. As such, he changed mid-sentence. Qin Hai. I am Qin Hai. Qin Hai, a good name. Mrs. Chen praised. Chen Feng sighed. You should go take a rest. I have an odd premonition. Mrs. Chen raised her head and looked at him. If I leave just like this, I will lose something extremely important, and moreover, I will be eternally separated from this important thing. Chen Feng's head ached. If Mr. Chen heard your words, he would probably feel like beating me up. Chen Jiangou's voice drifted over. No, he wouldn't. Because earlier, when I first saw you, I had the same feeling, an intense feeling of familiarity from you. That is why we did not reject you. Step by step, Chen Jiangou walked over and looked at Chen Feng. Who exactly are you? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Indeed, he was not suited to being a spy. Looking at the earnest Chen couple before him, he could only sigh. Since you are asking so earnestly, I shall deign to tell you too. To prevent the failure of this assignment, to prevent the targets from rejecting the protection, to ensure the assignment can be better completed, I have been selected to protect you two due to my great affinity. I am a person with a superpower, with affinity being my superpower. Regardless of who the person is, so long as that person lays an eye on me, said person will be affected by my superpower and feel like I am their closest kin. Do you both understand now? Chen Feng spoke proudly, flinging his head in an attempt to swing the non-existent fringe on his head. In front of him, the Chen couple was dumbstruck. Affinity superpower? Since you guys witnessed me using my superpower earlier, you too should be able to accept the existence of superpowers, right? Chen Feng spoke calmly. I have been doing missions for so many years, and so far, 13 clients have treated me as their own son, around 10 elderly clients have treated me as their grandchild, 3 female clients have treated me as their lover, and 6 teenage clients have treated me as their boyfriend. There were even 2 particularly young clients who treated me as their father. The Chen couple was thoroughly stupefied. So, that was the case? That had to be the case, since he had indeed demonstrated the existence of superpowers earlier when he'd rescued them. Sorry, we have disturbed you. They laughed bitterly before returning to their room. Chen Feng glanced at them and heaved a sigh of relief. Truthfully, unless absolutely necessary, he was not willing to become entangled with his parents. After all, as far as he was concerned, this was simply a trip to the grave. Not far away, Chen Feng could still hear his parents talking to each other in low voices. They had already minimized their volume, yet before the awakened Chen Feng, this effort was meaningless. Seems like I guessed wrong. Surprisingly, such superpower exists. I initially believed that. Forget it. What are you trying to say? I feel like he resembles our child greatly. Huh? Is this the effect of his affinity superpower? DSK, if I had this superpower back then, during my schooling days, wouldn't I be? Hee. What are you saying? No, nothing. Hee. Dearest wife, truly, nothing. The moon bears witness to my love for you. Look at this if you don't believe me. Kaya, there's still someone outside, alright? What are you afraid of? Last time, you even dared to do it in the tomb. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? After all, the one outside one has superpowers, right? True. Slowly, the voices stopped. Chen Feng was dumbstruck as he listened on. Kaya, tomb? What the hell? He knew that everyone was once young and hot-blooded. However, it felt different to bear witness to this himself. After all, these were his parents. Truly, he did not know whether he should laugh or cry. At present, he truly had the urge to end this mission as soon as possible. What the hell? If this continued, the final remaining memories he had of his parents would be badly ravaged. The next day, when the sun rose, Chen Feng impatiently sent the two to their destination. Since he had already arrived here, he would comply with the laws here. To avoid attracting the attention of certain existences, he tried his very best to be low profile. Chen Jiangou was driving, Mrs. Chen was feeding milk to the baby, and Chen Feng was casting his senses around, observing their surroundings at all times. I already arranged it with a friend. He will be waiting at 3 Rings Road. I will pass on the baby to him and he will take the baby back, Chen Jiangou said while driving. Next, we can head to the tomb at King Mountain. Chen Feng nodded, increasing his vigilance at the same time. All right. If he guessed correctly, the opponent would not allow him to send the Chen couple to the tomb just like that. Or to be exact, the person would not allow the baby to be sent off just like that. However, surprisingly, the entire journey was peaceful. When they were nearing 3 Rings Road, a car could be seen parked by the road with a middle-aged man waiting there. Chen Jiang'o was overjoyed as he prepared to park his car as well. "He's here." "So smooth." Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Just as Chen Jiang'o was about to stop his car, Chen Feng, with his acute senses, noticed that even with his strength as an awakened, he still could not see through the seemingly ordinary SUV. What joke was this? Careful. Grabbing one with each of his hands, Chen Feng left with the Chen couple in his hands. Bang! Instantly, the car they had been in exploded. Not far away, from the car Chen Feng couldn't see through, a black-clothed man appeared. He was carrying a bazooka that still carried a trace of warmth. Mrs. Chen was incredibly alarmed as she hugged her child. That guy had actually shot at them with a bazooka. Chen Feng stood before the two. "Retreat." "Evaded." The black-clothed man was astonished. After all, this was a bazooka. Chen Feng was even more astonished than that person. Why was it a bazooka? He was an awakened. If one wanted to do something against him, a bazooka would be completely useless. Interesting. I heard that you possess a certain level of superpowers. Surprisingly, such people exist in real life. The black-clothed man sneered. "Unfortunately, facing our mercenary group, your so-called superpowers are but a joke. Let me show you." Chen Feng waved his hand casually. Next, the black-clothed man collapsed to the ground. Chen Feng curled his lips. This guy was way too weak. Chen Feng looked over. "That middle-aged man, my friend." Chen Jiang'o smiled bitterly. "I never expected that he would betray me." "Kill him?" Chen Feng asked. Chen Jiang'o shook his head. "Forget it. Perhaps he is being threatened with his family. After all, I am the one who implicated him in this whole incident." Chen Feng nodded. "All right. What to do with the child, then?" Mrs. Chen was anxious. Chen Feng sighed. "Give him to me, then. When you two reach the location of your assignment, I will personally send the child over. This way, it will be safer." The Chen couple exchanged glances before saying, "Okay." Only a superhuman like this person could protect their child properly. "This is the address. Just leave him to the old granny next door." Chen Feng nodded. "I know, the granny next door." He could still vaguely remember seeing that old granny when he had been young. Naturally, not long after, the old granny had passed away and he had been sent to the orphanage. Mrs. Chen was astonished. "You know?" "It's nothing." Chen Feng shook his head. "Let's go." After this little crisis, they changed to a different car before continuing on. However, Chen Feng never stopped frowning. Since the enemy was trying to kill him, why were they using something as low level as a bazooka? After all, the enemy was aware that he was here. Hold on, was that fellow not aware that Chen Feng had appeared here? That wasn't possible. If the enemy primordial item had an independent consciousness, the enemy had to be capable of knowing that he had already arrived here as well. If so, why had the enemy used a bazooka? Then, perhaps that was the only thing the enemy could use at present. Chen Feng contemplated. Although the enemy was capable of altering history in a major way, the enemy was still restricted to following the laws of the world and could only make use of whatever originally existing in said world. If so, Chen Feng's eyes gleamed. He had been able to perfectly descend upon this world without having to worry about being repelled by this world, and he was able to use all of his abilities, including his awakened abilities. This signified that he was godlike in this world. If so, things are going to be much easier to deal with, Chen Feng muttered. "What's up?" asked the concerned Mrs. Chen. Chen Feng shook his head. "Don't worry. We will send you two to your destination first." Since the enemy was restricted by the laws of this world, Chen Feng's mission had become much easier. He only needed to send the Chen couple to their destination and then send the child back to the urban district, and this would end. Next, he could return to the genetic world. He was certain that he hadn't interfered much with the affairs here in this world. He had disguised himself as an employee hired to protect the couple. At present, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. No other special feelings had been triggered from the Chen couple. This was rather fine. Along the way, Mrs. Chen inquired about his well-being without stop. This caused Chen Feng to felt somewhat pressured. In the afternoon, finally, they arrived at their destination, King Mountain, the location where some ancient tombs had been discovered. With a single glance, Chen Feng noticed that this mountain was indeed on the verge of a landslide. If it rained, something would definitely happen. Should he tell them? Chen Feng pondered the matter and could only smile bitterly. Yet again, Mrs. Chen looked at him with concern and asked, "What's the matter?" She felt like along the way, This guy's complexion had not looked too well. Chen Feng shook his head. I'm fine. This was the easiest of missions for him. In this modern society of technology, he was simply godlike. However, for an unknown reason, this mission was also one that caused his heart to accumulate a great amount of fatigue. Come in and take a rest, Chen Jiang'o said with a smile. Let my wife feed the child more. All right. Chen Feng followed him in. Yo, old Chen is back, said several smiling employees that had arrived earlier. Huh? Old Chen, why did you bring your relative to a place like this? Chen Jiang'o rolled his eyes. What relative? What the hell? You two look so alike. If he's not your relative, who could he be? They grumbled. If this child was a few years younger, people would believe it even if you claimed that he was your son. Instantly, Chen Jiang'o was stunned. Chen Feng. He glanced at the Chen Jiang'o's strict-looking square face before rubbing his handsome face and concluding that these archaeology employees were all blind. One of them frowned as he said, by the way, I feel like he looks more like your wife. I have the same feeling as well. Weird. Why does this kid resemble both you and your wife so much? The more they talked about it, the more astonished they were. Old Chen, is this some secret child of you and your wife's from back when you two were 14 years old? Chen Jiang'o's expression darkened. Chen Feng had an ominous feeling. Why had the plot suddenly progressed in such a direction? How are we even alike? Chen Jiang'o retorted grudgingly before glancing at Chen Feng. After focusing on Chen Feng momentarily, he was somewhat stunned. Now that he looked at Chen Feng truly resembled Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen entered as well. What's the matter? Look properly. Chen Jiang'o whispered and told her all that had happened. Mrs. Chen's eyes flashed as she stared blankly at Chen Feng. After a long while, she smiled suddenly. Are you all stupid? This kid is already over 20 years old. At most, he can be my little brother. How can he be my son? Be careful lest you guys focus so much on archaeology that your brain suffers from it. Mrs. Chen grudgingly said, why are you guys still not working? We have delayed this project for way too long. We must start it today. You guys are not allowed to look for excuses to further delay the project. Instantly, they all dispersed. Stop thinking too much. Mrs. Chen smiled and said, thank you for your help. You can leave with the child after he's full. Chen Feng nodded. All right. After looking at Mrs. Chen entering her room, he heaved a sigh of relief. What had happened earlier? Why had the topic switched to the topic of him being their son so suddenly? Perhaps Chen Feng was alarmed. Perhaps this was the mysterious enemy's true goal? Suddenly, he thought of the enemy that had never appeared after the bazooka incident. He had been on guard against assassinations and attacks all this time yet had forgotten the enemy's true goal. That's right. Who said that killing was the only way of erasing an enemy? Since the enemy knew that Chen Feng's combat strength was unequaled here in this world, the enemy would certainly not act rashly. Just imagine the scene where the enemy managed to successfully cause his parents to doubt him, or to recognize him, or perhaps cause him to be unable to bear not telling them the truth. Regardless of which of these happened, the timeline would most certainly change as a result. This might affect even the future. This was the enemy's true goal. Damn it. As Chen Feng thought of this, his entire body became drenched with cold sweat. He had nearly fallen to this trick. Fortunately, when Chen Jiang'o had been on the verge of doubting him, Mrs. Chen, who should have been feeding the baby in the room, had arrived outside and solved this crisis for him. Mrs. Chen Feng sighed. This Mrs. Chen perfectly fit the image of a perfect mother in Chen Feng's heart. All along the journey, she had displayed great concern for his well-being. Chen Feng couldn't help being moved by the concern she had shown. If he truly had such a mother by his side. Alas, he had to endure it. He could not be the one to change the past. He shut both his eyes, trying to calm his thoughts. Suddenly, he frowned. The instant he had shut his eyes, with his powerful senses, he had noted that on his neck was a faint purple dot, so small one could easily miss it. Weird. When did this appear? Chen Feng shook his head. After casting his senses toward it and finding that it did not seem harmful and was merely a faint coloration, he shook his head and forgot about it. Perhaps this was a side effect of descending upon this world. At present, he had no intention of courting unnecessary trouble. He should wait calmly as Mrs. Chen finished feeding the baby before leaving. After a while, Chen Feng's senses were cast everywhere. With vigilance, he observed every single person in the vicinity. He paid great attention to what they were saying, as he could not allow them to further the previous discussion. There's also Chen Jiang'o. Since Mrs. Chen was feeding the baby, it would be inconvenient for Chen Feng to cast his senses toward her. However, he ensured that his attention was fully on this fellow, especially since this guy was once again talking about his son. Chen Feng watched on silently. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Chen Feng." Yes. Chen Feng opened his eyes and found with astonishment that it was actually Mrs. Chen that had appeared beside him. At present, she was gazing at him with deep emotions. Hold on. She seemed to have called him Chen Feng. Damn it. Chen Feng cursed inwardly. You. Just as Chen Feng was about to say something, Mrs. Chen pointed at the baby in her embrace and gently said, "Chen Feng." "I'm saying his name is Chen Feng." Oh. At this, Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief, realizing that Mrs. Chen was here to pass him the baby. "You are done, MHM." Mrs. Chen nodded, yet there was still a trace of worry about her. "Don't worry. The baby will definitely be delivered safely," Chen Feng promised. "I have no doubt about that." Suddenly, Mrs. Chen said, "What I'm worried about is, do you think this baby will be very ugly when he grows up in the future?" Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward as he answered, "Oh, I doubt it. After all, his dad is somewhat ugly." Mrs. Chen was anxious. "If he resembles his dad, it will be troublesome." Chen Feng. "What the hell? Wouldn't it be even more troublesome if the baby instead did not resemble the dad?" Mrs. Chen was being somewhat excessive here. Instantly, Chen Feng felt the image of a perfect mother collapsing. This mother was too mischievous. "Do you think that this child will be able to find a wife in the future?" Mrs. Chen asked. "Ah?" Chen Feng was stupefied. "Yes." Mrs. Chen was very anxious. "I heard that the imbalance of the numbers in both genders is increasing. I wonder if it's because I haven't been feeding this baby much milk for the past 2 days, but I feel like he hasn't been fed well enough, stunting his growth somewhat. How is he supposed to find a girlfriend in the future with stunted growth?" Chen Feng's face darkened. "What stunted growth?" "Dear Mom, this is your son you're talking about here." "Don't worry." Chen Feng gnashed his teeth. "He will grow into a fine young man. If so, I won't be worrying that much anymore," Mrs. Chen said with a smile. Was this truly his biological mother? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. "If so, I will pass him on to you." Mrs. Chen passed the baby to Chen Feng carefully. "Feng, please do take care." "In the future," Mrs. Chen said to the baby in Chen Feng's embrace. Instantly, Chen Feng's body stiffened. From this angle, from this direction, these words caused great waves in his emotions. "Goodbye." With the baby, Chen Feng's body flickered and vanished. Just like that, Mrs. Chen watched on blankly until she could no longer see them. Chen Jiang'o walked over and sighed. Has the baby been given to him? He was still somewhat anxious. He knew that if this Qin Hai actually wanted to snatch his child, it would be way too easy for him. Mrs. Chen nodded. Chen Jiang'o sighed. Hopefully he can safely deliver the baby. Mrs. Chen glared at him and ignored him. Instead, she directly returned to the room. Huh? Why had this pen been taken out? Chen Jiang'o asked as he saw the cinnabar pen on the table. This had been excavated during their previous archaeology assignment and was seemingly useless. The pen's only function was to leave a mark on a human body, a mark that could not be erased no matter what. Apart from that, this pen was useless. Nothing. I merely found it accidentally when rearranging the luggage earlier, Mrs. Chen said with a smile. Is that so? Chen Jiang'o muttered. He looked at the pen before saying, even the lid wasn't put back on. Who used the pen this time? He. Mrs. Chen smiled and continued looking at something. What are you looking at? Chen Jiang'o glanced over curiously and noted that she was looking at the weather forecast. What's so interesting about this? The weather bureau chief is my ex-classmate. Before coming, I already checked with him. The following month will be a dry season, Chen Jiang'o said proudly. It's your ex-classmate, Mrs. Chen grumbled, and she continued reading. Chen Jiang'o glanced over and noticed that this time, she was looking at the topography of King Mountain. Why are you looking at this? He was feeling curious. Why are you behaving oddly today? Is it because of that kid called Qin Hai? His superpower? We who dabble in archaeology should be much more receptive toward the existence of superpowers, right? Chen Jiang'o curled his lip. It's only that we never expected that such a thing actually exists for real. And for us to even have such a person protecting us. Seems like they are looking quite highly upon this project of ours. Mrs. Chen merely sneered. She continued flipping past the book in her hand until she reached the page detailing the disaster caused by a heavy downpour at King Mountain 50 years ago. How far are the nearest reinforcements from here? Mrs. Chen asked. Chen Jiang'o chuckled. There's no reinforcements. We are so far away from civilization. If something truly happens, only helicopters can reach this place to mount a rescue mission. Is that so? Mrs. Chen shut her eyes and said, in that case, I finally understood. She shut the book in silence. Chen Jiang'o placed his hand on her forehead, appearing somewhat anxious. Do you have a fever? You are behaving so oddly. Do you want to see a doctor? Mrs. Chen ignored him and suddenly said, Jiang'o, I have a question. You must answer me seriously. Chen Jiang'o blanked. What is it? If the past is changed, will the future change as well? Mrs. Chen asked softly. Chen Jiang'o was dumbstruck. What kind of a question is this? Mrs. Chen spoke solemnly. Answer me after thinking thoroughly. This is a very important question. Oh. Chen Jiang'o pondered for a while before saying, definitely. Mrs. Chen shut her eyes and said, I understand now. Can't change. She recalled the first time she had seen Qin Hai, the complicated expression in his eyes. The anticipation, the pain, the melancholy, and the conflict. Jiang'o, I feel like our child will be an amazing person in the future. Can he be even more amazing than me? What kind of a response is this? But then, why are you suddenly happy? Earlier, you were still mumbling incessantly. What's going on, exactly? You don't have to worry about this. Forget it. Oh, right, earlier, old Jiang suddenly went crazy. He said that we don't have to start working today and can go have a meal at the foot of the mountain instead. Chen Jiang'o said suddenly. Have a meal? Sudden suggestion. Mrs. Chen's eyes widened. Why? No idea. Chen Jiang'o was curious as well. I keep feeling that old Jiang is behaving oddly today. Previously, he was the one who mentioned that the kid looks like my son. And then he suddenly suggested we go down the mountain to have a meal. But since he has requested it, we have to give him face. Let's go down together, Chen Jiang'o said, not too bothered about it. Mrs. Chen seemed to have thought of something, as suddenly she shook her head. No. With a resolute gaze, she said, we must start our work today. This is the assignment given by the higher-ups. If we want to celebrate, we shall do it by having a good meal after the completion of this project. Chen Jiang'o looked conflicted, but Mrs. Chen was resolute. I said, today, we must start our work. Fine, today then. Chen Jiang'o smiled bitterly and took out a case from his bosom. This is something the Qin Hai fellow gave me earlier, telling me to give it to you. He even mentioned that you can only open it near dawn. Mrs. Chen's eyes shone. Oh, shall we take a look at what's inside? Chen Jiang'o urged. Mrs. Chen shook her head. Since he mentioned that we should only open it at dawn, we will do as he wishes. Why must we listen to that kid? Chen Jiang'o said sourly. Why are you being jealous of some kid? Mrs. Chen chuckled. Don't worry, I will not open it without you. Who cares? Chen Jiang'o curled his lip and mumbled, why are you all behaving so oddly today? Mrs. Chen gazed into the distance, a smile on her lips. Late at night, Chen Feng was traveling with a child in his embrace. This was an extremely peculiar feeling, especially when he knew that he was carrying himself. Is this how I looked when I was young? Chen Feng found this refreshing. He turned the sleeping baby around and said in astonishment. So when I'm young, my body was this small. However, when he saw the purple dot on the baby's neck, his body froze. His expression changed. He was sure that, growing up, there had been no such purple dot on his neck. This thing. Chen Feng cast his senses toward the purple dot and instantly, his body chilled. How was this possible? He had never expected his true identity to be seen through as, at that alien world, when he had reached S-class, his entire physical body had been reconstructed. His present body was in fact a body formed of pure energy. He waved his hand. Shwa. Instantly, his body dissipated away before reforming an instant later. And yet the purple dot was still even though it was extremely faint, so faint that one could almost disregard it. Chen Feng pointed at the baby. Condense. Even if he couldn't remember his memories from when he was young, that did not mean that the memories did not exist. Although the memories of a baby were extremely hazy, since they existed, Chen Feng would be able to find them. A faint radiance swept past, and instantly, Chen Feng recalled the deepest of his memories from his mind. He saw that in the room, Mrs. Chen had used a pen to softly poke his neck. So it turned out that this was the work of Mrs. Chen. This pen. Chen Feng's gaze landed on the pen. From the pen, he felt a familiar aura. Instantly, he took in a deep breath. If this pen was also something his father had obtained from an archaeology mission, it couldn't be that this pen was also uncovered together with the Fate Stone, right? Chen Feng was shocked. He had experienced himself how scary the Fate Stone was. As for this pen, the purple dot seemed capable of imprinting one's very soul. It seemed to be impossible to clear away. This in itself was an astonishing feat, something surpassing logic and the limitations of energy, even in the genetic era. Here, a huge secret was hidden. Chen Feng felt regretful. Unfortunately, I can't bring that pen with me. This time, he had also descended into the past with only his soul. As such, he would not be able to bring anything back to the future. As for his parents, Chen Feng stopped his steps as he thought of them. He checked the time. Only a few minutes were left before the accident. He raised his head, focused his gaze, and looked in the direction of King Mountain. At King Mountain, the project began as scheduled. The old man tried creating numerous disturbances, but with the unyielding Mrs. Chen there, everyone still started their work. Only after working an entire evening did they return to rest. Alas, before they could even sleep, a muffled boom resounded. Suddenly, a majestic downpour descended from the sky. Shwa! The torrential rain poured down. Instantly, the newly dug archaeological site was submerged by the water. The regular waterproof tents seemed completely useless here as the rapid gale swept them all away. The rain grew heavier, and faint booms of thunder resounded. Everyone paled. Something has happened. Something happened up there. I heard a booming sound. Something seems to be heading down here. Looks like a landslide. Run, fast. Everyone escaped toward the mountain foot, cutting sorry figures. Alas, how could they escape on time? It has indeed arrived, muttered Mrs. Chen. It seemed like her guess was correct after all. Chen Jiang'o rushed over and pulled at her. Go fast. Mrs. Chen shook her head. There's no point. If we manage to escape, the child will. What are you talking about? Chen Jiang'o said anxiously. Move fast. Don't worry, Mrs. Chen said calmly. The kid gave you something earlier, right? Take it out now. Chen Jiang'o was stunned. Now, that kid had indeed told them to open the case at dawn, but now, he looked at the heavy downpour, the booming sound that was approaching them, and the violent gale around them. Should they really open the case here? What was up with his wife today? Chen Jiang'o was extremely anxious. Mrs. Chen merely pulled at his hand. Trust me. You. Chen Jiang'o smiled bitterly. Forget it. Even if they tried escaping, where could they escape to? In fact, people like them were experts in terms of topography. The probability of surviving such a landslide was terrifyingly low. However, everyone was still following their instincts and trying to flee, hoping that they would be cared for by luck. After all, the further one escaped from the landslide, the higher the probability of them surviving, right? However, since his wife had apparently given up, Chen Jiang'o had no intention of fleeing himself. Pulling his wife's hand, they hid at a location that was still dry before taking out something that was wrapped in a piece of clothing. The thing appeared rather worn out. Carefully, Chen Jiang'o opened it. Within was a tube-shaped item with a label that read potassium permanganate. Evidently, this was a test tube containing some chemical that'd been produced in some laboratory. However, it was obvious that potassium permanganate wasn't what was contained within the tube. Rather, it was a wondrous-looking liquid shining with a light blue radiance. This was a color Chen Jiang'o had never seen before. Such a feeling. This blue was akin to the blue one could only see from special effects in movies. What is this? Chen Jiang'o gulped and was somewhat dumbstruck. That kid called Gin Hai had actually given them something so weird. Chen Jiang'o unfolded the clothing and a piece of paper fell out. There's a note attached here. Let me take a look. Mrs. Chen looked at the paper. Due to limited materials, I can only produce this one. Crush it during a moment of crisis. Crush it? Chen Jiang'o looked at the reagent bottle that was flickering with a blue glow and hesitated. This thing. Would it hurt his hand if he crushed it? Mrs. Chen glared at him. Coward. Bang. The booming sound was getting nearer. The final dry patch of land they were at was finally submerged by water as a violent gale engulfed at them. When they raised their heads, a rolling landslide could be seen heading toward them with an intense trembling. The landslide had arrived. Chen Jiang'o's body chilled. Truly, he had initially hoped that they might get lucky, but the moment he saw the landslide, all his help vanished. A landslide of this scale. At this moment, he recalled his ex-classmate that was working at the Weather Bureau. What the hell? He is indeed unreliable. Looking at the reagent bottle in his hand, he crushed it without hesitation. Just as Chen Feng had foreseen, regardless of whether Chen Jiang'o believed him or not, when all hope seemed lost, Chen Jiang'o would try anything. Chen Jiang'o grabbed tightly, and next, nothing seemed to happen. When he looked down, he found that he had actually failed to crush the tube. He clenched his teeth and grabbed tightly again, yet he still failed to crush it. He was stupefied. What damnable materials is this tube made of? Bang! The landslide surged over violently. Stupid! Mrs. Chen glared at him and grabbed the tube from him before directly smashing it over Chen Jiang'o's head. Chen Jiang'o? A crisp shattering sound could be heard. With a bitter smile, Chen Jiang'o looked at his wife's hand. The expected blood was nowhere to be seen. The expected flowing liquid was nowhere to be seen either. The only thing that appeared was a light blue radiance that instantly engulfed them. Bang! Instantly, they lost consciousness. Mrs. Chen calmly took on whatever was coming. After all, an unreal item like this was something that had never happened in her life before. Something like this was not supposed to exist. However, if it was that child, bang! The blue radiance bloomed. Bang! The landslide swept past, submerging everything on King Mountain. Somewhere, Chen Feng watched on silently as the King Mountain disaster unfolded. He saw everything, yet he was unable to change anything, since this was the correct event for this timeline. Or, to be more precise, he could not change anything. He watched on until he sensed a familiar aura. This was the aura of the gene reagent he'd produced the other day. It had been used. Used? Chen Feng gazed ahead. This should not be considered as changing history, right? After all, everything is still the same as the correct history. A slight ripple appeared in his memories, yet his memories remained nearly unchanged. He checked his memories regarding the fate of his parents. There had been numerous reports and numerous conclusions, with 99% of them believing that his parents had died and 1% of them believing that his parents had gone missing. These were the original reports he had received. However, now that he checked his memories, it was still a mixed conclusion of dead and missing, yet the number of reports believing that they had gone missing had increased by a bit. Naturally, these reports had all been issued during the initial few days after the incident. After several years, since the Chen couple had not shown themselves, the ultimate conclusion drawn had been their death. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. There are no major changes to my memory. Everything is as usual. As for his parents, Chen Feng recalled the function of that gene reagent and felt at ease. He inhaled deeply. This was the most he could do. This should not be considered cheating, right? Let's go. Chen Feng moved once again. Hugging a child, he vanished amid the darkness. Since he was already done dealing with his parents, this was the end of this part of the mission. He believed that the consciousness that was also the culprit of this was incapable of doing too much here, since that consciousness had to comply with the laws of this world and could only make use of forces available in this world. Thus, the next thing Chen Feng needed to do was safely deliver this child to where the child was supposed to be. Late at night, Chen Feng was streaking forth amid the darkness. Based on his speed, in around 10 minutes, he would reach his destination. At that point, his time in this world would probably end automatically. That hidden culprit could only try changing history through derailing the path of his parents. Now that Chen Feng was done dealing with his parents, the culprit shouldn't have any other methods of changing history. Perhaps even the culprit had never imagined that the world Chen Feng had been born in was a world where no special abilities existed, a world fully populated by ordinary people. As such, in the primordial era, that culprit had been able to get countless people to chase after Chen Feng, yet here, everyone that culprit threw at Chen Feng could easily deal with. But then, it was still better to be safe. Chen Feng didn't know what the culprit would try to pull this time. For example, a guided missile or something similar. As such, Chen Feng traveled with the child in his embrace while his vigilance was at its peak. However, even after reaching the urban district, still no enemies were found. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he wondered, has the culprit given up? He entered the urban district, returning to the place he was so very familiar with before passing the baby on to the old granny. It's over. He could feel space start trembling lightly around him. Based on his previous experience, this was a sign that his time here in this world was ending. Soon, both he and that consciousness would disappear from this world. Alas, right at this instant, A near-piercing alarm buzzed. This was a type of alarm Chen Feng had never heard even after living in this world for over 20 years, a sound he had only ever heard from the TV. This was the city alarm. What? Chen Feng raised his head. Instantly, his pupils shrunk. There, in the distant sky, a dreadful thing was approaching at a terrifying speed. That was a nuclear warhead. Chen Feng's expression changed. Shit, nuclear warhead. How had this thing appeared here? They were inland, it shouldn't have appeared here. However, this thought merely flashed through his mind before he stopped thinking about it. With that culprit guiding the events of this world, was there anything that was truly impossible? Perhaps he had guided a group of people to attack, and also guided a group of people to give up on their defenses. In any case, it was pointless to think of all that. His biggest concern at present was getting rid of that incoming warhead. Chen Feng was sure that the target was this city. Right before their departure, a nuclear warhead had been deployed to the city Chen Feng was at. Next. There would be no next. Chen Feng was sure that the instant this thing landed, the entire city would be destroyed. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. How vicious. That consciousness was capable of familiarizing with the systems of this world in such a short period of time, and was even capable of guiding a certain elite of this world to launch this nuclear warhead by force. All this was for the sake of erasing Chen Feng from existence, even at the cost of millions of lives. Chen Feng's decision to come to Mysterious Town to put an end to this thing had indeed been the correct choice. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Something like you should never be allowed to fully come into being. Shwa. His body soared. The spatial undulations around him were getting more and more intense. During these final moments, it was evident that even that consciousness was afraid of receiving the backlash of the laws of this world. After all, that consciousness would most probably receive a rather grave backlash from the act of changing the course of history. As such, the consciousness had selected the final moment before their departure before launching the nuclear warhead. After launching the warhead, the consciousness would depart directly. With this, the backlash could be evaded. And next, whatever destruction happened after the warhead landed would be unrelated to that consciousness. Is this what you intend to do? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Come. Then, bang! Instantly, Chen Feng's body streaked forth. For the first time, his awakened power was fully unleashed. With his incredible prowess, he streaked forth, instantly covering a great distance and reaching the nuclear warhead at the exact moment when the warhead was flying over the sea. Chen Feng punched at it ferociously. Bang! Hum! A terrifying might bloomed and a dreadful heat wave swept out, blasting Chen Feng away instantly. The entire world was seemingly enveloped by a scorching white hum. A familiar radiance flashed before his eyes. Before he could experience the might of a nuclear weapon, he returned to the genetic era, to Mysterious Town. All around him, the town was still as brightly lit as ever. Returned? Chen Feng shut his eyes. Indeed, he had returned. As for that nuclear warhead, Chen Feng dug deep into his memories and found nothing related to the nuclear warhead at all. The only thing he found was the news reporting that a huge flame had blazed at the sea, creating quite a wondrous landscape there. The news was covered up. Chen Feng contemplated. In any case, that was also a good thing. I wonder if my body is actually capable of resisting a nuclear blast. Chen Feng smiled self-mockingly. Instinctively, he cast his senses all over his body. Instantly, he blanked. The purple dot had vanished. Chen Feng was stunned. Gone? Hold on. Why was it gone? Wasn't that thing something that had been imprinted on his very soul? Nothing had changed when he returned. If so, why was the purple dot gone? Chen Feng frowned. Was it a counterfeit? Just as he was about to say something, his blanked as he stared at a familiar item floating before him. The pen that should have stayed on Earth. This thing had actually followed him back to the genetic era. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Could it be? This thing was actually able of concealing itself in the purple dot and following Chen Feng back to this world? Holy shit! Instinctively, his hand reached out toward the pen. Next, a familiar power gushed out. This was the power of luck. Luck? Chen Feng was alarmed. This thing had indeed been dug out together with the fate stone. Shwa. He waved his hand. A wondrous power surged into his hand as a faint radiance converged at the nib of the pen before blooming with a petrifying power. Next, countless illusions seemed to flash before his eyes. Bang! A boom erupted in Chen Feng's mind. At that instant, he could seemingly see countless illusory figures appearing on this land. Each of them was unprecedentedly powerful, far surpassing the so-called awakened ones. Bang! His mind boomed. He saw the stirring powers below this piece of land. Bang! A wondrous sound echoed. He could see the terrifying powers that were turning over like the clouds in the sky. Bang! Heaven and earth seemed to resonate. He could seemingly see the entire world once again enveloped by darkness. Somewhere, amid a certain mountain range, a primordial giant elephant formed of light seemed to be awakening. One step at a time, the elephant stepped forth. Each step caused the world to shake, extremely dreadful. An old man waited as the primordial elephant walked toward him. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the seal is going to be lifted. Somewhere else, amid the boundless ocean, an ice blue whale formed of light swam around the ocean. Everywhere the whale passed, all mutated beasts would retreat, not daring to approach the whale in the slightest. On the surface of the sea was a small boat. In the boat was a middle-aged man. A look of intense longing appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Finally, have you returned? I have been waiting a long time for you. At the same time, at numerous places worldwide, similar occurrences were happening. Neighbors that had never appeared before finally left their house, seemingly waiting for something. Numerous powerful auras seemed to engulf the entire world. The alarm system of the research agency was buzzing at the highest level of warning. What happened? No idea. The genetic union was similarly clueless. They could only feel that something extremely terrifying was appearing. At this moment, on this planet that was nearly fully explored, not a single safe place could be found. What exactly is it? The president had a solemn expression. With astonishment, he noticed that along with the appearance of all these bizarre phenomena, the bottleneck he had been stuck at for so many years was at the moment tottering, seemingly about to loosen up. At this time, in the land of legacy, Duma, who was calmly recovering, suddenly opened both his eyes. Such power! How? Fear appeared on his face. Someone still reached this step in the end. The thing he feared most had still happened. Such power was obviously the power of resonance. Accompanied by numerous booms, the entire world seemed to be in the midst of awakening. Duma sighed. Resonance had still appeared in the end. He was a person who had experienced the primordial era. As such, he was aware of how dreadful resonance was. What was scary wasn't the power of resonance itself. Rather, the significance of resonance was what was scary. It can no longer be prevented. He raised his head. At this moment, countless people were doing the same thing, gazing up at the numerous bizarre phenomena unfolding in the sky. What is this? Chen Feng was somewhat dumbfounded as he saw this. He had never expected that by merely using a single pen, something so terrifying would happen. After seeing this, he pulled the pen back forcefully. Shwa! All the illusions vanished. The world recovered its previous tranquility. Earlier, there was still fear lingering in his heart. Illusions? No, he was sure that those had not been illusions. The power that had appeared when he had been controlling this pen had seemingly triggered the reaction of something, resulting in those bizarre phenomena. What was it? Chen Feng had no idea. This thing. He gazed at the pen in his hand. It seemed like he had to first put this pen away for now. At least before he figured out the actual function of this pen, he would absolutely not dare to use it again. The scene he had seen earlier had truly been too scary. As he thought about it, he placed a common seal on the pen. It was a rather weak seal. However, it was still better than nothing. Forget it. Chen Feng put the pen away. Alas, at faraway locations, the old man who had been about to touch the giant elephant, the middle-aged man who had been about to fuse with the giant whale, and numerous other experts worldwide that had been on the verge of getting in touch with the numerous phenomena that had appeared all discovered in stupefaction that in a single instant, everything had vanished. The giant elephant was gone. The giant whale was gone. Everything was gone. ? How is this possible? The power of resonance has already appeared. How can it be stopped? Since the resonance has been triggered and the phenomena were on the verge of rebirth, how is it possible for everything to be gone? Everyone was dumbfounded. The booming sounds worldwide earlier had overwhelmed them with emotions. Each boom had been akin to a pound on their heart, boiling their blood. Next, during the final moment when they had been on the verge of success, everything had vanished. How could they not be stupefied by this? They had been waiting for this for so many years. Some powerful existences were communicating in secret. Hateful. Since it can appear once, it can definitely appear a second time, right? That direction. seems to be Mysterious Town. There are the primordial remnants trying to reawaken the primordial era. That is possible. The resonance has already appeared. Sooner or later, it will resound throughout the world. I will be waiting for that day. So am I. Mysterious Town, primordial. Slowly and gradually, these voices vanished again. In the land of legacy, Juma was watching on with an odd expression as everything unfolded. Even he, who had experienced the primordial era, had not expected that something like resonance could actually be stopped. This was somewhat inconceivable. Resonance was a unique concept. The moment it started, all powers related to resonance would be affected as well. This was the reason why Duma hadn't even dared to mention it before. If one had to describe this so-called resonance, it was like a bell, an extremely huge bell. The moment one pounded the bell, it would start ringing. The ringing would grow louder and louder and would not stop before it reached its peak. This was exactly what resonance was. As for what had happened earlier, it had just started ringing, and before the sound wave could even travel far, it had vanished. Truly unimaginable. Juma gazed in the direction of Mysterious Town. Is Chen Feng the one who stopped that fellow? This was the only conclusion he could reach. Evidently, he was not aware that in the first place, Chen Feng had been the one causing the resonance. At present, Chen Feng, who was still unaware of the mess he had nearly caused, was calmly putting his pen away and starting to plan his next steps. This was the second region he had conquered. He raised his head. Indeed, the two regions he had passed had become blank areas. Blank areas amid a region of myriad colors. This is what an area without a primordial power looks like. Chen Feng pondered. He looked around and noted that most of the primordial fragments were resisting the whole primordial remnant. Some areas had still been conquered and possessed the same color as the whole primordial remnant. It seemed like Chen Feng wasn't the only one who needed to hasten his pace. That whole primordial remnant had also increased its pace. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. You have been changing history all the while? He could not allow this fellow to continue this. Otherwise, nobody could imagine what would happen to the present era. After all, this fellow was altering the history of the primordial era. Suddenly, Spirit's voice sounded. What is this? Don't know. Chen Feng shook his head and suddenly thought of something. Did you see anything earlier? Spirit shook her head. I did not. But I can replay what happened earlier. Please wait a moment. Shwa. A screen appeared. There, what had happened when Chen Feng's soul had traveled to Earth was replayed. Similarly, only a few seconds had passed in the present world this time as well. In the few short seconds, the purple dot on his neck had flickered suddenly before transforming into that pen. Chen Feng was shocked. This purple dot. He found that in the shown scene, even prior to his entry into Mysterious Town, the purple dot had remained on his neck. What's up? Spirit had an odd feeling. Wasn't the purple dot something that had always been on his neck? Why was he reacting like this? Suddenly, Chen Feng realized something. So that's the case. In short, history had changed, resulting in him having this purple dot growing up. The purple dot had been hidden on his neck all along until this moment when he'd returned to Earth. Only then had it awoken. Doubt flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. What are you, exactly? The moment he used this thing, a formidable power would erupt from it. Chen Feng had a feeling that if he used it forcefully, something unimaginable would happen. That was why he had stopped it, as that something was akin to a barrier that would break apart with a single jab. Chen Feng contemplated. If he was able to control the usage of this power and restrict it to a certain threshold that would not break that barrier. Shwa. Once again, he took the pen out. Hum. The booming sounds he expected to appear once again appeared. Everywhere around the world, it resounded. Those people that had concealed themselves, those experts that had just finished preparing to return to their long slumber, opened their eyes once again and, with a joyful expression, listened to the booming sounds. Here it comes. Ha ha. So it turns out that the stop earlier was merely an accident. It is here again. Everyone was ecstatic. Once again, the powerful phenomena appeared throughout the world. Filled with anticipation and in a fanatical manner, they waited for that legendary power. And next, just as they were about to touch the power, everything vanished once again. Everyone was dumbstruck. Gone again? Damn it, I was so near to regaining it. What happened? Exactly? The numerous experts cast their senses out blankly and helplessly, searching for the aura that had vanished. They had obviously been on the verge of success. Why had it suddenly disappeared? None of them had the answer. And now they felt rather awkward, as they did not know if they should return to where they had been hiding all this while. Should they go into slumber yet again, or keep waiting? In case it returned, then what? Alas, after waiting a long time, it did not reappear. Perhaps fate has yet to come. They sighed in regret. Alas, right before they entered their slumber, once again, the booming resounded worldwide. That symphony of resonance, that pounding from the depths of their souls, was once again calling to them. Dong, dong. Again. They waited in anticipation. Once again, the phenomena appeared. 1 step, 2 steps. At the precise moment when they were about to touch the phenomena, everything vanished. All the experts raged. FCK. Screw this. Which asshole is doing this? Gone again. What's wrong with that bastard? What exactly is that fellow doing? No idea. This guy is like someone who can't pee smoothly. They were all furious, pacing back and forth. They waited, not knowing what to do. Subsequently, the booming indeed returned several times. Yet each time, it vanished at the crucial moment. Only a single one of them needed to succeed for this resonance to remain for real. Yet unfortunately, it did not happen. Perhaps. Suddenly, one of them thought of something. I understand. After all, it has been very long since this land got a new awakened one. As such, a certain awakened one might have been trying to break through after obtaining some primordial power. The moment he finishes comprehending the power of resonance, this mysterious veil that has been sealing us will be thoroughly torn apart. The rest bonded. You are saying, he does not have sufficient strength? That's right. He's too weak. This should be a regular awakened one who accidentally found out about resonance and tried entering that realm. Unfortunately, the method he is using is too idiotic, resulting in this. Perhaps we can assist him. Yes, that's feasible. The experts communicated with their senses. Only a little power needed to be lent to that person. They were all incredibly powerful existences that had been sealed on this land and couldn't leave for real unless the primordial era appeared once again. As such, it was not a problem for them to first lend a tiny bit of their power to that person. Perhaps this was their only hope. As such, when the power of resonance appeared once again, all these legendary experts unleashed their powerful, rare, and precious power over to the origin of resonance. At this moment, in Mysterious Town, Chen Feng, who was waving the pen around, found with joy that his strength actually increased for no apparent reason. Using this thing can actually increase my strength? He was pleasantly surprised. It had been a long time since his strength had last increased. He had initially believed that he would not be able to increase his strength anymore in his entire life. Unexpectedly, this mysterious pen was actually able to increase his strength. Splendid. In any case, it will be fine so long as I don't go over that limit. I can try it out a few more times. The elated Chen Feng started acting according to his plans. Shwa, shwa. The pen in his hand fluttered around. Numerous powers surged out and converged together without stop. At this moment, all over the world, everyone was waiting in anticipation for the power of resonance to go over the limit required to lift their seal. They could vaguely feel that the power was increasing without stop. He has become stronger. Yes, he will be able to break through sooner or later. Everyone was full of anticipation. They could personally feel the never-ending symphony of resonance. They waited as the symphony of resonance increased in intensity, waited for the moment of rebirth, waited as that person charged forth time and time again in his attempt to break through. However, wasn't he taking too long? The power at their disposal was already very rare and little in amount. However, even after channeling their power to that person, he still seemed stuck, forever unable to break through. Over and over. Soon, some of them gave up. However, some still persevered on. Depressingly, regardless of the amount of power they channeled over, that person was still stuck a tiny distance from breaking through. Thereupon, the legendary symphony of resonance behaved like some public speaker, being replayed over and over again. Toward the end, when this symphony resounded once again, all the experts merely watched on with stupefied expressions, watching as the phenomena appeared before vanishing, too lazy to even stretch their hands out anymore. Swindler. They were all numb now. This person is probably so stupid that he wouldn't be able to comprehend resonance his whole life, right? They all despaired. After so many years, the first person to touch upon the power of resonance was actually someone with such a terrible aptitude, someone so idiotic. Regardless of the amount of power they had channeled over, that person had still failed to break through. Trash. They cursed before finally deciding to ignore that person. They had never expected that a day would come when they would hear the symphony they so yearned for to only feel annoyed by it, so annoyed that they feel like killing someone. Screw this resonance. Screw this symphony. At this time, Chen Feng, who was putting in great effort waving the pen around, found with regret that regardless of how he brandished the pen now, his strength seemed to have stopped increasing. Is this thing exhausted of energy? Chen Feng stopped with regret. He tried waving it one last time to confirm that this pen was no longer able to absorb any energy before stopping for real. Not so special after all, Chen Feng muttered. Spirit. These two were obviously clueless as to what had happened. The experts that had been awoken by the symphony of resonance obviously didn't expect that Chen Feng was the culprit messing around here. The present you should be an expert even among awakened ones, Spirit said with a smile. Yeah? Chen Feng sensed the surging power within him. He believed that for the present him, even if he had to meet Duma with force, he would have no fear. The strength he had obtained from the pen was indeed astonishingly powerful, even causing the energy within his body to undergo some sort of transformation. This is enough. Chen Feng put the pen away, satisfied. This thing was too mysterious. Since it was no longer capable of absorbing energy for him, he might as well put it away. In any case, the increase in strength he had gained was sufficient for him to take a long time to digest. His mouth curled up, forming a smile. Time to go to the next region. He waved his hand. Shwa. The remaining primordial aura around him cleared away and a fragment landed on the ground. Huh? He lowered his head and picked the fragment up. If his guess was correct, this green fragment was the thing that had brought him back to Earth earlier. Many thanks, Chen Feng muttered. A faint light flashed past. At this instant, Chen Feng could clearly feel the primordial aura enveloping all of Mysterious Town weaken somewhat. He narrowed his eyes. Interesting. It seemed like the more regions he conquered, the more the strength of that complete primordial item would be adversely affected. To be precise, that primordial item had probably received backlash from attempting to change history. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Although that fellow was capable of using such an inconceivable method to change the world, Chen Feng was sure that the backlash that fellow received was incredibly scary as well. All would be fine if its changes to history had succeeded. But when it failed instead, Chen Feng sneered. If his guess was correct, each history he saved would cause the enemy to suffer an intense backlash. This was true regardless of whether it was the Scarab race's history or his own. This fellow's strength was weakening. This was a chance for him. Chen Feng was sure that this primordial item was so powerful that one couldn't even begin to describe its prowess. However, regardless of how strong it was, when fighting against the primordial fragments in this city, when trying to change the history of these fragments, it would not be able to split its attention. As such, it had been rather helpless against Chen Feng. It has no choice but to face these fragments with its full strength, Chen Feng contemplated. As such, it wasn't able to do anything to me, allowing me to easily obtain victory. However, the resulting effect of my previous victory in the Scarab race's time was too great, angering it. Even if it couldn't do anything to me, it could still increase the range of its power to cover me as well. That's why it was able to enter Earth. However, its single mistake was that it did not expect that I actually came from a low-tier martial world, resulting in it utterly failing in its attempt to erase me. Chen Feng's eyes shone. After the Scarab race had been saved, he had been thanked. After he'd shifted the attention from the green fragment to himself, he had been thanked as well. After being invaded once, it did not seem like the primordial item had attempted another invasion into his history. This signified that the history attached to a person could only be invaded once. Chen Feng was able to reach a conclusion soon enough. In short, that enemy would no longer be able to invade Chen Feng's history. He smiled as he thought of that. If so, there was no longer any need for him to worry. Distantly, the multicolored world remained. Evidently, the other fragments were still resisting tenaciously. Chen Feng stepped into one of the regions. Surprisingly, when he stepped in, this region seemed to be brimming with hostility against him. He sensed a strong rejection and also an intense killing intent. The entire world seemed to be rejecting him for no apparent reason. The second Chen Feng entered this world, he felt like everyone around him had suddenly focused their attention on him with vicious looks in their eyes. He was alarmed. Not good. Leave. Without hesitation, he left. Bang! The enemies chased after him together. As he ran, he pondered. This familiar aura was indeed still the primordial era. However, why had he received such an intense rejection the moment he'd arrived? After thinking for a bit, he understood. It seemed like the primordial item had obtained the upper hand in its fight against the primordial fragment of this particular history. As such, this world was on the verge of becoming a world belonging to that mysterious consciousness. Since its attention had been focused on Chen Feng all along, the moment he had appeared here, he had become everyone's enemy. So that was the case. Chen Feng finally understood. Swish, swish. Countless enemies chased after him. Chen Feng frowned. Among these pursuers, even the weakest was an awakened one. Enemies at the same level as him were all incredibly terrifying, and they were great in number as well. He sighed. This way, I won't be able to flee at all. He had been neglectful. He had never expected that he would actually arrive in a world where the history transformation was on the verge of success. That mysterious consciousness had obviously arrived here a long time ago. The original primordial fragment of this history was on the verge of defeat. What to do? Leave? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had no way of leaving. During his previous ventures, he had only been forcefully removed after the end of the mission. By himself, he was incapable of exiting this world. Shwa. The number of enemies around him increased, each of them incredibly powerful. Earlier, only ordinary awakened ones had been chasing after him. Now, even stronger existences had appeared. Chen Feng even felt a certain terrifying power scanning him. He couldn't last much longer. Shwa, shwa. Numerous powerful auras surged out. Even the bunkers and non-living hiding places Chen Feng tried hiding in were filled with intense rejection toward him. If he hid behind a stone, the stone would, in an absurd manner, roll away. If he hid behind a tree, the tree would suddenly wilt away. This feeling. It was as if this entire world was going to be under the control of that mysterious consciousness soon enough. Chen Feng was clear that the moment history here was changed. For example, as a result of the death of a certain someone, this world would immediately vanish and the real history would change. Chen Feng would probably be killed immediately as well. This wouldn't do. He looked at the awakened ones chasing after him. At this moment, his thoughts were unprecedentedly clear as he looked around and noticed that the distant forest would probably be helpful for him. Alas, just as he neared the forest, the ground started shaking, spurting great amounts of lava out. Chen Feng. Lava shooting out of a forest? What in the world? Screw you. Even if this world has enmity toward me, you should follow the natural laws, right? Is the lava of your family produced from forests? What in the world? Why not drop some blades from the sky while you're at it? Bang! Just as this thought crossed his mind, numerous blades brushed past his body and landed on the ground underneath, shocking Chen Feng to the point that he was soaked with cold sweat. He raised his head abruptly. In the sky, numerous ice blades were raining down upon him. The ice blades were as sharp as steel blades, falling down ferociously. Some beasts that were unable to dodge in time were instantly sliced into numerous pieces by the falling blades. Fine. You are indeed amazing. Chen Feng turned around and escaped immediately. Alas, it seemed like it was somewhat too late. The terrifying rain of ice blades and the tsunami of lava had seemingly completely surrounded him. Mysterious town. Qin Hai was stepping in from the edge of the town. An intense force surged and bounced him away. Still can't enter? He frowned. Chen Feng has already cleared 2 regions. Yet this repelling force is still so strong. This primordial item is actually so powerful. Shwa. He took out a turtle shell. A faint radiance swirled around. Once again, he tried stepping in. The repelling force was counteracted by the swirling light. Finally, Qin Hai was able to enter Mysterious Town. After walking past 2 blank regions, he saw Chen Feng. At present, the aura around Chen Feng was incredibly unstable. Something has happened? He recalled what his master had told him. Without hesitation, he pointed at Chen Feng. Bang! A powerful aura swept out and instantly engulfed Chen Feng's aura. Next, the aura rapidly combined together with the environmental aura, forming a new power. At this instant, within the primordial world, the sea of lava and rain of blades that had surrounded Chen Feng vanished the moment before they reached him. A peculiar aura swept past. Instantly, the forest returned to its previous appearance. The forest that had initially been so desolate that it couldn't hide anyone started growing crazily. In a single second, the vegetation grew so huge and dense that the sky and earth seemed to be covered by it. Instantly, Chen Feng's figure and aura vanished amid the dense and lush forest. Huh? Those people chasing after him were dumbstruck. Previously, there had been sudden lava and ice blades. Now, the forest had suddenly become lush. What in the world was going on? None of them had a clue. They tried entering the forest to look for Chen Feng. With grief, they found that looking for a person in such a lush forest was simply an impossible task. As for Chen Feng, he could keenly feel that this world's hostility toward him had vanished. Moreover, this world was presently showing goodwill to him instead of the previous hostility. As such, the world was now operating in a way that favored him. Why? Chen Feng was doubtful as he muttered, "Is it because of my earlier proclamation that this fellow is indeed amazing? Why don't you call me amazing instead?" sounded the grumbling voice of Qin Hai. Qin Hai? Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. "How did you enter?" He remembered clearly that only awakened ones could enter this town. "Master gave me a turtle shell," Qin Hai said. "So with a turtle shell, anyone can enter?" Chen Feng pondered. He recalled the turtle shell he had obtained in the first region. So it turned out that the shells of the scarab race had such special functions as well. He had previously thought that turtle shells could only be used to cook some soup. Qin Hai. What happened earlier? Chen Feng asked as he looked at the dense forest around him. Aura synchronization. Qin Hai continued. "I transmitted your aura to the primordial fragment of this region, causing it to be able to sense your aura and sync your aura with its aura. With this world will no longer reject you." "I see." Chen Feng finally understood. That whole primordial item that is controlling everything, that mysterious consciousness's name is Dream Recall Bell, a little bell. Initially, it was an item crafted by some super expert to remember and to visit his dead relatives when he missed them by traveling into the past. Subsequently, though, this item became one of the strongest surviving primordial remnants. It had zero combat power, yet it was capable of controlling space and time. After awakening its own consciousness, it became one of the most vicious weapons in existence, an extremely powerful existence. Qin Hai continued, "For an unknown reason, it awakened right at this time. Such a coincidence is supposed to be impossible." Dream Recall Bell. Chen Feng muttered. Qin Hai continued, "This is an information master obtained from his inherited memories." After waking up, the first thing this fellow did was forcefully enter the primordial era and tamper with the timeline before other powerful primordial remnants could awake, turning this bell into a true immortal. However, it had expected these primordial fragments to actually resist it when it was attempting to alter history. "Now that you say this, I have some doubts," Chen Feng asked. "Since this fellow is so powerful and possesses an independent consciousness, why must it tamper with the history of the races whose primordial fragments were here? For example, the scarab race earlier via the scarab race shell fragment. If the bell had instead selected to alter the history of other races whose primordial fragments were not here, it would be able to change history much more easily, right?" This was Chen Feng's doubt. If this fellow was truly able to change the history of any target it wished to, why not change the history of a race whose primordial fragment wasn't here? Why did it have to choose to suffer the counterattacks of all these fragments? First, it was too arrogant and did not bother about these fragments at all, since it is whole, unlike the others, which are still fragments. As such, it never expected that these fragments would still be able to resist it with their mere instinct. By the time it noticed this, it was already too late, like the rider of a tiger who is having a hard time getting off. Second, Qin Hai pondered and said, "Perhaps this dream recall bell requires some sort of coordinates to return to the past as well and is unable to return to any point of time freely. In any case, some sort of channel is required, like how the Twin Horns race reached this world. Without coordinates, those fellows would have had no way of reaching this planet. Perhaps this is the case for Dream Recall Bell as well. If so, a single fragment should be sufficient, right?" Chen Feng pondered and said, "Although there are numerous fragments here, each with their own stories, most of them are of the same era, the primordial era. To return to the primordial era, one of the fragments would be sufficient, right?" Qin Hai shook his head. "I am honestly clueless regarding your doubts. How are you even sure that the histories of the fragments that are not here have remained the same?" "What?" Chen Feng contemplated and was instantly overwhelmed with fear. True. What was the original history of the primordial era? What was the present history of the primordial era? Nobody could answer that. Therefore, it was possible that the Dream Recall Bell had already altered the entire primordial era, changing everything in a direction that was beneficial to itself. What they were seeing presently could very well be the results of a changed history. Only the primordial fragments here were still stubbornly resisting. It wasn't that the dream recall bell had only selected to change the history of these primordial fragments. Rather, the entire world had already been changed, with these fragments being the leftovers. If that was truly the case, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Hiss, Qin Hai continued, therefore, we must hang on. Master's opinion is to not worry too much about this. Although the dream recall bell is capable of altering a huge portion of the primordial era's history, the truly important and powerful existences of the primordial era all have some primordial fragments left behind. So long as the changes here are unsuccessful, the core events of the primordial era will not change. Those powerful races such as the Scarab race are simply impossible to be cleanly erased. They will not allow a mere dream recall bell to alter their history. As such, their fight will also be our opportunity. For instance, what's happening now? Come, then, Chen Feng said with a sharp gaze. This primordial fragment did not recognize you. Hence, when you entered, both this fragment and the dream recall bell regarded you as an enemy. That is why you experienced the full malice of this world. After I transmitted your thoughts to this fragment accepted you as being on the same side and showed you the maximum amount of kindness. This is our chance. I will sync you with the fragment while you go deal with dream recall bell, Qin Hai said. Understood. Once again, Chen Feng set off. With Qin Hai's help and the goodwill of this world, Chen Feng was like a fish back in water. The circumstances that had initially favored the dream recall bell were being reversed. Once again, its attempt to change history failed. Bang! Light swirled around and Chen Feng returned to the real world. Once again, the dream recall bell's aura surrounding the town weakened. It is injured. Chen Feng was overjoyed. It was indeed as he had guessed. Each time he stopped history from changing, the bell would suffer backlash. The region he was in was now cleared. If this continues, it won't be long before we are done with this fellow. Let's go. Decisively, he entered the next region. Together, Qin Hai nodded and followed behind him. Surprising them, the instant they entered the next region, the dream recall bell's aura, which had previously been weakened, instantly surged. The berserk aura swept through the entire mysterious town, locking on to Qin Hai. Not good. Chen Feng's heart thumped as he had an ominous feeling. He grabbed out, trying to hold on to Qin Hai, yet his hand grabbed at empty air. Qin Hai's body had actually transformed into countless particles before dissipating away in the air. Just like that, he evaporated from this world. As for Chen Feng's memories of Qin Hai, they were gradually vanishing as well. History. The history pertaining to Qin Hai had been altered. It has arrived. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. As his history had also been invaded once, the bell could no longer attack his history. As such, it had switched its target to Qin Hai's history instead. This very instant was what Chen Feng had been waiting for. Borrowing this unique aura, Chen Feng instantly fused himself with the primordial aura around him. Bang! Indeed, with a loud boom, light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes as he once again entered a brand new world. This was the genetic era, the world containing the history of Qin Hai. Chen Feng felt that something was wrong. This was indeed the genetic era. However, the time. Chen Feng looked at the crude-looking things before him and checked the calendar. He discovered with shock that this was 20 years ago. In other words, Chen Feng was able to pinpoint the crux immediately. This is the time of Qin Hai's parents. Same with my parents? Chen Feng looked around. No, it was different. In Chen Feng's history, he had still been a baby, yet here in Qin Hai's history, Qin Hai had yet to come into existence. Moreover, at this point in time, his parents hadn't even officially gotten together yet. Chen Feng looked at the Qin family's house, which was filled with wedding decorations. If he guessed correctly, that bell had selected the point in time when Qin Hai's parents were getting married. Since Qin Hai vanished, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, certain that history had indeed been tampered with. One did not need a brain to figure this out. As Chen Feng had guessed, a valiant-looking middle-aged man had appeared and spoiled the wedding forcefully, causing the two to be unable to get married. Chen Feng sighed. The bride has been snatched away? No. The Qin family people blanked. He kidnapped our young master. What? Chen Feng was dumbstruck. Qin Hai's father? He claimed that both he and Qin Hai love each other dearly. Since society cannot accept their relationship, They have decided to live in seclusion amid the mountains. The Qin family people said in a daze. Chen Feng, what in the world? Ever since he had figured out that this dream recall bell had an independent consciousness, he had treated this bell as a living person. However, he had never expected that this bell was in fact a future she as well. This was too excessive. What did your young master say, then? Chen Feng asked. Before he could say anything, he was dragged away. That person was too strong. The Qin family people said with bitter smiles. That's right. Then Chen Feng sneered. Your young master must have definitely been kidnapped by force. Otherwise, why would the enemy not even give him a chance to say anything? Now, we only need to snatch him back. Ah, but there are no buts. Chen Feng interrupted that person and said, you can let me do the rest. You guys only need to stabilize the situation here. Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to continue talking much with them. He unleashed his powerful aura, causing the people here to not dare disobey him. After all, even if it was the genetic era, Chen Feng was still the strongest human. Following the aura of Qin Hai's father, Chen Feng trailed after them. That so-called expert might be strong. However, at most, he would only be a beyond A class, not an opponent of Chen Feng's. However, surprisingly, the dream recall bell had been staying silent all this while. He frowned. This is illogical. That fellow should be trying to stop him by any means, right? Based on his understanding of that bell, if it suddenly slacked on its interruptions of Chen Feng like this, that signified that the bell was presently putting its focus somewhere else. Had Qin Hai's father been killed? That was not possible. The bell was aware of Chen Feng's strength. Even if Qin Hai's father was killed, Chen Feng would still be able to make use of the Qin family's bloodline to put forth a puppet. In any case, he only needed to maintain Qin Hai's childhood memory. A mere death would not be able to stop him, since in this history, he was still the strongest. Here, he was omnipotent. As such, the bell would most certainly not use such a brutish method against him and would employ some unique methods instead. As an example, what had happened when it had tried to tell Chen Feng's parents the truth? This was a confrontation of wits rather than a pure confrontation of force. Chen Feng contemplated. What tricks are you playing this time? Based on what the Qin family people had mentioned, their young master had been kidnapped 2 days ago. Was that why Qin Hai's history had changed? However, it did not matter. Chen Feng believed that so long as he found Qin Hai's father, he could ensure that everything would return to normal. At the very least, he could ensure that Qin Hai's father would get married within the shortest time possible. Chen Feng had this much confidence in himself. Naturally, this confidence only lasted until he finally found Qin Hai's father. This was a lush mountainous area. He was rolling around on the ground with his kidnapper. A scene that should be censored was playing out presently. Suddenly, Chen Feng lost all his confidence. Finally, he understood where that bell had focused its strength. It had actually forcefully bent the preferences of Qin Hai's father. Chen Feng was thoroughly dumbstruck. What in the world? Are you someone sent here by father? Qin Hai's father and that middle-aged man scrambled up in a flustered manner. I don't wish to marry a female, Qin Hai's father declared firmly. Next, he gazed tenderly at the middle-aged man beside him and said, meeting him was the greatest joy in this life of mine. Please return. Sorry, we both truly love each other. Chen Feng looked at the two that were holding hands in front of him, and he was utterly speechless. What to do? Chen Feng had a solemn expression. He had thought of countless possibilities. For instance, Qin Hai's father being killed. If that were what had happened, he would have gotten a fake Qin Hai's father and ensured Qin Hai's childhood memories were still the same. Even if Qin Hai's father had been castrated, Chen Feng could have produced a brand new tool for him. No matter how hard it would be, he would have been able to accomplish it, as he was strong enough. However, he had never expected that Qin Hai's father would actually be bent so thoroughly. Chen Feng spent a long time thinking yet could not figure out what to say. He had zero experience in convincing those with unique tastes to return to their roots, get married, and make babies. He looked at Qin Hai's father's resolute gaze and even started feeling like he was the villain here. He sighed. He entertained the thought of killing Qin Hai's father directly and preparing a puppet to give birth to a Qin Hai instead. However, he had to give up on this thought. He was certain that the dream recall bell had some backup plans waiting for him if he did that. It would not be wise to kill now. In any case, this was Qin Hai's father. Could he truly bring himself to kill this man? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Things will be troublesome this way. If the ordinary method did not seem like it would work, he had no choice but to pick a different option, to brainwash Qin Hai's father. Chen Feng personally believed that as an illustrious awakened one, brainwashing an ordinary genetic warrior shouldn't pose him much trouble. Unexpectedly, his brainwashing was totally ineffective. All mind-affecting abilities seemed completely ineffective against Qin Hai's father. He was presently madly in love, resulting in a dramatic increase in his willpower. Unless he was truly killed or destroyed, nothing could change his mind. The middle-aged man gazed at Qin Hai's father and said, "Our love will last forever. We would rather suffer death than be separated." Qin Hai's father said resolutely. Chen Feng, what a useless father. Chen Feng decided to try changing Qin Hai's father's mind about the bride. You and your bride seem to have known each other from a young age and have a good relationship with each other, right? I know, but I have always seen her as a little sister. She is younger than me. Therefore, she has always behaved mischievously. Naturally, I love her dearly as well. However, that is mere familial love. Qin Hai's father replied seriously. Chen Feng tried leading him on. Since you see her as a mere sister, do you happen to be interested in incest? Qin Hai's father was stupefied. What? Chen Feng sighed. Forget it. Indeed, Qin Hai's father was not interested in an incestuous relationship. In that case, this would be hard to solve. But then, this was rather acceptable, as if Qin Hai's father had been interested in incestuous relationships. If after Qin Hai's birth, Chen Feng cut short this line of thought. He felt like pursuing this line of thought would result in some NSFW scenes. I need to think of something. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Perhaps I can ask around on the internet. Chen Feng pondered and decided that perhaps collecting ideas from a wider pool of people would be better for solving something like this. As such, he posted a thread online. How to turn a gay straight to fall in love with a woman. Yet instead of answering his question, the online netizens all started being grammar Nazis, all getting into an intense argument on the proper grammar of his question, getting totally off topic. Chen Feng. Even the online community during the era of Qin Hai's father was so terrible. Forget it. He should think of a way himself. Chen Feng checked the time. Based on the proper timeline, Qin Hai's father should get married within 2 days. After several months, his wife would be pregnant with little Qin Hai. There was still some time for him to solve this. In any case, a few days of delay should not cause any major changes. He refused to believe that he couldn't straighten this fellow out. You know of my strength, Chen Feng said coldly. I will give you a test and see if you are truly not straight. If you can pass the test, I will allow you two to be together forever. If you fail, obediently go back and get married. Naturally, you have no rights to protest against this test. All right, Qin Hai's father decisively agreed. Evidently, he was confident in himself. Let's go. Chen Feng dragged Qin Hai's father away. Next, during these 2 days, stay with her and have a short incursion here. Chen Feng gave Qin Hai's father the best environment, a beautiful beach with everything paid for and an astonishingly beautiful, mature woman with a seductive figure, hoping that this would lead to them doing the deed. Alas, Chen Feng was disappointed. He spent 2 days observing them and noted that Qin Hai's father was as calm as ever. He was extremely courteous and polite toward this pretty woman. Even after she stripped herself naked and lay on his body, he still had the same calm expression on his face. Holy shit, is he truly no longer straight now? Chen Feng sighed deeply. Change. And thus, Chen Feng got a younger female for Qin Hai's father instead. This time, he gave Qin Hai's father a youthful and energetic girl that was extremely adorable. Alas, it was still pointless, as this time, Qin Hai's father merely treated her as a little child, assuming the identity of a father, taking care of her properly without going overboard at all. Change. Chen Feng adjusted his strategy without stop, offering numerous types of women to Qin Hai's father, certain that there had to be one that Qin Hai's father would prefer. Alas, none of them caught Qin Hai's father's attention. From youthful girls to seductive sisters, from nurses to delivery ladies, all sorts of women were supplied to Qin Hai's father. Anything a pimp had to offer was offered to him. An illustrious awakened one like Chen Feng had almost changed his profession to a pimp already. Yet it was still ineffective. Qin Hai's father still appeared as calm as ever. Chen Feng's head ached greatly. What the hell? I told you. It is true love between me and him, Qin Hai's father said earnestly. Now, have I passed the test? Chen Feng looked at him with a gloomy expression. Yeah, in a way. However, before that, you have one final test. So long as you pass this test as well, I will send you back. Qin Hai's father was filled with confidence. All right. Chen Feng sneered. You are the one who forced me to do this. This might be somewhat cruel and inhuman for Qin Hai's father. However, there was no other choice. The changed history had to be corrected. As such, on that night, Chen Feng kidnapped the bride and tossed her at Qin Hai's father. Mind control abilities were useless against him. It did not matter. Drugs would work, right? As such, on the second day, the cheerful Chen Feng looked at the parents of Qin Hai who had already done the deed. With this, there will be hope for Qin Hai. You lied to me. Qin Hai's father wrapped the blanket around himself and cried. How could you do this? Qin Hai's mother was instead the calm one. After all, since adulthood, she had already been aware that she would one day be married to this guy. As such, she did not reject this. Don't worry. Qin Hai's mother patted Qin Hai's father's shoulder and said, I will take responsibility for this. Chen Feng, how manly of her. Since the hardest part was already done, what was next would be easy to deal with. And thus, under Chen Feng's great effort, the two completed the wedding and gave birth to little Qin Hai. As for whether their lives were happy or not, that wasn't something Chen Feng could care about. However, to be safe, he taught Qin Hai's mother the recipe for a certain drug. In any case, the moment Qin Hai's father became disobedient, she would drug him. As simple as that, history was corrected. Light swirled before his eyes. Chen Feng returned and found that Qin Hai had indeed returned. Chen Feng was overjoyed. However, for an unknown reason, he found that this time, the gaze when Qin Hai looked at him seemed somewhat odd. That feeling was sending a chill down his spine. Chen Feng's heart chilled. Holy shit, it can't be that he found out his dad is gay, right? In Mysterious Town, Chen Feng's chrysanthemum chilled as he saw the tender gaze Qin Hai was using to look at him. Just as he was about to conclude that Qin Hai had indeed been bent as well, Qin Hai said, since I have appeared here, that means you have successfully stopped history from changing? Chen Feng scratched his head. Oh, yes. Qin Hai heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, then. My mind blanked earlier. Next thing I knew, you were standing there motionless. I figured that you had to be changing history again. Since I am still standing here helping you, it shows that there have been no changes in history. My memory is still intact. This proves that we have been successful this time as well. Chen Feng recalled his act of drugging Qin Hai's father and felt somewhat guilty. I guess so. Which timeline did you go to this time? Qin Hai asked. The point in time when your parents got married, Chen Feng answered. I see. Qin Hai pondered. I did hear that something dramatic happened during their marriage. I suppose that was what they were talking about. In any case, everything has been solved smoothly. It is said that when my parents encountered some mishap, my godfather rescued them. My godfather subsequently became the strongest expert of the Qin family. Godfather? Chen Feng pondered. Holy shit. The so-called godfather was that man, right? Qin Hai's father had been truly amazing to have been able to find a way to keep his man at the Qin family after all. Although my memories seem intact, I keep feeling like something is wrong. Qin Hai sank into contemplation. Chen Feng. Qin Hai looked at Chen Feng and asked, I can't decide what's wrong with only my own memories. Can you tell me if anything has changed? As the one who had personally participated in this incident, Chen Feng should have retained the original memory. As such, Chen Feng sighed. Are you sure you want to know? Yes, Qin Hai answered resolutely. All right. The general situation had remained the same. Chen Feng pondered and summed it up. There were only some changes regarding some minute details. During my battle with the bell, some negligible details changed. Qin Hai was still feeling doubtful. For example, Chen Feng sighed. For example, Your father was originally not gay. Qin Hai. Chen Feng sighed deeply. Originally, you had no godfather either. This godfather was in fact your father's lover. Qin Hai. These were the so-called negligible changes. There's more. Chen Feng was about to continue. Qin Hai smiled bitterly. Forget it. In any case, the Qin family was no more. They should let the dead rest in peace. Since it was all in the past, there was no need to keep thinking about it. There was no need for him to know all this. At the very least, the general direction of history had not changed. That alone was sufficient. Chen Feng raised his head. This place. A faint radiance swirled around. Once again, one region of the mysterious town was cleared, and once again, the aura of the dream recall bell weakened. The aura that had originally enveloped the entire town was presently wavering as the radiance of the bell's aura flickered about. Qin Hai was astonished. What's the matter? It can't repress itself anymore. Chen Feng was pleased. The dream recall bell used its own strength to change the primordial era but was resisted by these primordial fragments. It has forcefully suppressed them, resulting in the appearance of these regions of numerous colors. However, after its repeated failure at our hands, its strength has weakened and it is no longer able to suppress these fragments. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous alarming auras erupted. Those tiny primordial fragments erupted with astonishing power, forcefully piercing through the dream recall bell's blockade and suppressing the bell in return. Instantly, all the colors vanished. Chen Feng and Qin Hai looked at this sudden change with joy. They had never expected that after being weakened, the dream recall bell would itself be suppressed. Ultimately, this was still Mysterious Town, and the primordial remnants were still powerful, even if they were at present mere fragments. Bang! The powerful primordial auras started counter-attacking. Chen Feng and Qin Hai watched on hopefully. If these fragments could obtain victory. Bang! Bang! Countless fragments fused their primordial auras together and subjected the dream recall bell to an intense suppression. Just as Chen Feng thought that this was going to end, suddenly, the dream recall bell trembled slightly. Ring, ring, ring. An odd aura waffled out of the bell before enveloping the entire town. The ringing seemed to be accompanied by some bizarre sound wave. The ringing waffled past. At this instant, Chen Feng felt like the world before his eyes was somewhat misplaced. Could this be? Chen Feng and Qin Hai exchanged glances, and they were both evidently shocked. Shwa. Lights whirled. When they refocused their attention, the view before their eyes had already changed. Blue sky, grassland, powerful auras everywhere. This was the primordial era. We are here again. Chen Feng was shocked. They had actually returned to the primordial era yet again. Different than their previous travels, this time, there were no fragments, nor was there a plot for them to solve. Rather, the dream recall bell had forcefully sent everyone here. This was the combined history of all the fragments contained in the mysterious town. This was the true primordial era. Has the bell gone crazy? Qin Hai could not understand the logic of this. By returning to the past, there would be a chance to change history. For the dream recall bell to send all of them, including the other fragments, back to the past. Wasn't it giving them a chance to alter history as well? Wasn't this an act of courting death? Is this a move of desperation from their bell? Chen Feng guessed. But this conclusion wasn't reliable. Chen Feng had already clashed with the bell a few times thus far. He was aware of how meticulous and intelligent this bell was. Even during a moment of crisis, this bell would not do something stupid. It is impossible for the bell to be successful this way. The bell has returned all the fragments back to the past. Combining all the auras to forcefully alter all their histories is akin to altering the entirety of the primordial era in a single attempt. Qin Hai analyzed. This is much harder than all the previous attempts at only changing one single point in history. This act of the dream recall bells was no different than courting death. This was Chen Feng and Qin Hai's initial conclusion. After all, the bell was already finding it hard to alter the history of a single primordial fragment. The multicolored regions of Mysterious Town were evidence of the intense battle between the bell and these fragments. Yet now the bell had decided to alter the histories of all the fragments in a single attempt, forcefully combining all the auras of the fragments together. Wasn't this courting death? However, right at this instant, distantly, a ray of light pierced straight through the clouds. A flag with a mysterious aura was planted on the summit of a tribe, and the powerful aura engulfed the entire primordial era. On the flag was a single word: dream. Chen Feng's heart chilled. That. At the same time, Throughout the primordial world, similar flags appeared one after another, as if they had received some sort of command. An orderly howl resounded. Howl, howl. The earth trembled, and the sky filled with numerous primordial beasts. That familiar aura, that aura unique to the Dream Recall Bell, was at this moment sweeping through the entire primordial world. This. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Dream Recall Bell. This was the work of the Dream Recall Bell. Finally, Qin Hai understood. Those races. The Dream Recall Bell had indeed altered the entire primordial era. Its initial goal had been to change the entire primordial era in the first place. As for those fragments at the mysterious town, they had merely been a small part of the primordial era that had still been resisting stubbornly. Even though they had been successful in their resistance, the entirety of the primordial era, apart from the races these fragments came from, had long been conquered by the Dream Recall Bell. Previously, in its fight against Mysterious Town, the Bell had merely shown a small portion of its strength. Its true strength had all been focused on changing the numerous races of the primordial era. These were the races that had not left behind any primordial fragments, the races incapable of stopping any changes in history. Now, the Dream Recall Bell had finally succeeded. In the final moment before it had been fully defeated by the fragments in Mysterious Town, it had succeeded. Without hesitation, it had transferred all the fragments here to the primordial era it had recently conquered, since this was now an era belonging to the Dream Recall Bell. This was a dynasty custom built for itself by the Dream Recall Bell. Kill. With the intense killing intent surging at them, Chen Feng and Qin Hai could only conceal themselves. Fortunately, Chen Feng's luck aura was still active, assisting them in avoiding the first round of searches. Despite that, their circumstance did not seem good. This was the Dream Recall dynasty, where 90% of the races had already fallen under the control of the Dream Recall Bell. Only the races whose primordial fragments had been in Mysterious Town were still resisting stubbornly. Even so, they would not be able to last long. This was unlike the one-on-one battles that had happened in Mysterious Town. Rather, this was the concentration of all races conquered by Dream Recall Bell in a single era. Victory seemed impossible, even for the primordial fragments. They were all in their own respective locations in this primordial world, making it possible for the Grand Army of the Dream Recall dynasty to eliminate them one by one. The primordial world had fallen into absolute chaos. Chen Feng gazed into the distance. They won't be able to last long. As the primordial fragments were all powerful, they were still resisting in their respective locations. However, the moment the Grand Army of the Dream Recall dynasty arrived, there would only be one conclusion for them. Qin Hai smiled bitterly. The moment the primordial era falls, the genetic era will vanish as well. Without a doubt, changing the primordial era would affect the future. What direction would a world completely united by the Dream Recall dynasty take? It was unknown. True. Chen Feng muttered. History was on the verge of being changed. Who could stop it? By fighting? That wouldn't work. This was the primordial era, where Chen Feng's strength as an awakened was nothing but the strength of cannon fodder. They did not dare to even get involved in any major battles. Even merely being discovered would result in their death. Right now, we can only do one thing. Qin Hai took in a deep breath. Seek reinforcements. Before coming, Master gave me a turtle shell. Even in the primordial era, I can still ask for reinforcements with it. Chen Feng was astonished. It works even here? Qin Hai nodded. Naturally, the shell is here on me. As he spoke, he took out the turtle shell. This thing had also followed his soul to the primordial era. In the present in Mysterious Town, there was still one on his physical body as well. Qin Hai activated it. At the same time, both the shell in the primordial era and in Mysterious Town started shining with a faint light. Done. After sending the signal, Qin Hai said, Master told me that he found several strong helpers that might be able to help us deal with this. Although the Dream Recall Bell is undefeatable here, history has yet to be totally changed. We still have time. As long as we get rid of the physical Dream Recall Bell in Mysterious Town before that happens. This was Qin Hai's plan. Although the Dream Recall Bell was undefeatable here in the primordial era, it wasn't undefeatable at the present time. Now, all its strength had been used to send everyone into the primordial era. If so, the physical body of the bell in Mysterious Town might be rather weak now. The more of its power that is focused here, the weaker it will be in the present, Qin Hai analyzed calmly. After those people receive the distress signal, They will most certainly enter the town. When they discover that something is odd with the bell, they will destroy it. Chen Feng nodded. Worthy of being Qin Hai indeed. His plan was indeed more reliable than Chen Feng's. Chen Feng himself had thought of some things, but none of them seemed reliable. As such, he had decided to give up on them. Now, we just need to wait for them to end everything. They waited silently. Far away, the Grand Army was still as terrifying as ever. Their powerful senses swept around, evidently searching for all abnormal life forms. Chen Feng and Qin Hai both concealed themselves and watched on coldly, watching on as the dream recall bell's confidence swelled and waiting for the moment of its death. Qin Hai counted the time. Soon, based on his guess, those people should be almost there. Shwa. Light swirled around before them. A familiar figure appeared beside them. Hey, long time no see, Xf said with a big smile. Chen Feng, Qin Hai. Was this their reinforcements? Hold on. Just like that, this fellow had entered the primordial era? Qin Hai was dumbstruck. Why have you arrived here? Xf laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, I departed immediately after receiving the signal. Just as I reached the town, I saw a little bell flickering without stop. At that time, I planned to first destroy the bell. However, since I couldn't see you two, I searched around cautiously first. However, I still failed to find you two. Next, I had an idea and activated the turtle shell to reach this place directly. Ha ha ha. Seeing you two, I know that my guess was correct. That damnable bell was definitely a trap. If I destroyed it, you two would probably have died. TSK. How lucky it is that I'm this smart. Xf was immensely proud of himself. Qin Hai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he did not know what to say. What in the world? This unreliable bastard. He had originally thought that the reinforcements would be able to solve their predicament. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements were so unreliable during the crucial moment. Chen Feng sighed. Don't you normally not use your brain at all? Yes. Xf scratched his head. But then, didn't you tell me previously to use my brain more? That is why I decided to use my brain this time. Chen Feng. He had indeed sinned. Qin Hai's head ached. The bell can only be destroyed in the present world. Now that you are in here as well, you have successfully thrown yourself into the trap and are now completely useless. This is the primordial era, an era where awakened ones are everywhere. What? Xf was dumbstruck. With a wronged expression, he said, that old man Do merely told me to come help when I sensed the vibration of the shell. Don't worry, we still have another helper. Qin Hai took in a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Based on what Master said, this time, he found two helpers, and both are similarly powerful. There is still hope for us. I believe that the other person will most definitely. Shwa. Before Qin Hai could even finish, light swirled before him and an even more familiar figure appeared before them. You are all indeed here, Kong Bei said with a gratified expression. Chen Feng, Qin Hai, Xf. We are indeed destined to meet everywhere we go. Qin Hai despaired. How had a fine plan progressed in such a direction? Kong Bei started speaking. By the way, the moment I laid my eyes on the bell in the town, I knew there was some problem with it. I could even feel a charming power from that bell. As such, I made the smart decision and activated the turtle shell before that power reached me. Chen Feng gave him a thumbs up. How smart. What in the world? At most, the bell could only charm Kong Bei into the primordial era. Moreover, the physical bell in the present had been greatly weakened. Its charm power was possibly greatly weakened as well. How nice it had been for this Kong Bei to immediately follow Qin Hai's path and activate the turtle shell the moment he reached the town. Kong Bei rubbed his fist, eager for a fight. Well then, what should we do next? Await death, sounded Qin Hai's grudge-filled voice. Kong Bei blanked. What? When Xf explained everything to him, he had a what the FCK expression on his face. The four exchanged glances, thoroughly dumbfounded. Howl. The Dream Recall army was as impressive as ever. Even those far away could still feel the earth trembling. They were all certain that the moment the races those primordial fragments belonged to were conquered would also be the moment they all vanished from history. The primordial era would be united under a single ruler, and they would disappear from history along with the genetic era. Qin Hai gazed into the distance. From those resisting races, powerful auras could be felt. The amount of rebelling races is higher than we expected, Chen Feng said. Qin Hai shook his head. They should be the races of the fragments that were not stored in Mysterious Town. Although the research agency and genetic union had been working hard to gather primordial fragments, they had still missed some. Despite this, their resistance still seemed pointless. The amount of these undiscovered fragments was too little, unable to make much difference. The Dream Recall Bell was too terrifyingly powerful. Its unique energy allowed it to be undefeated during this unique genetic era. Kong Bei sighed endlessly. It won't be long before history is totally changed. True. Xf gazed into the distance. The two had only arrived here and couldn't even experience what the primordial era was like. They could only wait for their deaths. Shwa, shwa. They could feel the auras of two resisting races vanish. Evidently, they had just been conquered by the bell. It won't be long, Qin Hai muttered. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Yeah? Suddenly, he thought of something. In the genetic era, apart from Duma, was he the only awakened one? The answer was both yes and number. Yes, because it was impossible for a genetic warrior to break through that bottleneck, thus Chen Feng being the only awakened one. No, because when Chen Feng had controlled that pen earlier, he had clearly sensed other awakened auras. Even though those had seemed like mere white noise, he was certain. This proved that there were still a lot of experts in the world. Why were they not fighting back? Perhaps they couldn't fight, or perhaps they were completely clueless as to what was happening. Chen Feng's thoughts moved rapidly. Evidently, if those people were powerful enough, they would most certainly resist this. No, to be precise, they would most certainly appear in the genetic era. Yet none of them had appeared. Everyone was keeping silent. What did this signify? They could not come out. Perhaps that barrier was the reason. The more Chen Feng thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. Perhaps this point in time, Kong Bei lamented. He was an experienced transmigrator. As such, he was quite knowledgeable about this. The point in time selected by the Dream Recall Bell was incredibly exquisite. Was the bell truly powerful? Yes. However, was it truly so powerful that it was undefeatable in the primordial era? Obviously, number. But now, since it was in fact located in the genetic era, that unique era where the sole awakened one was Chen Feng, a mere dabbler, the bell had been able to develop to such an extent. This was why the bell was so powerful, and this was also why the bell could even establish its very own dynasty. It had selected an exceptionally good point in time, selected an exquisite opportunity, and controlled everything in the dark to alter the future, with nobody being able to stop it. Bang! The earth trembled. Finally, the Dream Recall army arrived. Chen Feng's group could see countless primordial beasts. Even a mere silhouette or a mere aura was sufficient to cause them to be petrified. This was the primordial era, and era experts were everywhere. In this case, I only have one choice left. Chen Feng exhaled deeply before taking out the pen. Seemingly due to that light dot his mother had left on him when he'd been a baby, this pen had been bound together with him, imprinting into the depths of his soul. Shwa. He waved the pen. Some energy seemed to appear. However, perhaps due to his soul being in the primordial era while his real body was in the present, the power seemed to be in disharmony. That surging power seemed to be so very far away from him. Chen Feng contemplated. Too far away? He waved it one time. Shwa. He waved it 2 times. Shwa. He waved it 3 times. Shwa. A powerful energy seemed to be building up in the air. The unique energy released by Chen Feng was akin to a shock wave. With each wave, it became stronger, became increasingly terrifying. With each shake of that power, the past and present seemed to shake. Shwa, shwa. Chen Feng was still waving the pen around. Right at this instant, a cold voice sounded near his ear. Kekakakik. Looks like I have discovered some interesting kids. A huge black figure appeared in the sky. Both his wings were as dark as the night itself, and his face resembled a monkey. This was a life form that resembled both a monkey and bat. This fellow's awakened aura emanated out without stop. Swoosh! He streaked forth, grabbing at Chen Feng. Qin Hai's eyes gleamed coldly. Stop him. The present Chen Feng could not suffer any interruption. Xf's eyes gleamed ominously. Understood. Indeed. The experts of the primordial era were too scary. However, this fellow here was a mere awakened one, yet he dared to act so wantonly. Granted, they were not even awakened yet. Xf charged forth. With his powerful physical body, he unleashed a formidable might. Bang! Die! The monkey bat life form shouted. A ripple emanated out noiselessly. The prowess of this shockwave caused even Chen Feng to feel fearful. Alas, when this shockwave reached Xf, it did nothing, as Xf seemed to be immune to it. Thinking of using an ability on Xf, how naive. Xf sneered and tanked the monkey bat's attack before directly wiping the floor with the monkey bat. Qin Hai helped Xf in suppressing the monkey bat as well. Seal. Dear demonic mirror, Kong Bai's voice sounded. Next, an intense consciousness locked onto the monkey bat. Hiss. Scram. The monkey bat was shocked senseless as he struggled frantically. For an unknown reason, he felt an intense feeling of death from these fellows who did not seem too strong. This was a feeling he only felt before his lord. A cold ray of light flashed forth. The monkey bat widened his eyes, then his gaze became empty, dead. Done. Xf heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier, when he had been suppressing that monkey bat, his entire body had ached, his own bones nearly being crushed by the monkey bat. Instead, an awakened one was still an awakened one. After all, it might look like they had dealt with the monkey bat easily. However, they had in fact exhausted all their strength in that single battle. Kong Bai was pleased. Hey, that fellow was actually so ugly. An attack amplified by more than 10 times had easily killed that monkey bat. Under his hard work, the attack power of his demonic mirror seemed to have increased as well. He laughed wildly as he speculated that before long, perhaps he could even easily defeat an awakened one. That was for sure. However, before the three could be happy for long, the sky was enveloped in darkness. They raised their heads and were instantly overwhelmed with shock. What's that? Xu, xu. The dense mass of darkness in the sky was actually formed of 10 monkey bats. Xf's eyes widened. Holy shit, there were so many of them. Qin Hai smiled bitterly. Looks like these things are merely cannon fodder. Scouts of the primordial era. Cannon fodder. That's right. These awakened ones that seemed so powerful to them were mere cannon fodder here. How sorrowful. The primordial era was actually this powerful. They exchanged glances helplessly. What should we do? If there were only one of these monkey bats, they could still try fighting. But with so many of them together, it seemed like they could only wait for their deaths here. Kong Bai had no fear. What are you guys afraid of? He aimed directly at a monkey bat he personally felt to be the ugliest among them and activated his demonic mirror without any hesitation. Dear demonic mirror, however, the demonic mirror ignored him. Demonic mirror? Howled Kong Bai. Why are you suddenly mute in this crucial moment? Where's the answer I asked for? Give me a reply. I demand to solo this group of ugly bastards. What answer do you want? The demonic mirror grumbled. I even went to the extent of pretending to be mute. Do you truly want to hear the answer? To suffer humiliation? Kong Bai? His eyes widened, and he stared at the enemies, unbelieving. You are saying that those fellows are more handsome than me? The demonic mirror merely sneered, no longer saying anything. Kong Bai was dumbstruck. Qin Hai and Xf exchanged glances and could only smile bitterly. This fellow. Bang! The distant monkey bats finally neared them. At this time, they were finally able to clearly see that these monkey bats were much stronger than the one they had killed earlier. Xf pointed behind them. We don't even need to be bothered with thinking of a method to deal with them. There. The Dream Recall army had also arrived. Now, they were no longer merely silhouettes and auras, they were physically here. Those gigantic life forms approached them one step at a time, causing the hearts of Chen Feng's group to fluster. With a single gaze from these life forms, one would feel like one was better off dead. These were the experts of the primordial era. These fellows. Qin Hai's heart jolted furiously when he saw them. The auras of these fellows surpassed Chen Feng's and Duma's by far. Their auras also surpassed all the mutated life forms Chen Feng's group had ever encountered. These were definitely not regular awakened ones. Bang, bang. With 2 mere steps, those gigantic life forms were already nearing them. For these fellows, distance was not a problem. If Qin Hai's guess was correct, these gigantic life forms were not even the elites of the primordial era. Rather, they were merely the vanguard. Qin Hai smiled bitterly. It seems like we are finished. Is that so? Kong Bai narrowed his eyes, energy swirling in his hand in preparation. Even without the demonic mirror, he still had a powerful ability. but he truly had no idea if his transmigration ability would work here or where it might bring them. Bang, bang. Finally, those gigantic primordial life forms reached them. However, the expected questions did not come, nor were these fellows even bothered about Chen Feng's group. They couldn't even care enough to give Chen Feng's group a look. Just like that, they stepped down lazily. That's right, stepped down. From their perspective, a single step was no different than stepping on some bugs. There was nothing special about this act. Perhaps for these primordial life forms, Chen Feng's group was truly no different than bugs. Bang! A foot was raised. Instantly, the world around them darkened as the shadow of the foot graced them. That gigantic foot gave them a feeling of desolation. This wasn't solely because of the size of the foot. The entire world around them seemed to be changing as this foot hovered above them. Was this the power of a primordial life form? They trembled at the thought of this. Bang! Slowly, the foot pressed down. The entire world around them seemed to be compressing, everything being stepped on by that foot. A boundless pressure assaulted them, preventing them from even dodging this step. The terrifying force of the step pulverized all the space around them, rendering them incapable of even moving. It's over. They shivered as they looked at the incoming foot. All along, they had prided themselves as geniuses in the human world. Who would have thought that a day would come when they would be squashed to death by a primordial life form's foot like they were nothing but bugs? Ginhai and the rest tried their best to block this attack, but even after exhausting all their power, the only thing they could resist was the mere force of the foot's descent, rather than the foot itself. "Are we merely fighting his feet, Oda?" complained Xf. The rest merely rolled their eyes. Bang! The gigantic foot was right above their heads, almost stomping on them. The space around them started cracking due to the intense compression. Their hearts chilled. Here it comes. Instantly, the defense they had erected with all their power crumbled. It hadn't even lasted a millisecond under the foot. Behind them, Chen Feng had never stopped waving his hand. Shwa, shwa. When the foot had begun descending, the speed at which Chen Feng was waving the pen had increased. Just as the foot reached their heads, Chen Feng waved his pen downward. Bang! Suddenly, a familiar aura emanated out. Chen Feng's heart jolted. Here it comes. This was the feeling. Previously, in the present, when he had waved the pen, it had been exactly this feeling, as if the power was at his beck and call. Dong! That loud and clear sound, like the cry of a pendulum clock, resounded throughout the world. At this instant, regardless of whether it was the primordial era or the genetic era, this sound could be heard. "You have gone crazy," sounded a cold and furious voice. This was the dream recall bell. Instantly, Chen Feng understood. Earlier, when they had first entered the primordial era, the kill they'd heard had in fact been the voice of this bell. Chen Feng smiled. "Indeed, I am. You activating the symphony of resonance will thoroughly awaken the primordial era." The dream recall bell sounded urgent and furious at the same time. "You will destroy everything. The primordial aura will fully descend upon the genetic era, and it will be irreversible." "So what?" Chen Feng sneered. "It is still better than my current predicament, right?" Chen Feng had always avoiding the descent of the primordial. But now, he did not seem to have any better options. The formidable power of this pen was seemingly capable of activating the symphony of resonance. This was proven by the reaction of the dream recall bell, the fear it displayed. Chen Feng had been trying not to do this all this while. The moment the primordial descended, nobody would be able to predict what would happen next. However, if he did not do this, the entirety of the genetic era would instead be erased from history. If the dream recall bell was able to unify the world during the primordial era, how would the later genetic era come into being? The entire future would change. As such, without the slightest hesitation, Chen Feng activated the pen. Dong! Once again, that formidable power emanated out. "Kill him!" resounded the sharp and urgent voice of the dream recall bell. Alas! It was already too late. Present time. Genetic era. When the power of resonance appeared once again, all the big shots merely watched on coldly with no shred of emotion. Some even found this ridiculous. This jesting power had returned once again. And next, coldly, they watched as that power surged up, pierced through the barrier, and shot straight into the clouds. Only at this instant did all the experts feel alarmed. Even after the power had already pierced through the clouds, they were still staring blankly. The barrier had been broken just like that, with no signs of it happening beforehand. "Oh, Right, there had been a sign, but then, they had been teased too many times before and had merely decided to ignore the sign. But this was the very first time the power had erupted fully. They raised their hands, trembling. Shwa! A familiar power surged into their hands. Their strength had returned. That unique era had descended once again. Ha 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 ha. My strength has returned. Ha ha ha. This is the power of resonance. Ha 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 ha. Resonance has finally appeared. Countless people were in ecstasy. A terrifying power engulfed the entire world. Numerous formidable powers erupted, akin to numerous pillars of lights that shot straight to the clouds. These formidable powers had interrupted all the powers of the genetic era. At the land of legacy, Duma sighed. He stretched his hand out. A power much stronger than what he had in the past appeared in his hand. Resonance has appeared. Duma sighed. His strength had been reinstated now. However, he did not know if he should curse outright or feel anxious, as that damnable era had still descended in the end. Shwa! His figure vanished, appearing in Mysterious Town instantly. Since the power of resonance had appeared, the dream recall bell no longer posed any threat. Destroy! He pointed midair, and his attack landed on the dream recall bell. Bang! A petrifying power surged out of his fingertips. On the previously unrivaled dream recall bell, cracks started appearing. In the primordial era, the entire dream recall dynasty started collapsing. The attack heading toward Chen Feng vanished for no apparent reason, and the foot that was about to step on them vanished midair. A weird undulation engulfed the entire world. Chen Feng, accompanied by the mournful scream of the dream recall bell, this primordial world became illusory and started collapsing. Bang! Bang! The sky, the earth, everything dissipated away. Before the past was fully changed, the present still held priority. As such, the moment changes occurred in the present, all the changes the dream recall bell had done to the past started vanishing as well. No, my dynasty. Along with the dream recall bell's mournful scream, the world fully collapsed. Bang! Bang! Light swirled around, returning Chen Feng's group to the present. Mysterious Town. When the dream recall bell's consciousness returned to the present once again, the world could no longer be manipulated as it wished. Terrifying auras surged up one after another. Madman! You are a madman! The dream recall bell roared furiously. Chen Feng merely sneered. Hee. You will be the end of this world, dream recall bell said with a sharp voice. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. In any case, my world was on the verge of being destroyed by you already. What difference does it make? No, you do not understand. Dream recall bell's voice had a trace of fear in it. Even though I dared to alter the past, to establish my dream recall dynasty, I only dared do it in the late primordial era, when those fellows had all been sealed. Yet you have awakened all of them. Dream recall bell was filled with fear. Chen Feng sneered. He had awakened those logic-defying existences of the primordial era? It did not matter. Perhaps the likes of dream recall bell would always avoid that era for fear of something unexpected happening. However, for the genetic era, for Chen Feng, if the primordial had not been reawakened, the genetic era would have vanished. What else could they have done? They had never had a choice. Evidently, the dream recall bell was aware of this as well. If I had known this, I most definitely would not have provoked you. Dream recall bell muttered. Why is that damnable pen on you? This thing was supposed to be destroyed in the primordial era. Bang! Terrifying auras emanated everywhere. Everywhere around the world, numerous powerful auras were rising. Duma soared up into the sky. Around his body was a powerful and dreadful force, the true power of Duma, the true power of the scarab race, which had been previously sealed. The dream recall bell noticed Duma straight away. Scarab race, you are the turtle that escaped back then. You have actually survived till now. The lifespans of the scarab race are indeed much more terrifying than imagined. Your race is indeed the race that should have been destroyed first. Duma smiled calmly. Since his strength had returned, he no longer feared this spell. Shwa! He raised his hand slightly. A formidable, incredibly dreadful power seemed to be at his beck and call. The dream recall bell's eyes gleamed coldly. Resonance. Even you have reached this level. However, do you believe that you are the only one with the power of resonance? Ha 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 ha. Bang! Suddenly, the bell started shaking, and a sharp sound spread out without stop. Next, a power that was incredibly similar to Duma's power undulated out of the space. Resonance. This was yet another power of resonance. This damnable seal didn't only seal you, I was sealed as well. Although I do not wish to use such a power, now that the primordial has descended, let us take a look at who will be the final survivor. Roared the dream recall bell. The bell resounded. Dang, dang. Undulations rippled out, pushing Chen Feng and the rest away as the bell's body became illusory. Thinking of leaving just like this, Duma stretched his hand out, forcefully intercepting the bell. The dream recall bell's killing intent surged. Are you aware of what you are doing? Of course I am aware, Duma coldly said. For your act of tampering with history as you wish, you deserve death. Regardless of whether the primordial has descended, you should no longer be allowed to live. Furthermore, your power of resonance is the best tool to awaken that existence. As such, you must die. Duma's killing intent surged. Bang! Not waiting for the dream recall bell to reply, he moved. Duma sneered. I know you are very powerful, but right now, the power of resonance has just been reinstated and has yet to fully recover. In your previous battle, you were already greatly injured. Not even a tenth of your strength remaining. What can you rely on to fight me? Shwa. Light swirled around, surprising everyone. The dream recall bell, which had still been talking so ferociously earlier, was actually trying to flee. It was indeed not able to last any longer. Stop it, Duma said. Understood. Chen Feng and the rest exchanged glances and blocked the dream recall bell's escape route. With Duma behind him, they forced the bell to an impasse. You all. Dream recall bell's intense hatred was accompanied by a trace of weakness. This unrivaled existence yesterday was presently on the verge of death. I am the dream recall bell. I am the greatest existence of the primordial era. I will most definitely die off just like this. If you guys want to kill me, you guys will have to pay a price as well. All these fellows who resisted me earlier, you all shall die together with me as well. The dream recall bell stated in a deranged manner. A petrifying aura surged out. Careful. Instantly, Duma dragged everyone back into Mysterious Town. Right after they left, an immense explosion bloomed. With a dazzling explosion, all of Mysterious Town vanished into nothingness. Bang! Like an atomic bomb had been set off, Mysterious Town loudly exploded. Before their eyes, the entirety of Mysterious Town was enveloped by a scorching white. A terrifying undulation swept out, and the loud boom rang by their ears for a long time as they stared blankly. Mysterious Town was gone. Just as they thought that this was the end, numerous swirling lights of various colors shot out of Mysterious Town before streaking away. Chen Feng's eyes shone. That is, these colors, these auras, those primordial fragments had actually escaped. The power of resonance has similarly awakened a part of their strength as well. Duma said. Swish, swish. Countless powers erupted. From their point of view, it was as if a beautiful firework was being set off in Mysterious Town. However, this beauty carried a trace of fatality. With the primordial fragments escaping, something will happen, right? Guessed Chen Feng. Each of these fragments was extremely powerful. Duma, the genetic union, and the research agency had exhausted great efforts to gather them here. Yet now, yes, Duma gazed at the sky. With the awakening of the primordial power, these primordial fragments will awaken their consciousnesses as well. From now on, their spirituality will awaken, and it will be the time for them to select their respective masters. Chen Feng's attention was attracted by this. Select masters? Duma spoke calmly. Yes, the primordial remnants will select their masters. Since these primordial remnants are still mere fragments, they will first select someone to be their master before getting that master to help them collect their remaining fragments so they can be whole again. Next, both the primordial remnant and the selected master will be able to enter the realm of resonance together. Chen Feng's eyes widened. This works. Duma nodded. That's natural. After all, those are primordial remnants. Previously, they were too weak, since they had merely been fragments and had lacked spirituality. Now that the power of resonance has awakened, they will be able to sense the location of their separated fragments. Moving on, numerous awakened ones will appear in this world. The moment a primordial fragment succeeds in selecting a master, after fusion, the master will naturally be an awakened one, Duma said calmly. Duma recalled something. Oh, right. Not only the primordial remnants. At present, Since the seal on this world has been lifted, those beyond A classes will naturally be able to break through now. Not only the primordial remnants, even the humans and ancients that have been stuck at beyond A class for a long time will be able to break through now! Chen Feng and the rest exchanged glances, their heart trembling furiously. In short, numerous awakened ones would now appear in this world. They inhaled deeply. Just imagining the scene where masters of primordial fragments walked everywhere, and where recently awakened genetic warriors were everywhere as well. Even if they did not view humans as an evil race, there was no doubt that among these people, there would be kind and evil ones. Only a single one of them needed to be evil to plunge this world into chaos. This was proven by the fact that the dream recall bell alone had caused such a huge incident. If countless awakened ones were creating disturbances, the mere thought of this caused their heads to ache. It seemed like the peaceful genetic era would not return. "Why are you still so calm, then?" Qin Hai asked with a bitter smile. He could still remember how his master had also put great effort into the affairs of these primordial fragments. Now that this had happened, his master should be the one who was most angered. But it seemed like even if the entire world descended into chaos, his master would remain calm, as if all this was nothing. Duma spoke unhurriedly. "What's the point of being all anxious? Furthermore, compared to that, this is truly nothing." Everyone raised their head. The primordial era has descended. Duma sighed. The power of resonance has been unsealed. Above awakened is resonance. But do you guys know what exactly resonance is? They shook their heads. No. Resonance is exactly what the word implies. Resonance can only arise from at least two powers. The so-called awakened ones refers to those who awaken the innate talent to resonate with certain existences. When these people reach the peak of the awakened realm, when they reach the realm of resonance, they will be able to sense the powers of those formidable existences and become even stronger. Sensing, comprehending, and the final resonance, Duma softly said. The moment the power of resonance is utilized, those formidable resonances will be able to sense it and will gradually wake up from the boundless darkness. Those existences? They all blanked. This term was something that they had heard a lot of times before. The so-called Lord. The so-called existences. It seemed like each time one referred to the primordial era, one would also refer to these terms as well. However, they were still unaware of what exactly these existences were. Duma inhaled deeply. That's right. Those existences. They were the very sky of the primordial era, towering above everyone else. The origin of all formidable powers. Every single powerful primordial remnant originated from them. Every single formidable power of resonance originated from their bodies. Using the terms of the current genetic era, they are precisely gods. Bang! Their hearts shuddered. Gods. They existed for real. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled Dream Recall Bell's reaction earlier. What the Dream Recall Bell was afraid of. That's right. The bell feared these existences as well. Duma shook his head. The bell was the creation of a god, yet it tried to erase the traces of the existence that had created it. As such, it feared the gods greatly, as it was very clear on how terrifying those existences could be. So that's the case. Chen Feng understood now. Gods. Above awakened would be resonance. And above resonance would be godhood. As for gods, they were the strongest existences of the primordial era. Since even gods exist, things won't be that bad, right? Asked. Duma looked at Xif like he was an absolute idiot and slowly said, "Child, you must know that even among the countless primordial fragments, there are good and evil ones. The same applies to humans as well. If so, the gods." Duma shook his head. Xif's eyes widened. Holy shit! There were evil gods as well? Xif was speechless. Those fellows want to conquer the entire world as well? Not only that, Duma smiled bitterly. I have not personally experienced that era. However, from the memories in my bloodline inheritance, the descriptions for certain existences are indeed rather horrifying. For example, a certain existence is of the opinion that all living beings are disgusting and deserve to be purified. Kongbei blanked. Purify. Duma spoke unhurriedly. Purified. Reconstruct the physical body, wash the very soul, and return the living beings to their origin. Kongbei was thoroughly dumbstruck. Isn't that the same as being dead? Yes. As such, purifying is deemed an act of cleaning the world. That Lord, from the beginning of his existence, has been busy purifying the world. He even has a ground of fanatical believers. Duma smiled bitterly. Oh, right? There's also a certain lord who believes that there is an inherent problem with this world. They all blanked. What? There's a problem with this world? Duma sighed. Yes. That lord believes that this world is too small and weak. As such, he intends to combine this world and all other worlds together, creating another Big Bang, creating a whole and powerful world, a flawless utopia capable of containing all life forms. As they heard this, they were all stupefied. Combine all worlds together? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. What about the present life forms on these worlds? They should just die? Duma calmly continued, yes. After all, for the good of the big world, the sacrifice of some insignificant life forms is inevitable and negligible. This is this Lord's belief. He has been faithful to this belief, never changing. If we have to describe him with a modern term, perhaps he would be quite similar to the god of destruction in human literature. Chen Feng. These gods, these so-called lords, were truly. Oh, right, there are some others. Duma pondered deeply before saying, there is a certain powerful goddess that believes that all males are filthy life forms and should either all be purged or have their genders changed. Shwa. Everyone looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Why are you all looking at me? They laughed dryly. Hee. Chen Feng was way too skilled in terms of changing genders. Perhaps in the future, he would be that goddess's #1 underling. Naturally, he would have to first purify himself for that to happen. There is another law that believes that love between two of the same gender is a sin. There's also another powerful existence that believes that love between two of different genders is filthy. These two lords have been waging war against each other since time immemorial, never stopping. Everyone. Were these fellows truly gods? These gods are all extremely powerful. They possess the most original of powers. All the powers, the abilities we use, originated from these origin powers. Duma sighed. As for resonance, it is an act of sensing the origin powers of these existences to improve oneself. Ginhai was doubtful. I have a question. Since they are so powerful, why did they disappear in the first place? In the long river of history, after the primordial era, all the gods had cleanly vanished. That was also why the gods had started to become nothing but legends. Respect surfaced in Duma's eyes. They were all sealed. Just as I said earlier, there were also good and evil ones among the gods. The good and evil here is by our definition. Since there are gods that want to destroy all life forms, there are also gods that want to protect all life forms. It seems like there will always be an opposing god for each god of a certain belief. As such, the war of primordial gods erupted. Toward the end of that war, all the gods were weary and exhausted. As such, the countless gods on the side of life and goodness joined hands to seal all forces, including themselves. The sealed gods did not die. However, due to the loss of their powers, they slowly grew old. Ultimately, they dissipated amid heaven and earth. This has remained throughout the ages. And now, as the seal on resonance has been lifted, the power of resonance will start being used, and the consciousnesses that have dissipated amid heaven and earth will converge slowly and once again come into being. Duma finished his explanation slowly, his tone respectful. With that, the primordial era will descend completely. Those gods will once again return. Although the stories of these primordial gods seemed like some sort of propaganda, with these gods depicted in an overly kind manner, it was precisely these gods that had ensured the continuation of life. These gods that had fought for their continuation were deserving of respect. So that's the case. Everyone fully understood now. So this was why they had been avoiding resonance. Resonance would actually awaken the gods. Everyone was shocked. While everyone was in the midst of shock, Chen Feng quietly pulled out the pen. Holy shit, this pen is so amazing. Just like that, he had pierced through the seal that had been created jointly by so many gods with this pen. He gazed at this pen, feeling like this pen was indeed incredibly amazing. Duma gazed at the pen Chen Feng was holding and shook his head. You think too much. Even if you hadn't lifted the seal, it still wouldn't be that far in the future before the seal would have eventually been lifted. The primordial era is too old. So old that all life forms have forgotten about the existence of gods. Naturally, it is also so old that the seal from back then was on the verge of disappearing. You are merely the person that was coincidentally at the right place and the right time and who did the right thing, Duma explained calmly. That's all. Chen Feng heaved a sigh of relief. So that's the case. Although possessing a pen so awesome that it was capable of solving everything with a single poke would be nice, Chen Feng had no intention of being the culprit for the incoming chaos. This responsibility was too heavy for him to bear. As for this pen, Juma glanced at the pen. I don't quite know it. I have a vague impression of all the primordial remnants in existence, and this pen is definitely not one of them. Perhaps this pen was merely a container used to store power back then. Chen Feng nodded his head. That is possible. He still remembered how, earlier, when he waved the pen, power had gushed into him. If this pen was a mere portable charger, it would be understandable. Perhaps this portable charger of a divine pen had stored some primordial power back then. Now that he had unleashed the stored power, the seal had been lifted. This was an acceptable explanation. Can it still release any power now? Juma asked. Let me give it a try. Chen Feng waved the pen around, yet there was no reaction. Looks like the power has been exhausted. Juma was regretful, as he had been thinking of casting his senses about the stored power to gain more understanding on it. Just keep it around. After all, it is still a good item. Perhaps, in the future, you can use it to store power. Chen Feng nodded. This was quite wondrous. Perhaps this pen had some sort of karmic entanglement with him. Bang, bang. Distantly, the booming sounded without stop. Without a doubt, with the escape of these primordial remnants from Mysterious Town, the entire world would fall into chaos. Going forward, Juma and them would probably be extremely busy dealing with everything. Genetic Union. The president, who was in seclusion, was pleasantly surprised when he suddenly felt his tightly stuck bottleneck loosening. After a long time, an astonishing aura erupted in the Genetic Union. President, broken through, formally entering the awakened realm. At the same time, the genetic warriors that had been stuck at Beyond A class for a long time started breaking through one after another. Numerous powerful auras soared up into the sky, piercing straight into the clouds. The aura of the awakened engulfed the entire world. Quick! Send the coordinates over to the Genetic Union. Understood. Regardless of whether anyone is dispatched over, each aura must be recorded. An era of chaos is coming. We must perform our tasks well and not be a burden. Yes. The detectors of the research agency remained as calm as ever as they continued transmitting all recorded coordinates over to the Genetic Union. The deputy president sighed deeply. Looks like we will be quite busy. Juma had merely given a simple description to explain what had happened. That was already sufficient for the Genetic Union to figure out how heavy the burden on them was now. The awakened ones were way too powerful, so powerful that they could not afford to allow any of the awakened ones to be outside their supervision. The gods will not appear yet for now. Presently, our biggest issue is these newly awakened ones. Nobody knows if any of them will overstep their bounds. Therefore, we must establish contact with them as soon as possible. Our first option is to recruit them, to try and make them one of us as fast as possible. Any treatment we can afford them, we shall. The second option is to cooperate with them. If we can't make them one of us, we can propose a cooperation to first stabilize the counterparty. All is fine so long as they don't mess around. Without hesitation, the deputy president decided, if even that doesn't work, and we can't initiate any proper communication with them, kill. Although there were a lot of new awakened ones, a large majority of them were still rather clueless, and it was rather impossible for them to have any network with other awakened ones this early. As such, now would be the perfect time to deal with them. After all, the Genetic Union was the organization with way too many genetic warriors that had been stuck at Beyond A class. As such, even in this new age, the Genetic Union still remained the organization with the highest number of awakened ones. This, coupled with the help of the ancient race, meant the Genetic Union would be able to control the general situation. Some of them are newly awakened ones, whereas some are those who have fused with a primordial fragment and are much stronger than the average awakened one. As such, we will be operating in teams of 2. Everyone else shall temporarily act as support staff for the awakened ones, helping in teleportation, energy recovery, and so on. We must ensure that our awakened ones can always maintain their peak form. All the orders issued by the deputy president were implemented in an orderly fashion. At present, anyone can fall into confusion except us, the Genetic Union. Do you all understand me? Yes. The genetic union started operating at their maximum capacity. Alas, the deputy president was also aware that this was the mere beginning of everything. At the same time, in numerous locations around the world, numerous phenomena appeared. Numerous multicolored streaks of light shot out of mysterious town before entering the bodies of different people and fusing with them, becoming a powerful yet mysterious force. A youth who had just been rejected by his bride. A young master that had just been crippled. A student who had just been dumped by his girlfriend. At this moment, everyone awakened. The primordial fragments seemed to be intentionally locating these peoples that had suffered setbacks yet possessed a strong will, selecting these hot-blooded peoples as their host, regardless of gender and age. The research agency's alarm rang without stop. The equipment that had been used to detect primordial auras was presently flickering non-stop, generating coordinate after coordinate. Several thousands of locations had already been detected to have had primordial aura appearances. In a certain forest, by a certain lake, a black leopard was lying down lazily. Suddenly, the fur on its entire body stood on end. Its narrowed eyes gleamed with a sharp ray of light as it gazed at the lake surface. There, where only a crater remained of what used to be a lake, suddenly, lake water started gushing out. Whoosh! The entire crater was filled with the lake water. Once again, a mysterious yellow stone radiated on top of it. A terrifying power pierced into the clouds. Starting at the middle of the lake, a terrifying undulation swept out, engulfing the entire forest. At this moment, all life forms there could feel the emergence of a formidable and mysterious power. Within the lake, all life forms mutated instantly. Those life forms that had previously only been beyond A classes, or even B classes all mutated. Some of them even entered the awakened realm instantly. Bang! The entire lake started bubbling, and a dreadful aura emanated out, seemingly engulfing the entire world. As for that black leopard, thanks to its role as the guardian of this stone all this while, it was bestowed with a huge amount of power. Its strength increased without stop, instantly entering the apex of the awakened. Howl. It let loose a howl, an incredibly majestic howl. Boundless sea. This sea that had remained still for countless years started raging. This domain that had remained unexplored by humans all this while was at this moment emanating an astonishing power. Bang, bang. Numerous terrifying gigantic creatures appeared. These were gigantic creatures that were truly from the depths of the boundless sea. Compared to those mutated life forms of the inland seas, these creatures were much more powerful. With their appearance, the entire sea trembled. In a certain fishing village by the sea, a white-haired old man was gazing at the sea as he let out a long sigh. Even these fellows have awakened. Looks like fishing will no longer be possible in the future. At the research agency, all the researchers were crazily working overtime. In the laboratory, more than 100 people surrounded several awakened ones and were studying them without stop. Each of the researchers had a fanatical look in their eyes as they nearly flayed these awakened ones just for research purposes. One of the awakened one felt a chill and said, "We are only here to help with your research after receiving an assignment from the genetic union. Don't go overboard." A fatty research director squeezed out a smile from his fat-filled face. "No, we won't!" This smile did not reassure the awakened ones. Rather, it frightened them further. Fortunately, this did not last long. After merely 2 hours, the researchers came out with their latest research result. Rough analysis of the awakened power system is complete. How about the levels of strength? We are done creating a numerical evaluation method for it. As for the name, since Chen Feng, as the first awakened, called this realm awakened, we shall continue using this term. How about our communications with the Storm Tech Company? Don't worry, Senior Luo Yuan has given us the highest level of assistance. Our database has already been submitted. They will update their servers to generate the newest power classification. So long as the update is completed, anyone with a communicator will be able to use this latest added function on it. That's good. Get the people of their company to prepare properly for this. Understood. Soon, the people of the research agency were done with their preparations. With the arrival of the primordial, what did the people fear most? The unknown. As for these researchers, their job involved removing the unknown, making it known. Studying several dozen awakened ones, they tried their best to research an awakened of each ability system to create a better comprehensive compilation of the awakened system. And now, they had completed their research. They were able to figure out the strength levels of awakened ones. To make it easier to understand, they had classified the awakened realm into 10 levels. First level awakened were those who had just entered the realm. At present, most of those who had broken through from beyond A class were in this level. This was also the level Chen Feng had been at when he had just broken through a while back. This was the realm of a newly awakened, a realm where one had completed their body reconstruction. That was all. As for the second level awakened, this was those that had grasped the usage method of basic awakened energies or powers. After completing the body reconstruction, one was finally able to use the true power of an awakened one. They were capable of delivering ordinary genetic warriors a crushing defeat. This was the characteristic of one at the second level. This was also the level where one was finally considered a true expert. Next, levels 3 to 10 corresponded with one's improvement in the usage of awakened powers. Through non-stop comprehension, one would slowly increase in strength. As for resonance, it was rumored to be a realm capable of utilizing the power of gods. Let us stop here for now. We have yet to completely research the resonance system. As such, it is still not suitable to include it in the communicator update. We can only complete the research after obtaining more data regarding resonance. That is natural. Thus, the research agency submitted the results of their research. At the same time, the Storm Tech company updated their servers and database. With this, everyone using a communicator would receive a prompt to update their communicator. Patch notes enabled the scanning and analysis of the strength of awakened ones. After this update, one will be able to analyze the true strength of an awakened one by scanning the person with the communicator. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. So fast. The Storm Tech company is indeed amazing. I reckon this is the work of the research agency. None of them had expected that it would only be a single day from the descent of the primordial before they were already so clear on everything about the awakened realm. 10 levels of awakened. Awakened ones are actually this powerful? I wonder if nuclear weapons or laser weapons can destroy these people? That's something of a stretch, right? In any case, the costs involved in manufacturing such weapons are extremely high as well. I reckon the weapon manufacturers are probably not willing to even do this in the first place. So long as their genetic union has everything under control, they will most certainly not do anything. Unless, of course, they themselves are the target of an attack. That would be a different story. Sigh, that's true. After all, not all companies are like Storm Tech. By the way, wouldn't it be good if Storm Tech produced weapons as well? You are being too wishful. Even back then, when he founded the company, Senior Luo Yuan stated that he would not allow anyone from his company to manufacture anything related to weapons. All this while, all their projects have centered around providing services related to the communicator. As such, they will not overstep their bounds and manufacture something else. Senior Luo is still the smart one. Just you wait and see. When the world regains peace, these weapon manufacturers will definitely suffer, as the genetic union will most likely not let them off. I thought these weapon manufacturers had long gone extinct. How is that possible? So long as disputes exist, weapons will exist. This fact applies to the cold weapons of the past, the subsequent era of gunpowder weapons, and the energy weapons of the present. That's quite true. However, they seemed to have come out with a new product today. Yeah, I heard that as well. Seems like a lot of people have purchased those weapons, something said to be able to counter awakened ones. Is that for real? A lot of people were discussing discreetly. Everyone was clear on the future awaiting these weapon manufacturers. In any case, the weapon manufacturers were even clearer than others. As such, their intention was to reap a huge amount of profit while they still could. Previously, it had been a war between the humans, ancients, and devils. Although at that time the world had seemed peaceful, a lot of people had still felt threatened. As such, they had all tried increasing their strength. This was especially true for those remote cities. How should they best increase their strength? Then, recruitment? Gene reagents? Nope. Energy weapons were the answer. Only with powerful energy weapons could they feel safe. However, after humans and ancients made peace, weapon manufacturers started to suffer. They were almost cleaned out of existence. Fortunately for them, Now the so-called awakened ones had suddenly appeared. Humanity seemed to once again be in imminent danger. As such, weapons capable of countering awakened ones became the most popular weapons, even if the weapons could only resist a single attack from an awakened one. Even if these weapons were extremely large and cumbersome, countless people were purchasing these weapons, to the point that the supply could not meet the demand. Facing crisis, the wealthy were extremely generous with their money. Naturally, due to this, yet another batch of wealthy decided to leave the planet this time. With their families and all their resources, they took off in a battleship. Whoosh! Battleships soared. Toward this, the people were already numb. Although they had yet to discover a planet capable of supporting human life, with the present level of humanity's technology combined with genetic abilities, it wasn't hard to create a simplified ecosystem within a battleship. Alas, when the numerous battleships reached outer space, they started feeling like something did not seem right, as this place seemed way too silent. Huh? Where are the battleships that left earlier? No idea. Before leaving, I clearly checked and confirmed that they are all staying here. Have they gone invisible? That's not possible. There were several thousand such battleships here. They were all horrified. Previously, numerous wealthy people had arrived here. How was it possible for all of them to have disappeared like this? Even if there had been an accident, the wreckages of their battleships should be somewhere here as well, right? Yet at present, this place was completely empty. They could vaguely feel that something was wrong here. Retreat. Return into the atmosphere immediately. Roger. They prepared to retreat immediately. Alas, right at this instant, a resplendent blue radiance bloomed before their eyes. Bang! A noiseless undulation emanated out. All everyone could hear was a seemingly endless booming by their ears. With their eyes opened wide, they stared ahead with disbelieving expressions as the blue swept past them, engulfing and destroying everything. Instantly, outer space regained its previous tranquility. Noiseless, formless, as if nothing had ever happened here. Genetic union. Chen Feng returned. He had initially believed that he would be requested to accept some missions involving subduing newly awakened ones or something similar, but unexpectedly, the deputy president had instead insisted that he return to the union. The deputy president smiled. Subduing awakened ones is a task for ordinary people like us. You have an even more important task. Chen Feng's curiosity was piqued. Oh, in this chaotic era, what could be more important than subduing awakened ones? The deputy president gave Chen Feng a set of information. Chen Feng gave it a glance, and his heart chilled. Shit, it's actually this. What the deputy president wanted was quite simple. At present, apart from stabilizing the general direction of the genetic union, they had also created a department that was focused on helping the masses increase their strength as soon as possible. From genetic warrior to a beyond genetic warrior and, finally, to awakened. To be precise, from A class to beyond A class to awakened. The beyond gene reagent Chen Feng had produced previously had enabled everyone to reach beyond A class at a speed much shorter than before. It was a godly gene reagent. With the cooperation and supply of the research agency and genetic union, at present, this was a gene reagent everyone could use. It had caused the overall strength of the masses to increase rapidly. However, this method would only help them reach beyond A class. From beyond A class to awakened was quite a distance, and for this distance, there were no gene reagents capable of providing any sort of assistance. Now that the seal has been lifted, it is natural that one can become an awakened through regular improvement. However, it's too slow. Throughout the world, awakened ones are appearing. Moreover, there are also the masters of the primordial fragments, as well as those hidden primordial experts that are recovering their strength. The time left for humans is way too short. If we wait until the experts that have attained resonance appear, or until the gods have all reappeared, it will be too late. Hence, we need to break through as fast as possible. We also need more awakened ones. The deputy president earnestly requested Chen Feng's help. Only by having more awakened ones will a genetic union be able to stabilize the situation. As such, your gene production skills are required here. Chen Feng's status and strength were both too terrifying, resulting in no human being capable of ordering him around. As such, the deputy president could only request his help, that he use his production skills to once again upgrade all of humanity. Chen Feng, he rubbed his aching head. Gene production? The deputy president cautiously said, All the master producers are extremely willing to assist you in this undertaking. Chen Feng sighed. I know, but this realm is one nobody has entered previously. Entering this realm, even with the seal lifted, is still extremely hard. I can't guarantee success. I understand, the deputy president agreed. However, there is still such a hope, right? Even if the probability is only 1 out of 10,000, this will still be able to save more people. With each awakened one that the genetic union obtained, the odds would tilt further in their favor. The snowball effect from obtaining an awakened one was extremely terrifying. Moreover, with the high population of humans, so long as something like this was created, there would be hope for humans, even if the probability of success was extremely low. I beseech you to accept this task, the deputy president said. I will try my best. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. However, I can't guarantee success. The deputy president was overjoyed. Understood. I will make the arrangements for you immediately. Chen Feng. What could he say? Truly, he smiled bitterly. This time, it would truly be quite hard. Although gene production had been his career all along, he looked at his inactive luck aura and his heart chilled. This thing had seemingly completely stopped working. Chen Feng sighed deeply. Spirit, will you even be able to finish this upgrade? Spirit felt wronged. I don't know either. She was a mere consciousness that had come into being during an upgrade of the Fate Stone, not something that was capable of controlling the stone. Chen Feng's head ached. This will be quite troublesome, then. He knew from experience how hard researching a gene reagent could be. Moreover, this time, the gene reagent they were trying to produce was something of an extremely high level, something no one had seen before, something capable of helping humanity enter the awakened realm. This would be the strongest gene reagent Chen Feng had ever researched in this entire life. Naturally, this could also be his single biggest failure. Although countless masters of the Gene Production Association were ready to provide assistance to him, Chen Feng was still not confident in this. He personally believed that with his present production skills, even without luck aura, he would still be comparable to a master. However, so what? There were a whole bunch of masters in the Gene Production Association. This time, their target was the awakened realm. To create such a gene reagent, what they required was not only capability, effort, or perseverance. They also needed luck. Yet now, what he lacked most was luck. Are there any ways I can trigger luck aura? Chen Feng pondered. Wu Spirit pondered shortly and said, if we can find some spirit sea wood, it will be possible. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Spirit sea wood. Now that he did not have his luck aura assisting him, how was he supposed to locate spirit sea wood? Hold on. Suddenly, he thought of something. Miss Xiao seemed to possess an inconceivable ability. She was capable of drawing a scene that would happen for real. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he acted on it. I will go look for her now. Shortly after, he reached Miss Xiao's home. I will give it a try. Xiao was obviously rather distressed as well. The way in which she tried drawing the location of Spirit Seawood was quite similar to how Chen Feng had done it previously. By speculating and guessing, she tried drawing a map that indicated the location of Spirit Seawood. Surprisingly, she completed the drawing smoothly with no interference whatsoever. She shook her head, somewhat sad. Looks like there is no longer any spirit seawood in existence. That's right. The being zero interference in her drawing process signified that all the places she had drawn had no spirit seawood. Spirit seawood seemed to have completely disappeared from this world. Many thanks. Chen Feng left after thanking her. The disappearance of spirit seawood surprised him. It seemed that what he had used at the mysterious organization back then was all that had been left. Why not try researching the gene reagent with your own ability, without relying on luck aura? Proposed Spirit. After all, you are also a master producer nowadays, right? Chen Feng sighed. So what if I am a master producer? A long time ago, when I first entered the awakened realm, the masters of the Gene Production Association tried researching a gene reagent capable of achieving this feat. However, even after a long time, there was no progress. Earlier, I checked with them. Even their research in the lifting of the awakened seal was stuck. Chen Feng explained, my production level is more or less the same as theirs. Even if I go over, I will be doing nothing but wasting my time. Spirit sunk into silence. Chen Feng frowned. Therefore, the only hope is luck aura. We must think of a way to trigger it. Even if it is for only a single moment, it will be sufficient. He had a feeling that something seemed odd with this upgrade of his luck aura, since it had remained inactive for way too long. It had been behaving too oddly, especially when he had been at Mysterious Town previously. When he had returned to the primordial era, luck aura had recovered for no apparent reason. If it was truly upgrading, how could it suddenly recover? There had to be a problem somewhere. Chen Feng contemplated deeply. However, as he thought of this, he blanked. True, when he had returned to the primordial era, luck aura seemed to return to its optimal state. What if he returned to the primordial era once again? Chen Feng was extremely tempted to try this. Suddenly, this seemingly hopeless undertaking of creating an awakened gene reagent had a sliver of hope. Kong Bei, please come over. Kong Bei sighed deeply. Must you do this? Chen Feng didn't hesitate. Yes, I must. Kong Bei still couldn't understand the reason Chen Feng was doing this. Right now, the world still seems quite peaceful. The genetic union should be able to get this under control, right? Chen Feng shook his head. Only for now. Presently, a lot of people have only just obtained strength. This is a period where everyone is still somewhat lost. There are also a bunch of people who are still focusing on training and fusing with their newfound strength. Those we have gotten under our control are merely those that are easier to find, those that do not know to conceal themselves. Those awakened ones that have hidden themselves are the actual terrifying ones. The moment they are done fusing with their new strength, the world will truly descend into chaos. Do not look down on awakened ones. Mysterious Town is not the only place with primordial fragments. There are also those experts in the resonance realm. This world is laden with danger. The genetic union, they are incapable of putting everything under their control. Therefore, before these fellows start creating trouble, we must increase the number of experts in the genetic union and allow them to enter the awakened realm, to suppress those fellows by attacking first, ending any potential trouble in its infancy. Otherwise, if we truly wait until the world is plunged into chaos before acting, everything will already be too late. Chen Feng was clear on what was to come. As part of the management for both the Genetic Union and the Gene Production Association, he possessed a complete intelligence report, helping him better deduce what was to come. That was also why he had to complete the production of this new gene reagent, even if the process would be laden with danger. Kong Bei sighed. We might not be able to even return. The idea Chen Feng had proposed to him was an extremely unreliable one. Transmigration. That's right, transmigration. By transmigrating into the past, he would reactivate his luck aura. If this was the previous Chen Feng, they would have been able to transmigrate easily with the assistance of his luck aura. However, presently, Chen Feng's luck aura was not working at all. As such, they had no way of knowing where their transmigration might take them. The biggest flaw in Kong Bei's ability was the fact that he couldn't control the destination of his transmigration. Who could know where they would arrive by transmigrating randomly this way? Back then, he had drifted about numerous worlds for numerous years before he had finally been able to return. His heart ached at the mere thought of that experience. And now, Chen Feng intended to have him do that again. Kong Bei noticed the dilemma they seemed to be in. If you have had luck aura, we could transmigrate easily, but you do not. We can't control the transmigration. Yet this time, the very reason we even want to transmigrate is to recover your luck aura. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Nevertheless, we still have to give it a try, right? Kong Bei smiled bitterly. Fine. Now that the world was in danger, they had to do something. Wasn't it just transmigration? Kong Bei gnashed his teeth. Let's do it, then. I will take a trip to the Gene Production Association first. Chen Feng returned to the association immediately and gathered all the problems the masters there had encountered when researching the awakened gene reagent. These masters were truly extremely skilled, much more than Chen Feng was without his luck aura. Presently, after a period of bitter research, they were all stuck on some energy-related problems for the awakened gene reagent. They also required data from experiments that would require several 100,000 attempts. If they continued researching normally, more than 100 years would be required to complete this undertaking. Unfortunately, humanity could not afford to wait that long. After obtaining the data, Chen Feng and Kong Bei returned to the Genetic Union and selected several training rooms with the highest energy intensity to be used as the venue for their transmigration. Kong Bei's blue ball appeared and hovered there, replenishing their energy without stop. Let's begin. All right. Kong Bei inhaled deeply. He felt like this was the craziest thing he had ever done in his entire life. One ought to know that in the past, each time he had transmigrated, he had been near death. He'd had no other choices. But now, It seemed like he was taking the initiative to court death. Kong Bei sighed. What a crazy life. Light swirled around, and instantly, they vanished. Shwa. Bang. At a certain unknown space, Chen Feng and Kong Bei appeared noiselessly. They didn't have a chance to get a clear look at this mystical alien world before they felt an intense killing intent engulf them from the darkness. This killing intent contained a power far surpassing even an awakened one. Go! Kong Bei howled in grief. Transmigrate. Shwa. The two vanished once again. What was that? Chen Feng asked in astonishment by way of transmitting his thoughts directly to Kong Bei. Kong Bei felt helpless. How am I supposed to know? Based on his past experience when transmigrating, the first thing he had to do upon encountering such a powerful existence was immediately escape. Otherwise, if they delayed, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Transmigrating is truly so scary. Chen Feng found this agreeable. He was certain that the aura they had felt earlier was far more powerful than that of an awakened one. Perhaps that was a realm above even the resonance realm, something that existed only in legends. Kong Bei shook his head. That's not the case all the time. Transmigrating to alien worlds will often lead to the appearance of numerous bizarre occurrences. Since each world has its own laws, at times, we will be the ones that are weakened instead. For example, in some worlds, your strength will be lowered 10,000 times. With that, the enemy only needs to be a B-class to easily kill us both, Kong Bei explained helplessly. So that's the case. Chen Feng finally understood. There were indeed a lot of things to learn regarding transmigration. Kong Bei smiled bitterly. In short, transmigration is a unique experience. It is much more bizarre than everything you have experienced. Therefore, the moment your luck aura recovers, you must immediately inform me. We will use luck aura to select a proper transmigration destination. Chen Feng nodded. Understood. In the first place, this was their goal, to transmigrate without stop until they reached somewhere that luck aura was reactivated. Shwa. Light swirled around as they transmigrated once again. This time, they felt their bodies reduce in size. Around them were numerous booming sounds and some oppressive sounding shouts, causing anyone listening on to feel repressed. Fortunately, they did not feel any sense of danger this time. When Chen Feng saw the familiar environment, he was shocked. Have we transmigrated into the belly of some animal again? I doubt it. Kong Bei shook his head, yet he felt somewhat doubtful as well. He had only transmigrated several times with Chen Feng in the past and had never entered the belly of an animal. Why had Chen Feng used the word again? Then, was there someone else capable of transmigrating? Just as Kong Bei wanted to voice his question, he felt an intense oppression rushing at him. When he looked around, he was instantly horrified. Chen Feng's eyes widened. Holy shit! They had obviously transmigrated into a certain organ of a certain female life form, transmigrating into a certain embryo, with the female life form coincidentally giving birth at the same time as well. Leave, quickly. Kong Bei activated his transmigration ability without hesitation. Shwa. They vanished instantly. The same instant they left, the meatball-looking things around them gushed out along a certain tunnel before the howl finally settled down. Shwa. Light swirled around. Chen Feng and Kong Bei were in the midst of transmigration, still shaken from their earlier experience. Has your luck aura activated yet? Nope. Why do I feel like without luck aura, you are totally a bringer of bad luck. Kong Bei smiled bitterly. Hopefully, our next destination will not be dangerous. Right at this instant, white light appeared before them. Once again, they arrived on a new world. However, surprising them, the instant they completed the transmigration, both Chen Feng and Kong Bei felt the world before them tightening. Their bodies and strength were still there, yet their physique became extremely weird, like they had both been flattened perfectly. This feeling was especially vivid for Kong Bei. His flattened face looked like the poster of some horror movie. Chen Feng blanked. Have we transmigrated into some cartoon world? He had never seen such an astonishing world. Could this truly be a cartoon world? Kong Bei shook his head. How is that possible? Cartoons were something created, not something that existed in real life. He had transmigrated countless times in the past and had never seen something like this. But then, the world before them indeed looked rather bizarre. He tried looking up but couldn't see anything. He tried looking down, yet he couldn't see anything there either. No. He couldn't even raise or lower his head. No matter how he tried, he could only see his front, back, left, and right. The two exchanged glances before looking around. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surfaced. This place was a two-dimensional world. At this time, on a certain world, Chen Feng and Kong Bei were both dumbstruck as they regarded this wondrous world, feeling like they had both transformed into a certain dot that was moving on a piece of paper. Up and down. This was a world without such a concept. How mystical! Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. He had never seen such a mystical world before. Curiously, although the height of the topography around him wasn't the same, no constructions could be seen here. Chen Feng cast his senses around. Some weak energy can be felt here. Kong Bei was overjoyed. Yeah, it's just nice. I can recover some of my energy. The continuous transmigrations had rapidly drained his energy. If possible, it would be better to recover his used energy as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he was out of energy when they encountered danger, they would be in deep trouble. The two prepared to take a short break on this special world. Right at this instant, a certain strip rushed at them at high speed. This was literally a long folded strip with some trestle-looking things supporting it. It stopped somewhere before flipping open horizontally. Next, several black dots gushed out of it, standing by its right side. Next, a hole appeared on the ground before a group of people rushed up the strip. Those that had arrived on the strip entered the hole after. When all was done, the strip continued forth. Kong Bei was somewhat dumbstruck. What is that? On the other hand, Chen Feng gained some understanding. In short, if this is a place where gravity exists, all the buildings of this world are constructed underground. That is the only way that the buildings will not block the sole path one can pass. Kong Bei blanked. What? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. If this is truly a two-dimensional world, this world will resemble the 2D games you have played before. Imagine this: if a building appears suddenly in front of your character, how are you supposed to pass? If everyone constructed their buildings above ground, how are others supposed to live here? What if this world were larger, resulting in vehicles being necessary? Things would be even more troublesome. They can't smash through any building in their way, right? Kong Bei thought about it, and his eyes widened. In short, earlier, they were getting on and off a car. Chen Feng said, from the looks of it, all their buildings are underground, and above ground is the perfect transportation system, creating their own unique world. How magical! Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. The cars here moved at an extremely high speed. Since this was a two-dimensional world, nobody was staying above ground. However, when that strip-looking car reached them, they encountered an extremely profound problem. They could not avoid it. Looks like you are right. Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. This car moves in a straight line, and this world is shaped like a straight line. Therefore, if we don't avoid it, we will be hit by the car. No matter what, you are still an awakened one, right? Kong Bei grumbled. Chen Feng sneered. Here in this world, he was but a dot. The strip charged at them at a high speed. Seeing the incoming strip, Kong Bei had no choice but to transmigrate away. The world before their eyes changed rapidly. My energy is going to be exhausted soon, Kong Bei said gloomily. Even if we can't recover your luck aura, I should be allowed to recover my energy, right? Otherwise, we will die from energy exhaustion. The burden of transmigrating the both of them was much higher than he had imagined. If this continued, they would not be able to keep transmigrating much longer. Hopefully. The next destination. Lights swirled around. The instant they appeared, they could feel a surging energy. Bang! The energy was like a raging tide, instantly submerging the both of them. This was an incredibly dense energy, so dense that merely inhaling it could seemingly bring in countless energy. How powerful! Kong Bei exclaimed in admiration. Chen Feng checked instinctively and was instantly overjoyed. Luck aura has recovered. His luck aura, which had been silent for so long, was once again active. Kong Bei was overjoyed. Great. In that case, their mission could be considered complete. This was quite a wondrous world. It contained surging energy and boundless luck. Kong Bei became excited. The density of the energy here was too scary. Perhaps I can even break through into the awakened realm here as well. They had only been here for a short 2 seconds, yet they could already feel an obvious improvement in their strength. If they could cultivate here for 1 day, no, even for 1 hour, they would be able to advance a big step forward. This was a speed one could describe with the word scary. Kong Bei's eyes widened. What place is this? exactly? There was actually such a wondrous place for it. Chen Feng shook his head. No idea. They looked around and found that they were seemingly within a certain cave. Let us first confirm that there are no dangers here before beginning our research and cultivation, Chen Feng said. Kong Bei nodded. All right. Carefully, the two walked to the entrance of the cave, and they were instantly dumbfounded. This cave was actually on a steep cliff. When they looked down, Chen Feng felt like something wasn't right. This place. Who? Suddenly, the interior of the cave started trembling. Kong Bei's expression changed greatly. Not good. This is actually a moving cave. Shwa. The cave wiggled and an intense killing intent wrapped around them. Even with Kong Bei's strength, he felt an intense sense of crisis from this. If they stayed, they would most certainly die. What was this cave? Exactly. Leave quickly. Chen Feng had a rough guess and immediately dragged Kong Bei and leapt out of the cave. You have gone crazy. Kong Bei's instinctive reaction was to transmigrate. Based on his past experience, a lot of their genetic abilities were unusable in many worlds. In the majority of alien worlds, they were only slightly stronger than commoners. If they landed on the ground from this height, they would certainly die. Chen Feng stopped him. Hold on. Trust me. Swish. The two dropped down at a high speed. Bang. Suddenly, they landed on something soft and very flexible, bouncing them back up only to fall down yet again. This continued on until the force of the fall diminished enough for them to stop bouncing. Huh? Kong Bei did not even have the chance to feel amazed at what had happened. Bang. From the direction of the cave earlier, a loud booming resounded, as if tens of thousand peals of thunder were rumbling. Kong Bei was shaken. What place is this? A mysterious and dreadful cave, and a flexible landing ground below the cliff. This world seemed like the human world, yet at the same time, it seemed like a different world. Chen Feng ignored him. Chen Feng's brain operated ceaselessly while they continued escaping without stop. His luck aura was fully activated, looking for the coordinates of an acceptable alien world. If possible, when they transmigrated later, Chen Feng's brain spun rapidly as he set the criteria for his luck aura to work on Kong Bei's transmigration. Since their next destination could very well be one where his luck aura was once again inactive, he had to ensure that their next destination would be a world with energy and a world where his luck aura would stay active. It also had to be a safe world. A world they would be given sufficient time to do what they wanted. This was what they required, regardless of whether it was in the past or the future. Chen Feng looked at Kong Bei as he said, "Done. Time to transmigrate." Kong Bei blanked. Why are you in a rush? Earlier, when things had seemed dangerous, Chen Feng had prevented his transmigration. Now that there was no longer any danger around them, Chen Feng started worrying about transmigration. For Kong Bei, this world was like heaven. The energy supply was off the charts. If they could gain a clearer understanding of the behavior of that cave and settle down to cultivate here. Chen Feng looked at Kong Bei like he was an absolute idiot. You do not want to return to that cave. PFT, a mere cave. Kong Bei curled his lips. He raised his head and was instantly alarmed at what he saw. Above Kong Bei's head, the cave entrance was surprisingly less than 5 meters away. Even more surprisingly, there were 2 cave entrances instead of one. Kong Bei blanked. Huh? This was a mobile cave? Try looking even higher up, Chen Feng said. Instinctively, Kong Bei looked up. There, above the 2 caves, he saw a lofty mountain and a huge pair of eyes. A familiar appearance could also be seen on the cliff. This was actually a face. Kong Bei's expression changed greatly. Shit! The so-called cave was in fact a nostril. Hold on, in that case, their present location. Kong Bei lowered his head, and instantly his hairs stood on end. If his guess was correct, this soft land they were standing on was in fact. Congratulations. You have guessed correctly, Chen Feng said with a smile. Shwa. Kong Bei's body chilled. Finally, he understood why Chen Feng had told him to transmigrate. Right now, they were on the body of a giant. The cave he had intended to cultivate in earlier was the giant's nose. As for this bouncy and soft place they were standing on, Shwa, a pair of gigantic cold eyes locked onto them. Right now, this female giant was rather furious. These 2 damnable midgets had dared wake her up from her sleep, even causing her to sneeze. The female giant's killing intent surged. Sorry, Kong Bei said while trembling with fear. The ice-cold female voice boomed out. Humans. Why have you appeared here? Why have you appeared in my world? Chen Feng was astonished. You actually know of humans? This giant actually had knowledge of humans. Moreover, she was also using a language they were familiar with. Naturally, after all, humans are the ones who woke us this time. After all, this is a constant fixed during the primordial era back then, the female giant muttered. Primordial. Awakened. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly. You are not a female giant. He dragged Kong Bei. Leave, quickly. What? Kong Bei was puzzled. Nevertheless, he decided to trust Chen Feng without the slightest hesitation this time, as even he himself could already feel a sense of crisis. Now was the time to leave. Thinking of leaving, the female giant waved her hand, blockading their surroundings. Bang! A power far surpassing the realm of awakened surrounded them. Shwa! Kong Bei's transmigration failed. What the hell is this? Kong Bei was horrified. He had transmigrated countless times before and had encountered countless dangers and enemies. However, he had never encountered something so astonishing. There was actually someone capable of stopping his transmigration. This time, the enemy wasn't slowing time or something like that. Rather, his entire transmigration process had been stopped altogether. Damn it! Chen Feng cursed inwardly. Chen Feng transmitted his thoughts to Kong Bei. Continue trying and transmigrate immediately the moment you discover a chance. Let me deal with the rest. Alright. Kong Bei suppressed his shock and started seeking a chance to transmigrate. I am more and more interested in you humans, the female giant said, an expression of interest on her face. Although I don't know what you two are trying to do, I can feel the flow of space and time. She laughed happily. Moreover, even as part of the weak human race, you two are actually capable of appearing suddenly in my nose. How interesting. With this smile, Chen Feng and Kong Bei almost bounced off her body. Chen Feng looked straight at her. You have to let us go. The female giant looked at him inquisitively. Why is that? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Because I am the one who awoke resonance. If I die here, everything will disappear. Oh? The female giant smiled faintly. Are you sure? The power of resonance is already active, and the descent of the primordial has already begun. Killing you now will change nothing. Chen Feng sneered. Hee, did you not sense the flow of time earlier? In fact, we came from the future, changing the past, present, and future. This is how certain select existences were able to create those divine tools, resulting in the awakening of the primordial, past, present, and future. Not a single one can go missing for this reality to be true. If we die here, Chen Feng looked straight at her. The past and future will most certainly change after we cease to exist. With that, the divine tools will not come into being. History will most certainly change once again. Are you sure you want to take this risk? The female giant was somewhat speechless. So that's the case. She could sense the unique aura about this human. She could also accurately deduce from his aura that he was indeed the one who had awakened the power of resonance. What a coincidence, she muttered to herself. Despite her illustrious identity, she lacked understanding of matters regarding transmigration and time travel. The female giant was curious. Why have you decided to awaken the primordial? Since the world had sunk into a crisis, it was my only option. Chen Feng pondered and continued. Moreover, the three methods I used to awaken the primordial also served as an assurance that you people will not be able to hurt or even trap me, else you all will descend into the long slumber once again. Due to this, in a way, I am considered unequaled, right? When all of you descend upon the world, I will no longer encounter any dangers, as you all will protect me. Chen Feng proudly said. The female giant nodded. I see. If this was his goal, this human was truly quite the schemer. As such, you must let us off now, Chen Feng said calmly. I can let you go, but I don't have to let him go. Right? The female giant smiled faintly. One has to pay a price for provoking my honor. Let your friend stay here to entertain me. Chen Feng sighed. Are you sure he is not one of the crucial components ensuring the creation of those divine tools? The female giant sneered. I am sure. Do not think that I am so easy to trick. On his body, I can't feel any trace of the aura of fate. The descent of the primordial is completely unrelated to him. But he is ugly, Chen Feng lamented. Look at his face. Do you really want such a face by your side? At this, the female giant glanced over at Kong Bei's face. Instantly, she started to hesitate. Kong Bei, however, soon after, The female giant reacted. It doesn't matter. I can just pretend he is some livestock. In any case, he is just a toy for me to play around with when I'm bored. The female giant said indifferently. Chen Feng's head ached. Indeed, theoretically, I am the sole person responsible for the descent of the primordial. However, he is the one who has mastered transmigration. I can't transmigrate by myself. If you insist on trapping him here, I will truly have no means of leaving. I see. The female giant cast her senses toward Kong Bai's power before nodding in a disappointed manner. I have been wondering why you brought such an ugly person around. So it turns out that he is useful this way. Chen Feng sighed. Yeah, otherwise, who would wish to pollute their own eyes this way? Kong Bai? Fine. The female giant stopped blockading them. Chen Feng gave Kong Bai a kick. Go, Shwa. Without hesitation, Kong Bai activated his transmigration. Right at this instant, the female giant came to a sudden realization. That's not right. To ensure the creation of the divine tools, you only need to affect the past, not the present. Instinctively, she tried to lock the two down again. Alas, it was too late. Shwa. The figures of Chen Feng and Kong Bai started fading. She focused her gaze on Chen Feng's fading figure. You dared to trick me? Goodbye, oh majestic. At this, the smile on Chen Feng's face vanished. God. Bang. The two vanished completely. Humans. Interesting. The female giant regained her calm. She stood up, readjusted the position of her enormous body, and said, we will meet again soon. Amid the boundless starry sky, a huge throne could be vaguely seen. The man was still seated on it, coldly gazing at the planet while he silently spun the ring on his right hand. Shwa. The huge throne flickered several times before vanishing. The starry sky regained its previous tranquility. After a long time, amid the starry sky, in this place where no flame should exist, a bizarre flame flashed past. That flame burned vigorously before slowly assuming the shape of a human. She wore a set of red clothes, and her vivid and huge eyes gazed in toward where the throne had disappeared. You have appeared once again. Appearing at a place like this, with such a method, are you a god? If you are a god, why haven't you noticed my existence here? Still not fully recovered? Or perhaps, her eyes gleamed coldly before she transformed back into a fireball and slowly vanished. On a certain unknown world, under the full operation of Lakora, Chen Feng and Kong Bai transmigrated once again and reached a safe world, a world with energy and where Lakora worked. This was a near-perfect world for them, worthy of being Lakora. Kong Bai exclaimed in admiration. He knew that his transmigration ability was a perfect match for Lakora. Chen Feng merely rolled his eyes, ignoring Kong Bai, and started rearranging all the data he had gathered previously. He started his deductions, vowing to solve all the problems that had previously remained unsolved. Shwa. Row upon row of data started being deduced. In his illusory world, Chen Feng's consciousness worked at full power. Spirit, help me with the analysis. All right. Lakora started working. Next, numerous riddles that would otherwise require around 100 years or more to solve were solved one after another in a short few seconds. With both Chen Feng and Spirit working on it, the progress of the awakening gene reagent research advanced at an astonishing speed. 1 hour. 2 hours. Finally, Chen Feng completed the research. But then, was this truly the end? Would there truly be no problems using this gene reagent on the people of the genetic era? Chen Feng wasn't quite certain. After all, his Lakora would be deactivated once again the moment he returned to the genetic era. To transmigrate to such a world so he could once again use his Lakora would require an unknown amount of time, and that might fail as well. As such, Chen Feng frowned, hesitating. Right at this time, he suddenly saw Kong Bai, who was here doing nothing. Ah? Kong Bai looked at Chen Feng blankly, bewildered. Chen Feng smiled. That's right. Here was a ready-made test subject for him, right? Hee. Do you want to enter the awakened realm? Chen Feng started leading Kong Bai on. Kong Bai nodded his head furiously. MHM. Chen Feng took out the recently produced gene reagent. Swallow this, then. Breakthrough is confirmed with this gene reagent. Such an amazing gene reagent? Kong Bai gulped the gene reagent down with some doubt. Suddenly, the energy within his body increased sharply. His expression changed from shock before he started cultivating immediately. Chen Feng watched on silently. MHM. This was the first stage, where the gene reagent would transform into rich energy in the user's body. Due to the intensity of this surging energy, Kong Bai's expression appeared rather twisted. It seemed like the intensity was somewhat too high, placing quite a heavy load on Kong Bai. Youngsters nowadays sure are soft, Chen Feng commented. The second stage. Oh, right, although the energy within this gene reagent seemed to work, the provocation it triggered was too intense. It wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Despite the 100% success rate, it had a high requirement on the user's willpower. As such, this was quite the dangerous gene reagent to use. Some improvement would be required. Chen Feng pondered and made a note of this. Third stage. After swallowing this gene reagent, the user's physical body would suffer from a side effect, where the appearance of the user would become even uglier. Fortunately, his present test subject was Kong Bai, who had already been ugly in the first place. If it was someone else, things might have become troublesome. This was also something he needed to improve. Chen Feng pondered and noted this down as well. Fourth stage. Fifth stage. Chen Feng watched on silently, recording down all the problems he noticed. Indeed, such beta version gene reagents were rather unreliable. Despite the 100% success rate in breaking through, there were countless problems with this gene reagent. Chen Feng contemplated. Looks like I have to take more things into consideration. After a long time, Kong Bai succeeded in his breakthrough. Kong Bai was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, I am also an awakened one now. Despite the intense pain he was in, despite being so tired that he nearly collapsed then and there, despite the sweat raining down his body, he was still filled with vigor at this moment after his breakthrough. Bang! A powerful aura surged forth, indicating his successful breakthrough. Instantly, his entire physical body was destroyed before being reconstructed. This was the characteristic shared by all awakened ones, an energy body. Finally, Kong Bai was done with the hardship and could now taste the fruits of his labor. All the pain and suffering he had endured earlier transformed into comfort at this moment of his body's reconstruction, causing him to nearly moan out loud. It had been truly too hard for him. Bang! Energy emanated out of his hand as he sensed the strength contained in his body. Let's go, Chen Feng. We can return now. The excited Kong Bai was impatient to show off his new power back home. Chen Feng waved his hand. Hold on. Let me further improve this gene reagent. Kong Bai had an ominous feeling. Improve? After all, not everyone has as much willpower as you. I need to improve this gene reagent to create a basic addition that even an ordinary person can use, Chen Feng explained honestly. Oh, Kong Bai nodded his head cheerfully at Chen Feng's explanation, agreeing that not everyone was as gifted as he was. However, when he pondered upon it, he felt like something was wrong. As such, he cautiously asked, what do you mean by basic addition? Oh, well, it will reduce the pain, reduce the intensity, reduce the degree to which one's body is twisted, as well as reduce. Chen Feng spurted out a huge amount of improvements he planned to make for this gene reagent. The more Kong Bai listened on, the darker his expression became. As Chen Feng noticed that, he added, naturally, the success rate will also be reduced as well. Oh, only at this did Kong Bai regain his good mood. That's right. Since this basic addition would greatly reduce the amount of pain the user would suffer, it was understandable that the success rate would also drop as a result. What will the success rate for the basic addition be like, then? He asked. Chen Feng sighed. Very low. 10% lower than the original success rate. Kong Bai nodded. Oh, a 10% drop in success rate. That was truly quite a dramatic drop. After all, for a regular gene reagent, a success rate of 10% was. Hold on, 10%? Kong Bai recalled that earlier, Chen Feng had told him that the success rate was 100%. In short, this so-called basic addition would have a success rate of 90%. Don't you dare tell me that the user can use this gene reagent multiple times even after failing to break through, Kong Bai said while gnashing his teeth. Chen Feng coughed and patted Kong Bai's shoulder. Great tasks will always fall upon the shoulders of great people. Kong Bai raged. Great my ass. Chen Feng glanced at him and said, calm down. There are benefits to being an early adopter as well. In any case, you are an awakened one now, right? The development of the basic addition will definitely take a much longer time to complete. At that time, You might not be able to even get one. Kong Bei looked at Chen Feng with doubt. Is that so? Chen Feng waved his hand. Of course, for now. Go get used to the power of an awakened. I need to continue researching the basic edition. Sigh. The development of the basic edition is truly very hard. I have absolutely no confidence. Fine. At this, Kong Bei felt somewhat comforted, since at the very least, he would not need to wait for the basic edition as he was already an awakened now. He walked away and started getting used to his new power. Alas, 1 hour later, before Kong Bei had even gained understanding of his awakened power, Chen Feng finished his research on the basic edition awakening gene reagent. Chen Feng, screw you. In the Gene Production Association, the group of gene producers headed by Hu Feng were extremely anxious. Is Chen Feng not back yet? No. Aren't we supposed to be conducting the research together? Oh. He mentioned that he can do it alone, the assistant said in a low voice while scratching his head. He is behaving too willfully. Hu Feng was so angry that his white beard trembled. Going at the research alone? Was that even possible? Their group comprised of 10-odd master producers had researched it for so long without success. Any problem that could be solved with the help of technology or individual skills, they had already solved. At present, the only thing they lacked was enough experimentation to reach the final result. They would have to keep on experimenting until the latest workable version of the gene reagent was produced. They had initially hoped that Chen Feng could perhaps inject some fresh ideas into their research, somewhat accelerating the process. Unexpectedly, that fellow had never intended to even come here. That kid is getting more and more egotistical. Hu Feng was furious. He was part of the eldest generation still alive in the Gene Production Association and had always maintained a rather low profile, never involving himself in any competitions. He had only been silently giving all he could. He was a person of astonishing skill in gene production, and the person in charge of this research. For this gene reagent, their group had worked hard for a long time. Even if he is the one who created the Beyond X gene reagent, there is no need for him to be so arrogant, right? Hu Feng was furious. He was aware that Chen Feng was highly skilled in gene production. However, this matter pertained to the future of humanity. Would it be that hard for him to work with others for the sake of humanity? If everyone worked together, perhaps the research could be conducted even faster. Everyone else could only smile bitterly as they heard this. So what if Chen Feng was egotistical? After all, that Chen Feng was the nominal #1 gene producer in the world. This coupled with his unique identity and status made him a person nobody dared offend. Let me go look for him, Hu Feng said after inhaling deeply. Their heads ached greatly. But he has already entered seclusion. Even if he's in seclusion, we must get him out. Even if we have to beg, we have to beg him out of the seclusion, howled Hu Feng. These 2 days, more and more awakened ones have appeared. The genetic union will soon be unable to endure this pressure. If this drags on, something bad might truly happen. Do you all truly want to see a world where awakened ones walk everywhere, completely out of control? As they heard this, they all sank into silence. They were all too clear on how strong awakened ones were. Each of them was fatally dangerous, far surpassing nuclear weapons, possessing the strength to easily destroy an entire city if they so wished. If people like these were everywhere and were not subjected to any sort of control, the mere thought of this scene caused them all to be soaked with cold sweat. Hu Feng sighed as he said, Chen Feng's talent is above ours. Even in terms of technical skill alone, he is able to provide ideas that we have never thought of before. That will likely be helpful for our research. Therefore, we must find him. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Perhaps Chen Feng could truly accelerate the research. And thus, the group arrived at Chen Feng's place of seclusion. Hu Feng took in a deep breath. Let me. Forcing someone out of seclusion was considered extremely rude, especially for someone with such a terrifying status as Chen Feng. From the moment Hu Feng had decided to step out, he had been prepared to suffer the consequences of his actions. However, before he could even call upon the door opened. Chen Feng and an ugly male walked out of the room. On the face of that astonishingly ugly person was a trace of an indescribable and complicated emotion, akin to the indignation one felt after being raped. They were all dumbstruck as they saw this. Weren't such seclusion rooms places people normally only entered alone? After all, the act of secluding oneself was so one could focus on the task at hand and avoid the interference of others. Yet now, With this scene they were seeing, they all thought of one single possibility for this and inhaled deeply in shock. Could it be this? The Hu Feng, who had still been so furious earlier, was dumbstruck as he saw this. He wanted to say something but decided against it, since this was, after all, too private an affair for him to comment on. He was truly too embarrassed to say anything about it. This was especially true since, in recent times, the movements protecting the rights of the LGBT community had been gaining quite a bit of momentum. Hence, Hu Feng did not dare comment on this preference of Chen Feng's. Hu Feng felt somewhat awkward. Sorry, I am not aware that you two are. What in the world are you trying to say? Chen Feng gave them a curious glance before saying, forget it. It's just nice that you guys are here. This is the gene reagent I have just produced. You guys can try it out. ? Their eyes widened. Gene reagent? You are already done with the research? How is that possible? They all stared at Chen Feng, disbelieving. Hu Feng grabbed the data given by Chen Feng in a rush and started looking at it. Within were a lot of problems they had encountered in their research. Chen Feng had seemingly solved all their problems. Bang! Shaken, they all surrounded the formula, wishing they could test it immediately. As they checked the data, they found that everything recorded within was correct. Chen Feng had truly succeeded. All of it is correct. So this is how it should have been done? Ha ha ha. Hu Feng was overjoyed. After confirming that the solutions given for 3 particularly tricky problems were indeed the correct solutions, he knew that this data given by Chen Feng was indeed correct. This was indeed the proper formula, an undertaking that 10-odd master producers hadn't even been able to estimate a completion time for had been completed just like that by Chen Feng in 3 mere days. Truly astonishing. They looked at Kong Bei. This person. Oh, he's also an awakened one as well. He came here to assist me in the research, Chen Feng said calmly. Hu Feng was ashamed. Sorry, I previously thought that. He was truly ashamed. Chen Feng had been working hard for the sake of humanity, yet he was here thinking dirty thoughts about the man. This was truly an insult to Chen Feng. As such, he believed that he owed Chen Feng an apology. However, before he could even finish his apology, the others around him all blocked his mouth, stopping him from continuing on. Woo. He couldn't say anything anymore. Chen Feng looked at them curiously. What are you talking about? What did you believe? They answered on behalf of Hu Feng and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, nothing much. He initially thought that you were still not done with the research. Dragging Hu Feng with them, they left. We will go test the formula first. The result will be reported to you later. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Go then. Kong Bei was still moody. Chen Feng, I will not forgive you. Earlier, when he had used the first edition gene reagent, he had suffered extreme pain worse than death. As one who had worked hard transmigrating here and there with Chen Feng, he should have gotten to enjoy treatment worthy of heroes, right? Who would trick the people on their side like this? Well, one has to occasionally make some small sacrifice for the sake of humanity, right? Chen Feng comforted him. Kong Bei raged. I quit. Why don't you try it yourself? PFT, you are merely afraid of pain. Chen Feng muttered. Noticing that Kong Bei's expression was becoming even more furious, he coughed immediately and said, I am already an awakened one, right? How am I supposed to try it? How about I give you some compensation for your work? Kong Bei sneered at that offer. Chen Feng raised his brow. What if I introduce you to a girl, not a male? No, not a member of the ancient race? No. Kong Bei's eyes shone. You really have a girl to introduce me to? Of course. Chen Feng grinned and said, don't worry. She is amazing and extremely beautiful. Here, this is her picture. Take a look. If you find her agreeable, I can bring you to her immediately. This. Wow. So pretty. Go go go. Kong Bei was excited. Chen Feng brought him to Xiao's home. Surprisingly, the door, which had always remained open, was presently locked. On the door were several words, dash. How have I sinned? Xiao dash. Chen Feng, TSK. She had to have seen this scene when she had been using her drawing ability. Well then, it seemed like his plan to introduce Kong Bei to Xiao had utterly failed. Seeing such a reaction from Xiao, Chen Feng did not feel it proper to introduce Kong Bei to Xiao. But then, this Kong Bei was truly so ugly that Xiao was not even willing to meet him. Oh well. She herself was probably already aware of Kong Bei's looks from her drawings. Sigh. Chen Feng was feeling melancholic. Kong Bei appeared at a loss. What is the meaning of these words? Chen Feng made up a story. I reckon she must have gone into hiding from her enemies. Even you yourself are aware that there has been an increase in the number of awakened ones recently. Perhaps, as a girl living by herself, she had encountered some problems and had decided to leave. Fear not, I have another girl I can introduce to you. Suddenly, Kong Bei raged. Bastard! Even if the primordial is indeed descending, these fellows should not be acting so wantonly. For them to even think of bringing harm to such an adorable girl, truly too excessive. I need to find her. Since she is in danger, I cannot watch on without helping. I believe that my appearance here at this moment is an act of fate so that I can rescue her from danger. Those damnable awakened ones. Let me take care of them. Kong Bei patted Chen Feng's shoulder and said, thank you. When I succeed in my courtship of her, I will most definitely get you to bear witness to our marriage. Shwa. Finishing his words, he left, looking for Xiao. Chen Feng was dumbfounded. What the hell? His wristband buzzed and a message popped up. What grudge do we have? Xiao. As Chen Feng saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Miss, I truly did not intend for this to happen. The next day, the awakening gene reagent started selling. After being verified by several dozen masters of the Gene Production Association, this gene reagent had no problems. Moreover, the success rate of a peak beyond A-class's breakthrough using this gene reagent was terrifyingly high. The awakening gene reagent started being mass-produced, and once again, Chen Feng's reputation soared. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. A legend is indeed a legend. True. Previously, he created the Beyond X gene reagent, allowing everyone to enter Beyond A-class from A-class. Now, he has created the Awakening gene reagent. What kind of freakish talent is this? Countless people broke through one after another, and the ancients enjoyed the benefits of integrating with humans. Countless peak beyond A-class ancients broke through into the awakened realm. With the help of the Gene Production Association, the strength of the genetic union skyrocketed. So long as one had talent and a healthy mental state, the genetic union would provide countless gene reagents, pushing that person into the awakened realm. On the first day, 3 people entered the awakened realm. On the second day, 10 people entered the awakened realm. On the third day, on the fourth day, the strength of genetic union increased rapidly. Following this, those free awakened ones were either subdued or recruited en masse by the genetic union, temporarily remaining under the union's control. The deputy president was still anxious. I reckon these fellows will not behave themselves. Although they have temporarily agreed to work for the genetic union, with the existence of primordial fragments, a problem might arise at any time. This is easy to solve. The research agency gave the issue some thought. 2 days later, they brought forth an extremely unique wristband. The deputy president was puzzled. What is this? The staffers sneered. This is something created by both us and the Storm Tech company. It is capable of sealing the power of primordial fragments. If they dare act wantonly, we can seal their strength at any time. Naturally, this is merely a supplementary communicator wristband. Here, we still have some other equipment that can be used to control them. You guys can take them. There are numerous switches on it. Sealing, unsealing, punishment, and numerous other functions are available. So powerful. When the deputy president received the delivered equipment, he was shocked. The research agency had actually developed to such a level already. Indeed, despite the progress in genetic abilities, the power of technology should never be looked down on.